choose to change the scenery. Yeah, everybody smoking all the greenery. Yeah, close the match 'cause they were handed down to me. But I'm still fly, I know.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad that you're here. This is a special broadcast, Black Voter Push/Watch Party, presented by CinDigital Media. I'll be your humble host, Nathan Ivey, man. This could be a hell of a ride. I'm in it. I'm here, ready to do this. There it is. We back. We gonna have so much fun. I'm looking forward to it. I got a lot of plans for you folks. Listen, I want to direct you to some things that if you're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, and of course we're on Facebook. We're streaming to 3 different platforms. In terms of audio this afternoon, we are on TuneIn and on Spreaker as well. I just want to direct your attention so that you know everything that we got going on. Everything I got going on, I want you to know. And if you want to connect with me on any platform, if you want to join the mission to amplify Black voices, if you want to follow CDM, if you want to follow me to my website, you can go to my link tree. It's in the description right now. And you can find out. If you're on the audio side of things, you're not going to see it. I can share it in the stream for you guys, the link. You can hit my link tree, my link tree, and you can basically follow everything and everywhere I'm at and everything I'm doing, all right? Including if you want to text me and or call me personally. I'm starting a new text messaging campaign. I've got my number. It's in the description as well. Feel free to text me right now. I will respond. There are a couple of automated responses that are set up. That is my text message. That is my photograph. I want to connect with you this evening and moving forward so you know everything that's going on. We are living in amazing times, people. We are living in amazing times. I'll say it again. And we got to, in terms of Black people, I'm not one of these people that's looking for a savior. I don't have a Messiah complex. I'm not looking for the Democrats to save me. I'm not looking for the Republicans to save me. I will say this again to my Black voters, Black people who are watching, anybody else. We have to save us. It's going to be us on a grassroots level that create the tools, the building blocks that create the future that we want to see. The Democrats and Republicans, this national stuff, the local stuff, the elections, it matters. Don't get it wrong. It matters. Those are tools at our disposal. But the energy, the heart, the winning, if we're going to win as a people, it's going to be us, folks. But again, buckle up. Please share this stream. We got a lot of ground to cover. I got a lot of folks that might be calling in or will be calling in, scheduled to call in throughout the rest of the show. My homegirl, Donnie B, is supposed to give us a call. She'll be riding shotgun with me. I know she's doing something with the NAACP and the Prince Hall Masons today. I think that's fabulous. Man, we can't have enough platforms and good people to care about us. I think it's great. So make sure you check them out. I think they're going to be starting later on. And don't forget about your boy here. I ain't going nowhere. Family. I'm here. Well, I might be here to 4 a.m. We'll see how it goes. So let me know where you are. Let me know how you feeling. Did you vote already? Let me know what you're seeing out there. I do have a lot of information I want to share with you. As I said, we do have some of the candidates here locally that are scheduled to give us a call. We might even get I put the word out. We might even get a phone call from some high-profile national guests. I can't promise. I will tease, though. We'll see. Along the way, I do have some T-shirts, long tees, and some giveaways I want to give away to you. This is going to be exclusive CinDigital Media merch. This is a one-time thing. And, of course, we might do merch in the future, but the designs you're going to get right now will be exclusive. And you might want to jump on board. I'll let you know how you can be a part of that. I want to have some fun. And at the same time, I want to share as much information as possible as we get started. Let me put my number up on the board. You already know what it is, family. We will be taking phone calls, 513-873-7134. Don't worry, I won't bite. I promise you I'm a nice guy, most certainly. And I'm really pumped to be with you. I see people are on Spreaker because we are streaming audio as well. We got to stream the audio, man. We got to. That's where the Cordy audience has always been. And, we got almost 7,000 subscribers that listen to the show off and on, whether it be through TuneIn or Spreaker. So I definitely want to make sure you get a chance. All my audio files out there, you get a chance to interact with the show. Audio might be better for you. Okay, that's cool. I ain't no problem with it. But if you're a video person, please like and share this stream. We are up on Facebook. As I said, we're on Twitch. We're on YouTube, on multiple channels. On Twitch and YouTube, I'm on Nathan Ivey Show. So you can find me there if you happen to be there. I'm just doing a little experiment today with Twitch. I've never really streamed there before, but let's see what happens. Might be some people over there. Good afternoon to you. So what's up to all my people? Hopefully you got your vote in. If you haven't already, then what is the polls? You're about a little over 3.5, maybe 3 hours and 15 minutes away. All right. So what I promise to do is I'll be with you straight with the stream up until the polls close. We're also going to get a phone call from Kevin Aldrich. He is the opinion editor over the Cincinnati.com. He'll be chiming in before the polls close and then again after the polls close to give us some updates and his observations as to what's going on from his vantage point. So it's a lot of stuff going on. If you see things that are happening in real time and you want to share it, then please feel free to do so. You can always drop a link, 513-873-7134. I see the alt middles in the house. Tanika, everybody. Hey, Deshauna, good to see you. Gragston, Anthony, good to see you. And what's up, Charles? Listen, I don't know how this is going to go. I've never done a show at 4 p.m. today, but it's election day, so we'll see. I know people are out and about. What I'm hoping is that if there are people who are going to actually vote, you might be standing in line. Take me with you. I'm on your phone. Take me with you. I'm on the phone. If you're in your car, you're driving around, plug into it. We're on the phone. You can choose the platform that you want to plug into. If YouTube is easier for you, I mean, even though it's a video medium, you don't have to watch the video. You can just turn the volume up and rock with the audio. Whatever is good for you, I'm down for it. Whatever works for you, I'm down for it. 513-873-7134. I throw the number out there. We got it. We got it. Good afternoon. How has your day been so far? It's like we never left. It's like we never left. Look, I want to give you some information that perhaps you won't get anywhere else. I do plan on giving you updates throughout the evening as we get closer and closer and closer. But I want to be real with your family. I'm not really sure if we're going to get a definitive answer on who the president's going to be tonight. I can't tell you that. We will get, I predict, we will get a definitive answer on a couple things, and that is local races. Local races, we should get a definitive answer. I'd say by 9:30, 10:30, we should know. 11 p.m. at the latest, we should know. So buckle up. You got all the Hamilton County races. We'll be talking about them. As a matter of fact, Charmaine McGuffey is scheduled to give us a call later on in the broadcast. And again, I put the word out to Democrats and Republicans. You know me, I keep it real. I want to talk to everybody. Now, who accepts the invitation? That's up to them, homie. That's up to you. I put the word out. I reached out to all the folks that I thought need to be reached out to, and we'll see what happens. We are here. Listen, if you want to help what we're doing today, one way you can do so is just simply share this stream. Share this stream in as many places as you think people might be interested in it. This is a Black voter push and watch party. And the push part is that there's a lot of people out there that might be on the fence. You might be on the fence. You might know someone who's on the fence. They are registered, but they're on the fence about whether they want to go through the so-called hassle to vote today. And all I can do is keep it real with you. I think, as I said before, the liberation of Black folks, the upliftment of the Black community is going to happen with us. And voting is just one more tool in the toolbox. Simple as that. You know, anybody know a handyman? Maybe you have somebody in your family that's a handyman. You might be a handy person, right? And you got your toolbox. I got a toolbox. You got a toolbox? In my toolbox, I got screwdrivers and pliers and wrenches. I got different kind of screwdrivers, Phillips, flathead. I got all kind of stuff, right? They all serve a purpose. And that's what voting is. Anybody out there, I call them smart dumb cats, thinking that you vote is going to change your community, then you don't understand what voting really is. Voting is about setting the priorities for your tax dollars. It's about setting policy priorities and tax dollar priorities. That's it. That's it. That's what it's about. It's about setting priorities, policy priorities, and the priorities for your tax dollars. Now, even if you're a person that decides not to vote, guess what, homie? They taking your money. You paying your taxes. And if you're not, they're going to catch up with you. You're going to pay your taxes eventually. So if you're going to be taxed, if you're getting taxation, you might as well get representation. And before anybody says, well, we've been voting for years. Yeah, we've been voting for years, but in a lot of cases without an agenda. I want to talk about that this evening. And if you look at the numbers, actually, the numbers are really, really, really low in a lot of Black communities, a lot of African-American communities. So when people say, we've been voting, yeah, some of us have been voting, but we've yet to really utilize, and by we, I mean the Black community, we've yet to really utilize voting as a tool, right? As a weapon. You know, it's real fashionable now to talk about Black agendas. Everybody's been talking about Ice Cube. Everybody's been talking about Trump's platinum plan. That's fashionable now. But you know what? That's what time it is. Now you got P. Diddy with the Our Black Party. I've got some clips for you. I'll play for you later on in the broadcast as well. We can break that down. I'm 100% about having an agenda for the Black community. I think that if you want to get voter turnout from the Black community, it has to be more than just turning out to vote against something. Like right now, a lot of Black folks are turning out because they're voting against Trump. Cool. It is what it is. But I think if it's going to be a sustained effort, then you got to give people something that excites them. You got to give people something that gives them a reason to turn out. You got to give people something, a reason that makes them feel like they're going to get change. That's what Barack was good at doing. And then, of course, he got in and his true political leanings came out and the Republicans basically put him in a prophylactic and he couldn't really do as much as he really wanted to. I mean, those are the facts of it. But I'm all about that. What do you think? I love the idea of it. A lot of conversation about Ice Cube. I'll say it again for folks who might be listening for the first time. And again, this 4 p.m. time slot might be more convenient for a lot of people as you're getting off of work. I mean, I know on my end from just looking at the stats that a lot of people, at least with the audio anyway, and I can tell even with the video, is that as the day goes on, they start to listen to it. They start to watch it. Maybe it's a work thing, so we'll be in a great spot. So if you're on the way to get your vote on, take me with you. When you come out, plug back in, take us with you, and we'll connect. I have some trivia because I want to do some giveaways. I got some exclusive merch that I want to share with you. CDM merch, Black Voices Matter with the CDM logo on it. This is exclusive merch. First time anybody's seeing it. The folks on CDM don't even have it. In fact, we're going to get something a little bit different. You know, it is what it is. It'll be similar, but a little bit different. Okay. But this is exclusive. First time I'm unveiling it. First time anybody's going to see it. And I want to do some giveaways, at least 4 or 5 giveaways throughout the night. You know, maybe more. We'll do 1 or 2 an hour, you know, starting, I said, about 5. And we'll see how it goes. You know, you can say what you, I mean, the trivia, the questions I have for you are designed to be difficult, but also for you to actually get it. Because I want you to have the merch. Okay. I want you to rock it. I want you to, when you get it, I want you to take videos of it and put it online and then share the brand and what we're doing. And what are we doing with CDM? Real simple, family, amplifying Black voices. That's it. Real simple. Mission is very, very simple. I heard the other day, they say that when you're talking about and selling your business to investors or trying to explain things to people, that you should be able to explain your business in 5 words or less. Well, I can do it in 3. Amplify Black voices. Now, if that's something you can jive with, then get on board. Get on board. Hit the link tree and find us on Patreon. Speaking of which, man, let me shout out my patrons, man. We just got some new patrons really since this morning. And it was good to see. I appreciate it. Come on in. My goal is, I do have a dollar amount because to do anything well, it takes money. You know, to do CDM, to do the Nathan Ivey Show, and to do it in a way that's competitive so that we can stand out in the marketplace, which is like millions upon millions of people strong. When you're talking about Facebook and you're talking about YouTube and all the different things, there's so many podcasts and live streams out there. If you really want to stand out, you got to invest in it. And I'm willing to invest in it. You know, I believe 100% in what I'm doing. But I want to shout out. So shout out to my new patrons who came in with just today. Some new patrons came in. But I do this at least once a month. I try to do it more than that, just to shout out all the people that, you know, have been rocking with me. Some folks have been rocking for a while, and I really appreciate you, man. I got to say a shout out to Kush. I want to read the list of my patrons real quick. Shout out to Kush. Shout out to Tanika. Shout out to Frankie. Shout out to Pamela. Shout out to Rhonda. Shout out to Charles. Shout out to Michelle. Shout out to James Ryan. Shout out to Monique. Shout out to Bobby. Thank you so much. Hey, Brandon, thank you. Appreciate you. Gerald, appreciate you. Kelly, Brother Omar, Flomady. Mike, what's up with you, Mike? Black Russia. Valisa. Mason, Jared. Appreciate you, Jared, man. 100%. Appreciate everybody. Marcia, Brian, Sean, Jesse. You already know, man. Big ups to Jesse, to everybody. Robin, Ashley, who is a new patron. Daryl, my man Daryl's a new patron. Thank you, Daryl. And K Works. K Works just came in today. And again, Ashley, Daryl, and K Works just came in the month of November. So I really appreciate everybody. I'm going to keep shouting you out at least once or twice a month, if not more. I would like to do it once a week, but sometimes, I just kind of get caught up in the flow. And what do you get? Well, you get exclusive content. You get an insight into what's going on with the Nathan Ivey Show, future podcasts, future things. I got a brand new, very exciting initiative that is Cincinnati-based, brand new platform that I'll be talking about, once we get some branding in place. So very, very close. And all my patrons will hear about it first. I'll share with you first. I've got something called a producer's corner where you can actually help produce segments of the show. And I get your insight. And depending on your level, you get audio and video. I mean, of course, some levels get video, depending on the tier. Some get audio. But those are my people right there. Like, when you're willing to invest, because I'm willing to invest in what I do. So I wouldn't ask you to invest in what I do if I'm not willing to invest in what I do. I do it all the time, every day, every month. I'm going to keep doing it because I believe in what I'm doing. And I believe in the good people that I'm working with right now in terms of amplifying their voices. And I'll say it again. This is just the beginning. So if it sounds like something you might be down with, essentially it's crowdfunding. And to me, I'll be honest with you real quick before we get into any politics. To me, as a content creator, and people hear that, we monetize our podcast. Most people do podcasts and never monetize it. I've been monetizing this podcast for 4 years and now have reached into monetizing other podcasts. Maybe you've heard it. And that's just the beginning, quite honestly. The interest in what we're doing at CDM is growing. It's growing. And that's cool. I like the idea of having outside people, give monetization to what we do. I'll give you a heads up. The people that work with CDM and the Nathan Ivey Show, they already know what they get. They know what the show is about. They support this show. They support Black independent media in the greater Cincinnati area and beyond. And kudos to all those folks. I appreciate them 100%. Whether it be, Black-owned businesses. And again, I can run through a quick list of people that we work for. I'm not going to do that. But let me just say that I really enjoy those relationships. But as a content creator, if I had my druthers, I want to build the relationship directly with you. You're the one that is enjoying the content. So what you think and what you matters most to me. Make sure we understand that. You matter most to me as a content creator. So why not have a direct to consumer relationship from content creator, from creator to consumer? To me, it's much more authentic, and it allows the show is independent no matter what, but it just gives us another level of independence. Like I said, the folks that work with me or any podcast, they do not get any editorial rights whatsoever. It is not an endorsement. You hear us running campaign ad, it is not an endorsement. There's no money for that. You can't pay enough for that. That would contradict the idea of having an independent and unfiltered media. So that's just to give you a heads up. If you're interested, you can hit the link tree in the description and just go to my Patreon feed and do whatever you feel that you can do. For as little as $2 a month, $2 a month, you can join this mission to amplify Black voices. And we're many steps into it at this point. We're many steps into it. And I created this platform because it just seemed like the natural step to doing the Nathan Ivey Show. Again, many of you know the Nathan Ivey Show is Cincinnati's first daily digital talk show that focuses on the Black community. I see a lot of more people out there, and I love it. I think it's great. Room for everybody. But we were first. And while they may not give us credit, you guys, they goddamn sure they looking at what we doing like, oh, look what Nate's doing. I want to do this too. 100%. I've had conversations with people. I know it to be true. 100%. So we, along with the choppers, were first. And I want to make sure that the people understand that we planted our flag first. That's important to me because people that try to just run over you and try to forget you, I ain't for that. Nah. We work too hard together collectively with this show. People getting up 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., sharing the show, hit me with contacts, things like that. So I really appreciate you. And we are just getting started. We're just getting started. So some of the folks on CBN, like I told you, I think Donnie B is going to give us a call and chime in and ride shotgun with me for a while at about 5:30. Fast Pitch with the Valet Service Podcast. She's out there in the community. She may give us a call and give us some updates. You can check her out on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. And, of course, you got me. You got me. Same OG, rocking with you, giving you the latest information. I want to make sure we set the table. Also, I'm unveiling a new text messaging campaign. You can directly text message me. It is my phone. It will go to this phone right here. My number is in the description. It's very, very simple. If that's something that you're interested in, I'll put it on the screen as well. 513-953-4224. That is my number. 513-953-4224. And I can put it on the screen for you as well. And you can, again, that's not the call-in number. That's my personal number. You can call me and you can text me. And I'm just building out my text messaging campaign. Just another level of connecting with the audience. Real simple. So there it is. That's why I'm here. That's what I'm doing. And I'll be here possibly until 4 a.m. I will take some breaks here or there. We'll play some music for you in and out. But primarily, I want to rock with you. I'm built for this. Let's get it. Pamela's in the chop shop. She writes, woohoo, let the games begin. You know it. Deborah writes, hello. Tanika writes, hey, Nate in the choppers. Good morning to you, Tanika. Broadway Flo writes, got a feeling tonight vibe, a doozy. We're going to see things that we haven't seen before. You really think so, Broadway? You really think so? We're going to see some things we never seen before, huh? Like what, man? Like what? Now, all over the country is being reported, and Cincinnati, Ohio is no different. You got businesses that are like preparing for what appears to be like civil unrest. And I understand why. If I had a storefront, man, I might put some boards up over my glass as well. I might just do that because you can't trust these folks these days. You don't know what the hell people might do, especially after the 2020 that we saw with all of the George Floyd, Breonna Taylor protests around the country. You never know. And added to that, you got a president that's whipping up the white supremacists. Yeah. Stand back and stand by, he said. Yeah, so you never know what can happen. I'll say it like I said it this morning in case you missed it. If there is violence, I think it's going to come from the right. It's going to come from the white militia groups, the same kind of folks that had a plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. It's going to come from those folks if there is, in fact, going to be any violence. That's what it'll come from. Or, and I said this again, the QAnon people. If you don't know who they are and you missed the show this morning, I'll run it down for you again. But we got our first call of the evening. Let's go straight to it. Hey, good morning, Tracy. Welcome.
It's not morning anymore, Nate.
I know.
I know that's what you're used to saying.
I'm so used to it.
Listen,
so, good evening.
I'm out in these streets being a poll watcher, first time ever.
Really?
And my territory is Forest Park where I live, and I have 8 locations that I have been bouncing back and forth between since 1 o'clock. I work half a day today, and it has been slow out here. Now, let me not paint an ugly picture, because we know how many people voted early, right? And did the mail-in ballots. So I've been bouncing around, and the traffic has been steady, but it has been light. And I've lived in Forest Park for 20 years. And typically, especially around this time of day when people start getting off work, there's lines out the wazoo, and then there's lines at like 6 o'clock in the morning. But it has been like a slow pace. I've looked at the representatives. You know how you have people sitting out here and they hand you the slate. There's only been Democratic slates being handed out here. There are no Republicans out here. So I guess they're just taking it for granted, and they're probably in those heavily concentrated Republican areas of Cincinnati. But there's only been Democrats out here. But there's only been, like, in these 8 lots, maybe 10 to 15 cars. So I'm just hopefully banking on the fact that these residents of Forest Park have voted early like I did. I turned my ballot in on 3 weeks ago. And I'm at Word of Deliverance right now driving through the lot. And there's a few people out here, maybe 20 cars. But it's just been a slow stream. And I'm just thinking everybody voted early. You know, they're in that number that they've been showing nationally of people that have voted early. And everybody just got this over and done with and out of the way.
Mm-hmm. Poll work. You said it's your first year doing it, huh?
Yeah, it's my first year doing it.
What made you want to do it?
And it's pretty cool because it's not intense. I don't have to interact with anybody. I did hear over at the Forest Park Senior Center, I was talking to this guy, and he said there was a black Trump supporter that came up and was arguing, and they almost got into like a knockdown, drag out, because he just believes that coronavirus is a hoax, and he believes Trump is going to win, and he just got very combative, and it could have went left, but it was squashed. So, you know, that was the only highlight of the day. I didn't get to witness it, but, you know, I'm just in my car, you know, looking at different folks and bouncing around to each polling location here.
Okay. Hey, well, Tracy,
all right.
Hey, stay connected. Anything happens, let us know.
I sure will.
Oh, that's Tracy chiming in. I appreciate it. Poll worker, huh? Man, make that money. I ain't mad at you. Let's go back to the phones. Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh, they hung up. Somebody was on a 545 number. Call me back. I'll put you straight on. I'm just so trained to being in the morning. So forgive me, fam, if you hear me say it a couple times. You know, there's some other people. As I was going live, I'm like, man, you know what? There's some folks out there doing incredible work that I want to talk to. You know what I'm saying? I want to hook up. I'm gonna reach out to Brother Lawrence because I know Brother Lawrence is doing big things in our community. I'd love to come and have him come on. I don't know if he happens to be watching. I'll put it out there, Brother Lawrence, if you're listening. I'd love to interview you and talk to you about what's going on here in Cincinnati. And in terms of black politics and black agendas, I'd love to talk to Ron Hummons as well. I just thought about this as I was coming on today, and because these brothers doing incredible work, in my opinion, that has the potential to have a huge impact in terms of black families and black political power. And so I think it's very important if we're going to have this conversation to talk to people on all levels, the grassroots levels included, in my humble opinion. But back to the phones we go. Good afternoon.
Hi, Nate Ivey. This is Ann Flotman. How are you today?
Hey, Ann Flotman, how you doing?
I'm nervous, but I'm good. How about you?
You said nervous, huh? So what does that feel like? Here you are a candidate. It's election day. You say you're nervous, huh?
Yes, I'd say I'm nervous. So, you know, I don't know what to expect. This is my first campaign. You were out there for early voting because I know I saw you. You saw the excitement and the number of people there and just the whole vibe at the Board of Elections. It's not quite the same today. There's not very many people out in line. There were only lines early in the day. So it's just hard to know, like, what's actually happening out there right now. When you're at the Board of Elections, it's right there in front of you.
Right.
You know? But right now, with polling places all over hundreds of them all over the city, we were running from one to the other. It's really different.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you feeling? What's your read on what's happening in Hamilton County?
Well, I mean, my read is, as a political scientist, right, I'm just really interested in seeing the reaction, how the electorate is going to react, how the black electorate is going to react. From a media perspective, I'm really interested in seeing and analyzing the various, you know, media campaigns that candidates ran, and are they going to be successful? You know, I'm looking at it from that standpoint. I'm looking at the same numbers that you are, Ann, and everybody else. I can't predict it. I won't even try to. I'm just going to react to it as it comes in. That's how I look at it. Mm-hmm. But then, Ann, just you're on the line and people are listening right now. Some people might be in line about the vote, but tell people, you know, what you're running for.
Oh, thank you. I'm running for the Hamilton County Court of Domestic Relations. That's the court that you go to if you are getting a divorce, or if after your divorce you have to go back to try to change something like your child support or your parenting schedule. And it's also where you go if there is domestic violence in your family or in your household.
Okay.
So it's the only area of law I've ever practiced in. It touches, I think, more lives of people in Hamilton County than many courts do. You know, because even if it's not your family, it might be your neighbor, your coworker,
right,
or your cousin, you know. Right. So it's an important court, but not a lot of people know what we do, but that's good. That means they haven't had to go there.
Right, absolutely. So how much time did you spend down at the Board of Elections?
So I took off work for 7 of the last 9 working days. 7. And I was down there all the time. Before that, my husband was there. There were people who were there. Somebody from almost every campaign was there all the time. I don't think I was ever there that somebody from Alicia Reese's or Kate Schroeder's campaign wasn't there working in that bullpen.
Yeah, I'm
handing
pulling.
out literature. Charmaine McGuffey, same thing.
I'm pulling for all those ladies. I'm pulling for all those ladies.
Yeah.
I hope they all come through. I hope all of you come through with a win. Did you see anything? What did you see? Did you see anything interesting? Any stories to share with us?
Well, this was reported in the Inquirer earlier in the week. There were a couple people in the Republican bullpen who were just, pretty outrageous. A couple older women, and I say that they're my age. But one of them, there was a couple walking toward us to go get in line to vote. I was walking with candidate Nicole Sanders. We were walking back from handing out literature in the line. And they were, I believe, Sikh, because the guy had the turban on that's called a dastar. And the woman in the bullpen pointed at their backs as they passed her and said in her megaphone, "That's why we need to build the wall higher."
This is America. This is America.
Yeah.
This is America.
Right. Just bold as can be. So I tried to reach David Pepper. And a lot of times that's the ODP chairman. I can get his attention on Twitter faster than anything. So I put it on Twitter. I do not have a very, very active Twitter. Like maybe I get 7 likes on something and 4 of them are my family. But somehow when I tweeted this at him on Twitter, it really took off and the Inquirer heard about it and it was put in the paper. The Republican Party says they don't know who the lady is. But interestingly, Nate, she was never back there after that. She'd been there every day. So we saw that. I saw another woman from that group just sort of hounding voters. Like if you took a blue ballot, which is the Democratic ballot, she would say like, "Oh, are you a socialist? Do you want to be a socialist? Do you want to kill babies?" Just, these people are in line to vote. They don't need to be harassed by that. They've taken the blue ballot. That tells you what they're going to do. Let them vote. So I did see all that, but I also saw people running to get in line and people who waited an hour or more in line and stood there in the wind and the cold to do it. It pretty much could make you cry some days. It was pretty impressive.
Hey, Ann, so again, the polls don't close until 7:30. This could be a last push. Anything you want to say directly to voters in terms of your campaign?
Yes, I would like to tell the voters that if they want to have justice in Hamilton County, they need to take the entire Democratic ballot, take it from who's ever at the polls, handing it to you. There's not a D or an R on the ballot. We have 13 extremely qualified, very compassionate people who want to serve the public of Hamilton County. We want to fix our justice system, or as many of us call it, the injustice system. So if you'll take that blue ballot, and if you've waited in line or waited this long, you waited 4 years for this opportunity to change politics in America. Take an extra minute and vote all the judges. We're at the very end, and I'm the last one. So if you haven't voted for Ann Flotman, you're not finished. Hang in there.
Hey, Ann, thank you for your time. And again, feel free to call back in if anything happens, throughout the evening. I'll be here.
I will let you know. Thank you again, Nate. Talk to you again soon.
Most
Take care.
Most def. That's Ann Flotman, Domestic Relations Court. Again, one of the names that maybe you didn't recognize, but she is there. Let me reach out to you because, again, I'll say it again. I try to put in a good faith effort to reach out to everybody. And I even got a chance to connect with, Herman the Jolie. Because like I told you, I want to talk to everybody. I tried to reach out to him as well today. And we conversed a little bit on social media, on Facebook. And he just said he was like really, really big. Let me read it. He said, "Brother, I'm scrambling to move signs to polling locations. The political parties have a ground game that an independent can't compete against. Let me keep pushing today. Let's talk after the election. My team is just too small to cover the polls, and I am driving all over." Cool. I told him, yeah, that works. Again, people are going to vote right now. Okay. People are in line right now with their cell phones. I was there. If you're standing in line, 9 times out of 10, you're on Facebook, you're on YouTube, you're looking for content, you're looking for information, and you might be watching the Nathan Ivey, or should I say the CinDigital Media Black Voter Push Watch Party as well. So this could be a last push for candidates to get in line. You never know. These races could come down to 50 votes. If I was a candidate, I would leave no stone unturned. So if you know someone's a candidate, Just send them, link them, let them know, like, hey, Nate is on. This could be a last second. I guarantee you somebody's going to be in line watching this program or listening to this program 100%. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. And so this could be a last opportunity for you as a candidate to pitch voters. You know, this is free of charge. All you got to do is call in and speak your piece. This is open to Democrats and Republicans, independents. I don't care. If your name's on the ballot, it's open to you. Simple as that. 513-873-7134. Because as a black voter, our agenda and our issues are deeper than just one party. Do I believe that there's one party that has a history of completely ignoring us? Yeah, I do. Do I believe there's one party that has a history of not fully actualizing what's important to us? Yes, I do. But again, these are tools in the toolbox. Let's use them. Let's use them. Let's be smart about it moving forward. So what happens tonight matters. It matters in a huge and big way. We know that. But for black people in particular, for the black voter, for the black family, what we do after today is what really matters. What we do moving forward is what will change our lives. What we do moving forward is what's going to impact your children's life, your mother's life, your brother, people in your family, friends. We'll just put it that way. It's not on the Democrat Party or the Republican Party. It's on us. We have to save us. If anybody's going to liberate black people, it's going to be black people. Now, will that be in the form of an agenda? Could be. Will it be a new our black party like P. Diddy is starting? Could be. Could it be the contract with Black America, Ice Cube? Could be. Could it be the Black Futures Lab? Could be. Could it be Black Lives Matter? Could be. Could be all of the above. Could be all of the above. But what we do, no matter who wins the presidential election, we have to save us. No matter who wins the Hamilton County prosecutor's race, we have to save us. No matter who wins the Hamilton County sheriff's race, we have to save us. Okay, period. And that, to me, has to be the attitude. Those are tools. All right, that's about the prioritization of policy and dollars, tax dollars. Those are tools. But the energy, to me, family, it starts in our family right there. It starts the way that we interact and the way that we raise our babies. The way that we look after our mothers and our fathers as they get older. The kinds of conversations that we have over Thanksgiving dinner. Don't waste these opportunities. Thanksgiving's coming up. You should plan your conversation. Don't just sit around and wax nostalgia. That's cool. That's cool. But start strategizing inside your family. Like if you was ever going to start a business, you should do it with the members of your own family and your friends. Start there. Start there. I think there's a connection between the money and the politics, quite honestly. And if you look at those presidential debates, man, black issues got completely fucking ignored. I will be cursing, just so you fucking know. Because we grown folks now, and it's and that's just my natural tendency. People got me all wrong. They think they know me. You don't really know me. You know what I'm saying? Trust me. All this shit about people who with low IQs curse, you must have lost your motherfucking mind. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my entire life. Sometimes there are certain words that grown folks, you need to use them. You're going to hear all of it tonight. All right? Tell your babies, grown folks time. I'm just telling you. I'm not filtered at all. Whatever the fuck I think is what's coming out, period. If you can't deal with it, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Turn me down just a little bit. Don't turn me off, but turn me down a little bit. So again, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Green Party, Charter Party, this shit don't matter. What matters is how we conduct ourselves as members of our own family. Thanksgiving's coming up. Christmas is coming up. You're going to be interacting, perhaps if COVID allows. Oh yeah, by the way, there's some more information about COVID we got to share. This COVID shit is going nuts. I don't have no respect for nobody out there that don't wear a mask. I don't want to hear shit from you, period. I don't want to hear that dumb shit at all. My rights. Your rights. They need to lock your ass up the way they did that brother Rashawn Davis. But of course, they reserve that for the black folks in Hamilton County. Yet another reason we got to get rid of Joe Dieters. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I ain't giving no endorsements, but I'm not going to shy away from telling you how I feel about these candidates, because I feel like I'd be doing my people and myself a disservice if I didn't keep it real with you when I see the dumb shit. I'm going to keep it real with you, 100%. But back to what I was saying. What really matters to black people is what we do. It's about us. It's about how we conduct our family affairs. It's about how we structure our business and our finances. It's about the choices that we as the black family make in this path called life. It's about what we do and how we set things up. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to talk about criminal justice, and that's important, but what about the money? What about the dollars? What about black wealth building? There were no questions during any of the presidential debates about black wealth building. How many black folks out there think that that's important? Oh, I know it's important because the Black Futures Lab, shout out to them, they did a poll of about 30,000 black voters across the country. You go to their website right now, there's a long list of what those voters in that particular poll is important to them. The vast majority of that stuff didn't even come up during the presidential campaign. It's a travesty. It's a travesty. It's a travesty. The moderators was shit. Let's keep it real. They was whack as hell. You know it and I know it. They was whack. Kristen Welker was whack as fuck. You know it and I know it. I'm keeping it 100 with you. She was whack. The best one, in my opinion, was the second one, was the white female. She had the best questions, in my opinion. That's just me. I mean, she was weak too, quite honestly. Can we get some black moderators? No, we got to build our own platforms. And then we can have some black moderators. If we expect for the Commission on Presidential Elections to look after our interests, we will be we'll be bones. We'll be dust and bones waiting for that. It ain't going to happen. The Lone Ranger was full of shit. Captain Kirk, full of shit. Nobody's coming to save us. White Jesus is not coming to save you. We will be our own salvation. There's people out there already know. You got black folks working in this city trying to advance the cause, advance the culture on many different levels. But like I said, I mean, we couldn't get no questions about black wealth building. We couldn't get no questions about, increasing wages. We couldn't get no questions about, plans to alleviate student loan debt, when we know for a fact that black females are shouldering more student loan debt than anybody else demographically, any one demographic in the country. And black folks are the most consistent voting black for the Democrat Party. And we couldn't get no questions about none of that. Y'all asking questions, dumbass questions about shit that don't. They talking about Breonna Taylor, but they're not even talking about no-knock warrants, qualified immunity, the things that really matter to us. Completely missed. These motherfuckers talking about North Korea. Remember this? Kristen Welker asked a question about North Korea before she asked a question about black people that live in North America. So clearly, that is not our salvation. That is a false god. That's a false prophet right there. Now, having said all of that, politics is a tool. It's a very valuable tool to decide policy priorities and where your tax dollars go. Policy priorities and where your tax dollars go. We all paying taxes here in Hamilton County. They hitting you with that sales tax. Where your money going? So even if you don't vote, I believe you have a seat at the table and your voice should be heard, in my humble opinion. That's just me. I'm just keeping it 100 with you. Yeah, it's a different look. Nate cursing? Yeah, I'm a real person. I curse and everything. Hey, what's up, Jane? Good morning, Jane. Jane's the admin with the Friends page. She started that, and I appreciate her 100%. Good to see you, Jane. Good to see everybody. Charles kicked us off. He's on YouTube. He writes, what to do, choppers? On my way to get one of my youths and go vote. Absolutely, Charles. Appreciate it and respect it, brother. Anthony writes, hey, hey, hey. I think it was the Fat Albert. Hey, hey, hey. I'm not sure. Black Russia writes, good afternoon. Hashtag alt middle. Good afternoon. Deshauna's on YouTube. She writes, good afternoon/evening. Now, if you hear me say good morning, that's because my brain, after years and years of doing a morning show, it's just kind of like a part of the way I talk now when I'm on the air. So forgive me. pardon me, I'm going to try my best to speak with intentionality in terms of the time frame of the show. I'm going to try my best. And I'm going to be cursing like a motherfucker, too, so just get ready for that shit. Fame writes, hashtag alt middle. Good morning to you, Fame. Deborah writes, hello, everyone. Let me see. He writes, good afternoon, brethren. Tanika's in the house. Good to see her. Lee's in the house. What's up, Lee? We talked to him a little earlier today. He writes, good afternoon. Deshauna writes, I voted quick in and out. It's good to hear. Good to hear. Jane's in the house. Lee writes, my daughter said her and her husband aren't voting for the two races. Shaking my damn head. I mean, that's they right. That's they right. But at least they vote in down ballot, right? You know, to me, it all matters. To me personally, it all matters. And I want to share some demographics with you, should I say, from the Pew Research Center. Are you hip to Pew Research Center? They do great work analyzing public opinion here in the United States on a variety of issues. I go there on a regular basis and check them out in terms of what they have to share. Hey, what's up, Dwayne? Thank you so much for becoming a patron this evening. I appreciate it. D Wizzle just became a patron. Appreciate that. Yeah, I've got multiple things that yo, Kevin, shout out to Kevin. Appreciate you, man, for lining up these guests for me. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, great. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Speaking of Kevin, I'm scheduled to get a phone call with should I say, Kevin Aldridge, black male. He's the opinion editor at the Cincinnati Inquirer. Cares about his community. I'm telling you firsthand, he cares about the community, and he's pretty dope writer too. Very sharp mental to share his opinions. We're gonna I guess you can say politically prognosticate. Hey, Fame. In terms of sports betting, I know you don't like the word gambling, but I know in terms of sports betting, is it just sports or can you make bets on politics? Because that would be pretty dope if you could do that. I don't know. That's his wheelhouse. So I asked him. But anyway, Kevin Aldridge is scheduled to give us a call a couple times tonight. Once before the end of the polls close and then after the polls close, and we can analyze the numbers as they come in. Because again, I want to preface everybody. I mean, I'm not here to tell you that we're going to get poll numbers. I'm sorry, that we're going to get a conclusion about the presidential election. That might not happen. I think it's much more realistic, however, that we will get a conclusion in terms of the state races, county races, things like that. So I'm telling you, this could be an epic night. I'll be honest, I'm going to go ahead and say this. If Joe Dieters is defeated, it'll be a better day for Hamilton County. How many people believe that, family? If Joe Dieters is defeated by Fanon Rucker and becomes the next Hamilton County prosecutor, that will be a great day for Hamilton County on a number of different levels. Number one, in terms of diversity. Everybody knows that the Hamilton County Prosecutor's Office needs to be diversified. And I want to say it again, shout out to the NAACP and the Prince Hall Masons. That's why I rock with them. Because anyone in Hamilton County and Cincinnati that's doing something positive for black people, you got an ally across the board. I don't even got to know you. You got an ally across the board. You know, anything I'm involved with, let's see how we can work together across the board. And I know a lot of people got a lot of critiques and criticism in the NAACP and all that. They just don't know the work that they do. Because they're very modest people. They don't really like beat their chest and all this kind of stuff. They just kind of do the work. But I think they're invaluable in our community. And in these COVID days and nights, those forums that they put together, in my opinion, there's no words to express how much of a resource it was for our community. That you could sit at home and then get qualified people to be a part of it and then get the information. There's no price tag you can put on that. I know they're going to be doing a watch party. I believe it kicks off about 7:30. Please support them. Check them out. We all swimming in the same direction here. Don't forget your boy now. I ain't going nowhere. Maybe you go back and forth or whatever. That'd be great. See, that's great for you. More is always better. In most cases, I guess. I'll stand by that until I'm corrected. We'll put it that way. I'll reserve the right to change my mind if some dumb shit come up. Oh, Nace. Oh, Anime Savage writes, K Works is my mom. Is that right? Okay. Well, listen, moms came in. I appreciate her. And I'm looking very forward to getting her input and her having an impact as we build out our platforms. Yes, CDM is just the beginning. We need much more. And I want to do as much as I can to push that agenda forward. I wake up every day thinking about how I can deliver for my community and how I can deliver for the various hosts that I'm partnered with. That's what I do every day. That's what I'm thinking about. If I'm not doing some family-ish, I'm on, or some independent, like, some particular Nathan Ivey-ish, it's about CDM and advancing and amplifying the Black voices and the people that we're working with. That's what I do every day. And I love it. I ain't got, what else is better than that? What's better than that? So tell moms, I'm going to tell her myself if I haven't already, if she's not listening, but thank you so much. Again, folks, consider becoming a patron for as little as $2 per month. And what'll happen is you'll put your debit card or whatever in, and it'll just come out automatically. You can stop it whenever you want to. If you're like, man, screw this, man, this ain't worth it. Okay, I understand. No problem. We still people. We still good people. It is what it is. But this is a way to crowdfund directly to the people that get the most out of what we do. You get the most out of what I do. I do it for you every morning. So why not go to you to make that direct appeal? So one of the reasons why I want to do the stream holds multiple functions, is to just tell more about what we're doing with the Patreon feed. And we've got different levels there, depending on the level that you decide to come in, and you get unlock different rewards. And I've got more plans for that. I want to make sure that people are getting merch, my patrons, on a regular basis. And Patreon has just sort of like taken off the ceiling and offered more things they weren't offering before. And so I think it makes it even more attractive now. And so I'm just putting more of an emphasis and more on a push to my patrons to give you the exclusive content that I promised to give you. So I do an exclusive show. It's called Fade to Black. It's only behind that Patreon wall. And you can get access for as little as $2 a month. And then again, depending on the level that you come in. Yeah. They're just going to mess up for Ask Ashley. Hey, Ash, I'll send it to you as soon as I can. I'm in the middle of a broadcast if she happens to be watching. But what was I saying here? So yeah, it unlocks different levels. So depending on what level you come in, it'll unlock more or less. Very, very simple. But again, for as little as $2 per month, which if you count it up, what is that? $14 a year? Am I wrong about that? No. It's $24 a year. For as little as $24 a year, $2 a month, you can support this movement and support this mission to amplify Black voices. And including in terms of, I even shared, exactly what we're doing, with your funds. Again, 100% of it goes right back into CDM. 100% goes right back in. I'm taken care of in other ways. But in terms of that, it goes right back into, just the various things. Like if anybody ever did a website or you did anything, that shit ain't free. They don't just say you give you a website. You go to Wix, they charge you $20 a month for that. If, that means storage. You wouldn't believe Spreaker. All these folks, once a month, they add it. Like, where's it at, Nate? And of course, I'm willing to make an investment in what I do. I believe in it 100%. So I would never ask you to do something that I'm not doing, and I'm not doing first. I'm going to be out. Listen, if we're going to storm the front in the battlefield and I'm asking you to do it, I'm going to be out front. We all going up or down together. Simple as that. But again, for as little as $2 a month, you can join as a Patreon and help to amplify Black voices. Because if you look at, the other, if you want to call it competition, I don't really look at it that way. I don't really look at it that way per se. Maybe I'm naive, but I honestly don't look at it that way. I look at it kind of differently. But if you look at these other media platforms, some of these things are like conglomerates. They got satellite stations all over the country. They're making tens of millions of bucks. The only way we can compete with that in terms of offering you what we like to offer you is to raise funds. So again, if that sounds something that is appealing to you, there's a link in the bio. Just hit the link tree and it'll link you to everywhere I'm at on social media, including CDM and including my Patreon feed. And you can join as well. All right. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Ivey. It's Pavan Parikh. How are you today?
Hey, what's up, Pavan?
Hey, just wanted to call in, check in with you, see how you're doing, see how your viewers and listeners are doing today. It's election day, so just ready to get to the end of this thing in about 2.5 more hours.
Yeah, man. So how do you feel? So first, Pavan, thanks for calling in. I appreciate it. But for the people who are listening right now, tell people, what you're running for.
Sure. So I am the Democratic nominee for probate court judge for Hamilton County.
Okay. I talked to Ann Flotman. She says she's very nervous. How do you feel?
I mean, look, you can't help but be a little nervous. If you're not a little nervous, I think you're in the wrong business, right? Like, you put your entire career and future in 200,000 or more voters' hands, and you got to hope they all come through for you at the end of the day. So I think nervous is the right frame of mind to be in. But look, early voting was strong. All indications were that the turnout was high and that it was heavily in the favor of Democratic candidates and people that really want to change in this county. But that said, look, there's still votes to be cast. There's still 2.5 hours left if the polls are open. And if any of your viewers or listeners haven't voted yet, I beg them to get down to their local polling location, because as long as you're in line by 7:30, they cannot kick you out. You have to be allowed to vote as long as you are in line at your local polling location by 7:30. And so get out the vote, make sure that your voice is being heard, and let's try to bring some change to Hamilton County.
Hey, Pavan, when did you declare that you were running? How long is this of a journey has it been for you?
I mean, it's been 10 months, 11 months. Wow. It was December, I think. So it's been a while. The filing deadline was in the beginning of December. So it's been almost an entire year of trying to navigate this. And COVID definitely threw us for a wrench, but I think we've done everything absolutely we can possibly do in this environment to try to reach as many voters as possible, tell them what my message of change is for the probate court, why I think I'm the better choice than the incumbent, why I think I could be a breath of fresh air and change for the better for transparency, accountability, and empathy from the court.
Now, is this your first campaign that you're running?
Second. So I ran in 2018 for a general division seat, and I got approached with the opportunity to run for the probate court seat, which I was very excited about because the probate court is actually a very large administrative operation. You've got a staff of almost 40 full-time staff. And all the changes that I wanted to make last time around in my court, that I don't only have the staff of 2 or 3, and I came up a little bit short. I can make those changes at scale at the probate court and really try to help a lot of people across our county.
Mm-hmm. Tell us more about probate court for folks who are like, probate court, what do they do?
Yeah, so look, I'll be very honest. For most people, to the extent that they know anything about it, it's probably not good. They have only probably heard about it if someone in their family passes away and they got to hire a lawyer and go through the probate process to figure out who gets what at the end of the day. But it's also a court where people go to where good things happen. It's the court you go to get a marriage license. It's the court you go to in order to finalize the adoption of a child. Yes, it is also the court that you would go to if someone in your family did pass away and you have to deal with the administration of the state. And yes, it is also the court that you would go to if you or someone in your family had to be involuntarily committed for mental health treatment or drug and alcohol treatment. But it's got a very wide jurisdiction. And if you look at all the different jurisdictions and authorities it has, it's got over 88 in total. It affects all of our lives. It's the one court that you're going to come into contact with if you haven't done anything wrong in your life. If you go to the general common pleas general division, you've either done something wrong or been accused of doing something wrong, or something bad has happened to you. Probate court's a place where you can go to where you're going there for a joyous reason, to add a child, to add a spouse. So it's something that's going to affect all of our lives. And I think it's important to have somebody in that job that has a breadth of life and legal experience throughout their career.
Okay. So how is COVID different? Like how did it change your campaign? How did it make you change campaigning as a candidate?
Man, it changed everything. I mean, most campaigns are based upon getting some volunteers together, getting out, going knocking on doors, going to people at church festivals, going to people, going to church on Sunday and meeting people before and after. I mean, it's so much based upon that one-on-one in-person contact. And that's all been taken away from us since March. So you really had to adjust and try to figure out, okay, how do you reach people where they're at? How can you get to people online? How can you get to people if they're doing community events? But, so for example, some church services have moved to an online service. So I spoke to a congregation a few weeks ago and talked about my ideas on why social justice is important. And we did it through Zoom. So you got an opportunity to still speak to people, but I think it's taken a lot of people some time to readjust what their expectations are or how they can conduct business. Because let's be honest, a lot of us were really hoping this would go away and we'd be able to get back to life life as normal as soon as possible. And when you're running a campaign, you don't really have the luxury to wait a year to figure that out because you got a deadline of election day. So we tried to wait it out for a couple months and then realized pretty quickly that we were just going to have to go all in on a digital strategy because it just wasn't safe to meet people in person. And we didn't want to put any of our volunteers at risk. We didn't want to put any of our supporters at risk. And we wanted to still find a way to get our message out to people.
Sometimes life happens and you end up learning new ways to do things. Do you think that'll happen in terms of elections? Like you said, a lot of candidates had to switch to a digital strategy. Are there some things that you think that will stay even after and if COVID goes away in terms of campaigning?
I hope so. I do hope so. I think that, one of the biggest losses of your time that you experience on the campaign trail is just driving from event to event. And, there could be a night, Hamilton County is not a small place, so there could be a night where you're going from something in Harrison to something in Anderson and just doing the round trip from both of those locations. You're adding hours and hours to your night. And so the one thing that I hope sticks to an extent is the ability to do a hybrid of in-person and digital meet and greets and informational gatherings and forums. I think the NAACP did a really great job of doing their forum digitally so everybody could watch it and spacing it out so it's not all in one night. Because that way you can reach people a little bit easier than forcing them to also come meet you. I would love to be able to go back to meeting people in person, and I think a lot of us really do long for that day. But I do think that we could use technology and some of these tools to just be a little bit more helpful at getting this information out to a lot of people, keeping a digital record. So if somebody can't actually just make that one personal event, they still have an opportunity to hear what you have to say. And if it's a debate, they have an opportunity to hear both sides. So I hope we can keep some of it.
Okay. So just in closing, man, just talk directly to the voters. People are still in line or in line right now for the next 2.5 hours. Why should voters vote for you, Pavan?
Well, listen, I think that it is time for a change in our country. I think it is time for change in our county. The same people have been in charge of our county courthouse for all of us listening our entire lives and probably for our parents and our grandparents' lives. And there needs to be a change in leadership. I think that the probate court is a perfect example of a court that could do so much more if it had the right people in leadership. And what I mean by that is that you have two different ideas of what a court can be. A court can be a place where a case is decided and the judge moves on to the next thing. Or the court can be a place where the judge looks at a case and says, what are the root causes of the problems that got us here? And how can I try to address that from behind the bench? And how can I go out into the community to help try to address that? And that's what my idea of what the court needs to be is. And so my commitment is to make the court more accessible, make sure that we're getting out into the community. Like I said, this is a court that is going to touch everyone's lives. So let's do our work. Let's work with the faith community. Let's work with nonprofits. Let's work with community partners. Make sure everyone has access to counseling to get an estate plan or a will or a living will or a healthcare power of attorney. Let's make sure people are taken care of so that they can fully exercise their right of self-determination as to what happens to them and their property, and they can take care of their families. Because at the end of the day, probate court is a family court. It's a place where you go to add to your family, or unfortunately when someone in your family has passed. And so let's make this process as painless as possible, and let's make sure that we are saving families and not letting them get torn apart in the process. But that takes the commitment and the will of the probate court judge, and I'm committed to being that type of judge.
Pavan, thank you for your time. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Ivey.
Yep.
I appreciate it, and I look forward to talking to you after I get some rest tonight.
All right, take it easy. Yeah, most def.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, doors always open. It's Pavan. And probate court, he is a candidate. I'm not sure if you've already voted. If you haven't, again, this is the last opportunity to hear for voters to hear from candidates. Literally, people are standing in line. People are getting off of work right now. Okay, this is a free opportunity for candidates to connect using the power of digital media. And he said some things I think make a lot of sense. I can see a hybrid. Like there's some things that have happened during this COVID-19 pandemic that I think is going to change the way that we communicate as human beings forever. And he mentioned the NAACP again, props to them. I mean, what a pivot. And they were doing them in person. They said, you know what, we still got to do what we got to do for the people. Ha-ha. Boom. And I'm very proud to say the CDM was a part of that, you know, working with these kind of folks that care about our community in particular. And like I told you, I'll say it again, you know, they did great work. If you're looking for insight into any of the candidates, judicial especially, but all the candidates, then go to their Facebook page and check it out. You still got time if you haven't already done so. They did great work. They did excellent work, in my opinion. Let me jump inside the chop shop and see. I cannot and will not forget my people inside the chop shop. Pamela writes, she's in the house. Majestic writes, good morning. Good afternoon, folks. There it is again. Every time I mistakenly say good morning, then you got to drink. Okay? Take that. I know you got your bottle with you. Quit fronting. No, I don't drink. I'll drink some water. You drink whatever you got. There it is. I'm a water dude. You know what I'm saying? Mason Marla writes, y'all trying to start ish without me? I'm in the house. He writes. Good to see you. Good to see you. We got Kevin Aldridge from the Inquirer calling. Hey, Kevin. Good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Nathan? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. Hey, listen, thank you for your time, you know, this evening, this momentous election night, and dropping in and sharing your thoughts with us, man. I'm trying to not say good morning because I'm just so used to being on in the morning that it makes I have to pause for a second and just say good evening. So that explains a little hiccup.
Hey, you may still be on in the morning the way this election may go. So you might be all right saying that in a few hours.
You're right about that. So what's going on, man? What are you seeing? What are you hearing? And what are you feeling?
I think, you know, I'm feeling probably what a lot of other people out there are feeling, which is a sense of you're not quite sure how things will go. I mean, I think many people feel like they know which way it should go. In terms of what we're talking about, if we're talking about nationally, the presidential election, but I think that, 2016 still looms a lot, you know, in a lot of people's minds. And, you know, despite what polls might say, it matters who turns out to the polls. I mean, we know that there is a tremendous amount of early voting that took place, record-shattering early voting that took place in Ohio. We're seeing it around the country. But what happens today, what happens up until the polls close at 7:30 is probably what's going to ultimately determine, how a lot of these races turn out. So, I think there's tremendous enthusiasm on both sides. I think that we should not underestimate the amount of enthusiasm that Trump supporters have, and they're certainly going to turn out and have been turning out today. And so it'll just be a matter of how much the early vote goes toward Biden, and what they're able to do today to cut into what we're expecting to be a more of a Trump election day turnout. So that'll be real interesting. But I've always said, Nathan, that the determiner, I think, is going to be how the black vote turns out today. If black people show up strong at the polls, I think it's going to be a really good election for the Democrats. I think if Biden and Democrats are not successful in getting really good black turnout, it's going to be, I think, a repeat of what we saw 4 years ago.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And this might be rhetorical. Maybe you can't answer it, but it's almost like I feel like, why wouldn't black voters turn out? It seems like there's so much at stake. I don't know if black folks are going to turn out to support Biden or to get rid of Trump. What's your sense of it?
Well, I definitely think there is a strong sentiment among a lot of black people if you talk to them about getting rid of Trump. I think what he represents, the way he's conducted himself, the way he sort of unleashed a lot of these, good old boy white supremacists who, are certainly feeling emboldened. I think that that resonates with a lot of black people who are concerned about that sort of thing. I do think there is maybe with older African Americans more so than younger African Americans. There's still a little bit of the Obama factor that's kind of attached to Joe Biden. It's like, yeah, you can't have Barack Obama, but Joe Biden is still a part of that legacy. So there's some degree of romanticism that's there. But I definitely feel like it is more of a referendum on Trump than it is I'm super excited about Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm. That's the sense I get as well. As well. Where do you think that Joe Biden went wrong with black folks, black voters? If that's a fair way of putting it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's where, Joe Biden went wrong. I mean, I think after Obama, it's going to be very hard for any Democratic candidate to match sort of the enthusiasm and the charisma and everything that Barack Obama brought with him. And he unleashed just sort of he was a record breaker in and of himself in terms of what he unleashed in terms of enthusiasm and support. And that campaign did a lot of things that you had not seen in politics before in terms of, getting young people enthused and energized about voting. And that's tough to duplicate, as we've seen, in the past couple of elections. Joe Biden is older. He doesn't really connect with younger voters, I think, in the same way that Obama does. And then, he's got a long history. He's got the crime bill, that continuously gets brought up in his record, and that a lot of black people look at that and say, that was a bad deal, and they associate that with Joe Biden. And while that is accurate in terms of Joe Biden's support of the crime bill, what often gets omitted from that conversation is that you had a lot of black leadership, a lot of black senators and things of that nature who were also pushing for that crime bill. Because let's not forget that crack cocaine and crime were destroying a lot of black neighborhoods, and so it wasn't, dealing with those issues was, a priority for many black communities. So there was a lot of black leadership at that time that was calling for that bill and supporting it. So we can't just beat up on Joe Biden and say Joe Biden supported the crime bill. When I think Joe Biden was trying to be supportive, I think what a lot of black people in leadership at that time were calling for. Now, that's not an excuse for, the impact of what that bill had, but I think sometimes as we move past history, we sort of lose the context and some of the facts when we're talking about these things. So I think that's some of the things that that Biden is kind of up against, in this election, and why he might not be resonating so much. I mean, I think he's tried to. Speak to some issues on black people. I mean, if you look at his website, he's got an agenda that he's been promoting for black Americans. Not to say that that's the best agenda or the definitive agenda for black people, but I think he's at least tried to put some things out there. I mean, I think there's, I think as a people, we're always going to be challenged with what the establishment comes up with versus what we think is acceptable or what needs to be there. But I think you're gonna find that with most politicians, that in politics, despite what these politicians promise us and say that what they're going to get done, if they get 25% of what they promise done, that's probably a good term. For a lot of these politicians, I think to think that any politician is going to deliver on every promise they make is just not realistic. And, I don't know a single presidential candidate, mayor, governor, you name it, who's delivered on every promise that they've made in an election.
Speaking of black agendas, what was your take? What's your general take on Ice Cube and that whole situation?
Man, you know what? And I've said this, that I think Cube had the right idea. I think his timing was bad. So here's what I agree with what Ice Cube is saying is that I think that black people as a group, as a voting bloc, if you want to look at it that way, needs to be a little bit more flexible in terms of how we distribute our vote. 90% of African Americans who vote Democrat. 89% of black voters who voted in 2016 voted for Hillary Clinton, almost 90%. I don't necessarily, while I understand all of the reasons that a great majority of black people vote for Democrats, I also don't think that it's healthy for one political party to be able to bank on 90% of our vote every time out. Because I think the position that we find ourselves in politically is we have one political party, which one might say is the Republican Party, which completely ignores our issues. And then you have the other party, the Democrats, who woefully underdeliver for the amount of support and loyalty that we show to that party. And I don't think that this is not to say that black people haven't made some advances under the Democrats and voting for Democratic candidates, but I don't think any of us would disagree with the fact that many of the same issues that I heard my parents talking about when I was a little boy, black people are still talking about in 2020. And we've had equal number in my lifetime. There have been 3 Democratic presidents that I've lived under and 3 Republican presidents that I've lived under. Yet black people are still talking about, by and large, the wage gap, the education gap, the wealth gap, battling racism. You name it. The same issues that we've talked about. We have made some advancements, but it's been very slow. Not the kind of advancements you would expect for a people that perennially, delivers 90% of their support to the Democrats. So, we either need to start holding the Democratic Party more accountable, which I think is what Ice Cube and some other people have been saying, is you not only do you have to earn our vote, but then you have to keep it by delivering on what you say you're going to do to us. You just can't show up every 4 years in the black community at black churches, feed us a line, and then when you get into office, we get the crumbs, for the kind of support that we deliver. Because let's remember, Democrats can't win without black votes. This is not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of fact that Democrats, by and large, could not win or have the kind of success that they have without the robust support that they get from black people. Conversely, I've always said the biggest mistake that Republicans make is they don't invest enough time in trying to speak to the issues of black people. Because if they could just peel off 20 to 25% of black support from Democrats, they would almost be unbeatable, in a lot of these races. So, both parties, now the one issue is that the Republicans, because of, gerrymandering and the Electoral College and a lot of other things, can still find ways to win elections without a significant black vote. But if they were to ever to decide that they wanted to open their tent in a significant way and maybe get their numbers up from, 10% or less, whatever it is, to up around, consistently 15, 20, 25%, they would be very difficult to beat in many elections. And so there is value in our vote. I think everybody, sometimes except us, I think realizes the power in that. Otherwise, you wouldn't see the extent to which some go to suppress our vote, to make it more difficult for us to vote. Because the fact of the matter is that when Black people vote, they make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the biggest, I think that's the biggest psych job that's been run on our community, is that our votes don't matter. Our votes absolutely matter. But what we have to do is make people earn it and then make them keep it. And I think that in order to do that, we have to be a little bit more flexible in saying to both sides need to speak to us, and our votes are available, for whoever is going to speak to our issues and deliver on our issues. But if we never make those votes available for the possibility of, a Republican Party, or even if I always get a little bit of flack for not mentioning libertarians and some other parties that are out there, because we only talk Republican or Democrat. But I think that, thinking of ourselves as perpetual free agents in terms of where our votes land might give us a little bit more power, and we might hear politicians on both sides looking to try to address our issues a little bit more. And so I kind of see that is where Ice Cube was trying to go, and saying that, if we take this attitude of we're not going to sit at the table with Republicans, let's just take Trump out of it, because I think when I say bad timing, I think that is really why I think his message kind of was received so negatively in some corners, is that Donald Trump is such a toxic, individual in many corners of the Black community. It's like nobody even wants to entertain the idea. Most socially conscious Black people don't even want to entertain the idea of sitting down with this man and having a conversation, because no one believes that he's negotiating in good faith, other than just try to use you as some sort of political pawn to say, see, here's some prominent Black man that, that support Trump. But his point is I think his larger point is do we go 4 years of being shut out of conversations on issues that affect us simply because we don't have a willingness to sit down with the other side and try to have conversations about getting our issues on their agenda? So that was kind of how I saw that whole thing kind of break down. And my thoughts on it were, I think he had the right idea. I think the timing, everything that we're up against with Trump, sort of made it a tough sell in a lot of corners.
I look at it like, in a dating situation, right? Like, don't always be available. Don't always be available, be like you single. Every time somebody, the dude or whoever, female, call you, don't always be available, or they'll take you advantage. I mean, it's the same, kind of relationship, or such a paradigm that may exist between Black voters and the Democrat Party and perhaps the Republican Party. But so I detect no lies, man. I agree with everything you said about Cube. I feel the exact same way. So what's your night like? And you're going to give us a call after the election returns start to come in. Is that correct? I appreciate your time, by the way.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, things won't really heat up till probably around 7:45, 8 o'clock. That's when many of the boards of elections will probably have their first dump of the early voting and absentee ballots that have kind of already taken place. So from the conversations that I've had with some folks at the various boards of elections around here, is that we can probably expect, the first dump of numbers maybe around 7:45, 8 o'clock. Those are the early votes. And then after that, I think we can expect to see numbers just kind of trickling in throughout the night, from the in-person voting today at the polls. And whereas we normally would get, the final official results tonight, I've been, told again by a number of boards of elections that it's unlikely that we'll get final official results tonight, mainly because they still have to count their all of the people who are bringing in absentee ballots that they might put in at the drop box today.
Okay.
So that's going to create a whole other situation that's going to take some time. You know, if you point back to the primary that we had earlier this year, you noticed how long it took. I mean, it took, you know, several days. I even think of, you know, maybe a couple weeks or longer before, you know, some of those races were decided. So I think that it'll be a lot like that. And I don't know if it'll take days or weeks before we, you know, get those final definitive numbers. I do know that they don't have to certify the final official results until November the 18th. So that's when everything is supposed to be certified and official at the Hamilton County Board of Elections, barring, you know, some legal challenges or something like that would delay it. So you know, my thing is going to be, I'm going to be watching the numbers, you know, just like everybody else, and looking to see if you know, there's any you know, any indications that will, you know, point us into some directions where we think, you know, we might be able to project some winners or something like that. But I think everybody's going to be really careful, you know, given the stakes. So I don't think you're going to see, you know, many responsible media sort of rushing to call winners and losers tonight, unless the gaps are so clear and, you know, the data and the statistical predictions show that regardless of what else happens, this is going to be the likely end result. Just because I think everybody understands, you know, the stakes. Not just that, but nobody wants to be wrong. You know, you don't want to be the one outlet to call, this winner, and then, you know, the results come in and that not be the case. So I would just caution people just to be patient. You know, better to go into it not expecting to know and be pleasantly surprised if we do know. But I am sort of anticipating that, you know, we won't know the final results tonight, maybe tomorrow. You know, we might have a good idea. Who knows? But very unpredictable right now, because I think we're in a place that, with the pandemic and all of these mail-in votes, this is kind of an election that we haven't seen before. So it's kind of hard to predict.
Well, Kevin, the door is open. I appreciate you, brother. We'll be talking with you probably after, unless something happens. I'm here. Let me know. We'll put the update out there to my audience. But I appreciate you, and we'll connect with you. I think we're playing after, probably like 7:45, maybe 8 o'clock.
Yeah. And one thing I would just like to drop on the audience, if you're listening, Nathan, I would just tell people to just be extremely careful about the kind of information that you're taking in, particularly as it pertains to, you know, I mean, there's been a lot of things going on. Like, there've been some robocalls going on telling people to, you know, to stay at home because of safety concerns and all of that. You know, there are all sorts of numbers out there where you can call and check and validate these sort of things. Don't just take at face value stuff that you see on social media if you're getting strange phone calls. You know, because it's real out there, man. And I mean, there's a lot going on to try to, you know, suppress the vote and discourage people from coming out to vote. You know, if you want to make a difference and, you know, you want to see change, or whether you want to maintain the status quo, whatever your thing is, make sure you get out and vote today. Don't let anybody or anything discourage you from doing that. There's still, you know, at least a couple of hours before the polls close. So just be careful about that kind of stuff, because there's some real shady stuff going on out there right now.
Will do, brother. Thank you for that. And we'll catch up with you throughout the night.
Okay. All right, Nathan, take it easy.
Yeah, most definitely. That's Kevin Aldridge, everybody. I appreciate his time. We got some folks online. We got Donnie B coming up. But right now we got Denise Driehaus, who I think we're going to do a Zoom call. Hey, Denise, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great, Denise. Thank you for your time this evening. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm in my car, so I apologize. I'm out at the polling places.
It's all good. So what have you been seeing out there? What's your experience been like?
You know what? So many people voted early this year that I was expecting to see a much, much lower turnout at the polling places, but that hasn't been the case. There have been a lot of people out voting today, and there's just a lot of enthusiasm about voting.
All right. So for folks who, and again, I'm not sure how they don't know you, but just kind of talk about who you are and, what's the position that you're running for. I mean, you're currently the Hamilton County Commissioner, but just kind of talk about your campaign.
Okay. So I'm Hamilton County Commissioner Denise Driehaus. There has been some confusion about who's running for county commission, because
Okay.
there are two seats that are on the ballot. There is the one that was occupied by Todd Portune, and so Alicia Reese, Andy Black, and Herman Najoli are running for that one. And then there's the other position where I'm the incumbent and Matt O'Neill is running against me. So there are two different seats. A
Right.
lot of people think Alicia and I are running against each other. I'm like,
No,
no, no.
no.
Yeah. So anyway, so we're out and about. I've been wearing my mask, out and about on the door, or on the polling locations, checking in on volunteers. There are lots of volunteers too. Sometimes we struggle to get people to hand out the sample ballot. There are many people out handing out the sample ballot on the Democratic side this year.
So from your vantage point, what do you think? What do you think is happening tonight in terms of the Hamilton County races? How do you think this is all going to end?
Yeah, well, I think Biden's going to win Hamilton County by double digits. And I think that will then help some of the down ballot races, because the sample ballot, a sample ballot is all the Democrats listed together. And so Biden's at the top, but you run through, the state and the county, and then your judicial candidates, which is really important because the judicial candidates don't have a D or an R behind their name. And so
Right.
people don't always know who's who. And so that sample ballot is really critical. So because Biden, I think, is going to do so well, and there's a lot of enthusiasm to get out and vote this year, I think that's going to help the down ballot. So I think Democrats are going to have a good night.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are you expecting, we just talked to Kevin Aldridge. He said he doesn't think there'll be any conclusions until probably tomorrow. Is that your sense of things as well?
Well, I also talked to some of the Board of Elections officials. They were actually out and about, and I saw them at one of the polling places. They're hoping to have the results in by midnight. But again, it's super unpredictable. In 2016, when I won by 1%, it was a squeaker, and because it was so close, we didn't know, well into the night. So it's unpredictable. But as Kevin said, if there's a large margin, then it'll be much, much easier to call some of these races.
So talk to the people about what's at stake from, your position as the Hamilton County Commissioner. What's at stake in terms of the issue and how it impacts, whoever's going to be in that seat moving forward?
Well, so as a county commissioner, Todd Portune, was my partner when I first got there, and we did a lot of really great things. Pay equity, $15 an hour for all our employees, economic inclusion, working on infant mortality. I mean, so it's great to have partners that will partner with you in the work. That is not always the case, especially when it comes to criminal justice. And so the prosecutor's race and the sheriff's race are critically important to making sure that we've got programs like the reentry program that we have to help returning citizens assimilate back into the community. We need to beef that up, and we need partners, frankly, in the jail and in the prosecutor's office that are supportive of that. And the judiciary is so important, because I've heard a lot as a county commissioner about bail reform and the need for bail reform. We need judges that are willing to do that with us. We cannot do it without them. And so we need partners that have a like mindset. And so from my perspective, the Democrats are those partners. And so I'm looking forward to winning some of those judicial seats so that we can see some real criminal justice reform in Hamilton County.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you've got name recognition. Is your seat really, in a fight, anybody can win, but is your seat really in danger this year?
I appreciate you saying that, Nathan. But I won with 1% last time.
Oh, did you?
So yeah, it was close. I ran against Dennis Dieters, and
okay.
that is also a well-known name in Hamilton County, but it was a squeaker. And so you don't go through an election like that and not worry about how it's going to go on election night. So, we've done the work, we've been out and about, and we've also, from my campaign, has invested heavily in this coordinated effort so that, I feel good about my race, but I'm also trying to help others that are on the ticket this year, because if we've got some coattails, I ran for my very first time in 2008, and President Obama at that time candidate Obama, pulled a lot of us in on his coattails in 2008. I'm hoping for some coattails with Joe Biden this year for Democrats. And so we've invested in this coordinated effort to try to make sure that that happens. And we're seizing the opportunity if Biden wins by a pretty big margin in Hamilton County.
Well, people are in line right now, perhaps looking at this interview on their phones. Here's an opportunity for you to talk directly to voters, and why should they vote for you, Denise?
Well, I think people are hungry for change. I think people want a Hamilton County that reflects the people of Hamilton County, the diversity of Hamilton County, which is the strength of who we are. And so I think people want people to pay attention to economic development in every community and housing in every community in Hamilton County. And so we've made some progress, but we need partners in all these different positions to help us move more aggressively forward. And so that's what we've been working on. It's exciting work. I've got some pretty good partners right now, but when Alicia Reese gets to the county commission, we're going to be able to do a lot when it comes to economic development. She and I are both former small business owners, and so I think that's a pretty important perspective. We also have a disparity study going on right now in Hamilton County. That's going to level set so we know how we're doing. My suspicion is we can do a whole lot better, and so we need a team to move, keep moving this work forward. And so that's what we've started to do, and I think that's really important work, and I think people generally support it.
Denise, thanks for your time, and I'm here all night. If something should happen, you want to give us a call, feel free.
Thanks, Nathan. I appreciate it.
Yep, absolutely. Good luck. Good luck. That's Denise Driehaus. All right, appreciate Denise chiming in. We also got my homegirl, Donnie B, who's on the line. What's up, Donnie?
What's up, Nate? CinDigital Media.
Absolutely, looking good tonight. Looking good. I know you all ready for the night.
It's election day. Let's get it. I'm ready. Fired up and ready to go.
Now, straight out the box, I know that you're going to be hosting with the NAACP and Prince Hall Masons. They've got a watch party as well on their Facebook page. That kicks off at what time, 7:30?
Yep, that kicks off at 7:30. So I'm a bop in between you and them. It's a fun night. Look, I can't wait to see what you're going to do with the commentary.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm just recommending to people that we all swimming and rowing in the same direction. So please check out Donnie and NAACP tonight and what they're doing. They did I think the NAACP did an excellent job. I can't express enough how highly I think about the work that they did with those virtual town halls. Excellent work.
I agree. Work. I think this year was the best year in the way they split it up. So all the judges weren't on one night. It was a series, throughout the whole month. And then how they divided it up, where we had the commissioner's race, the prosecutor's race, everything was separate. So you could really do a deep dive, into the issues with the candidates for all the different races. So shout out to the NAACP. Shout out to you for helping with that. Shout out to me, the Black Lawyers Association, and everybody who made that possible. Prince Hall Masons, they did all the technical work. Like, it was just a huge Black family collaborative effort that I loved. I hope we put a dent and move the needle forward. So we'll see what happens tonight. So what's good? What's going on, CinDigital?
Well, first off, your camera's a little bit low. Any way you can kind of adjust it? Because I'm like way high. You're like, there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Now we look more parody.
There we go. Look, I got my stuff set up.
Just me, just always moving CDM forward. I did it from my page, but I thought, wait a minute, I should be doing it from CDM page so I can let everybody know about where we are on Facebook, and not just promote my show, promote all the shows, because I really believe very strongly in all the voices that we're helping to amplify. So just connecting with people. I'm gonna do some t-shirt, some sweatshirt, like some long tees and some sweatshirt giveaways. We're gonna do the whole music thing. Got some trivia. And they got a lot of folks who are scheduled to call in, candidates locally, even some national folks later on, just to give us some different perspectives throughout the night, and just be one more platform for people to go to and talk about it from a Black perspective. You know what it's all about.
I love what we're doing in the CinDigital space. Like, it's our own thing. Like, it's our own Black America, voice here locally. I'm like, we got everything. We got Dope Chick Collective. We got my podcast. We got the Nathan Ivey Show. We got the Midday Juice. I'm like, God, what's the new one? The Black says, I don't want to leave her out.
You're talking about valet service.
Yes, valet
Fast
service.
Pick,
I'm
yep,
like, yo,
yep.
y'all, we know.
And the NAACP's Truth to Power podcast as
Yep.
well. I mean, they're going to pick that back up, I'm sure, after all this stuff goes. But before we go too deep, I want to give you props because I got a chance to, and of course, I did a couple of them, from the technical side, but I got a chance to see the work you did. I thought it was excellent work. I don't think they could have found anybody better to give that kind of perspective, way better than me in terms of that insight from actually being in the courtroom and, having that kind of interaction with the legal system. And again, props again to the NAACP for the work they did. That's why I rock with them. That's why I rock with them. Simple as that.
Like, they're the only ones out there really moving the needle, for us. I think there's a lot of people out there, but for us, hands down, to me, they're number one. Joe Mallory does a great job on voter protection. Get out the vote. Like, if you don't vote, you can't even talk to Joe Mallory like that.
Right.
He ain't got time for it.
He ain't got time for it. Now, unfortunately, I just have to say this. I think my people on Spreaker are not picking up this feed. I hope I don't lose everybody through having you on, having people on visually. I'll have to work on that. As you know, it just ain't a perfect science, and I'm far from a wizard in every aspect. Technically, I'm good at what I do. I got to give myself props, but I also know my limitations. So if you're having some issues, you might want to jump over and check out the stream. And I hope you don't abandon that audio stream because that's very, very important to me. But I want to put that out there. But let's get to the heart of the matter. Let's talk about some prognostications. Like, what are you feeling? What are you seeing? What are you sensing in terms of how things are going to lay down tonight? Let's start locally, shall we? Let's start here in Hamilton County. What are you thinking about some of those big county races? Let's start
my goodness. I was about to say, Fanon Rucker for prosecutor. It's my hope that he wins, but I'm honestly concerned about whether or not he's gotten enough of the white moderate or white conservative vote. I feel like he's got the black vote on lock. We love Fanon Rucker. We love what he does in the community. I feel like he's got a lot of the white liberals, but I'm concerned about the commercials that Dieter put out with fake news, about the domestic violence case, which wasn't true, about how Fanon doesn't have any felony prosecution experience, which I think is a joke. Like, he's a judge, and Dieter's, we saw how he was when he tried to prosecute Ray Tenzing, like he was a disaster. His opening statement, I'm like, you need to leave felony prosecutions alone. So I'm concerned about, he came up with a $500 million media blitz in the last 2 weeks.
I said 500 million.
I mean, 500,000, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Which is a lot of money. And, we can't match that, in the Black community. So I'm just wondering if there was enough outreach to try to undo those commercials for the far right. Like, I think the commercial with the hoodie was a bad look for Fanon. Trying to line him up with the unruly, not the protesters, but line him up with the people that were looting and burning stuff down wasn't a good look. So I'm really, really concerned because we couldn't match his media spin. We just couldn't.
Right.
What about you? What do you think?
Well, but before I get to that, can you talk a little bit more about, because you and I have talked offline about this and you shared more detail from your insight as a lawyer, just the fiasco of a prosecution that the Joe Dieters team and even Joe Dieters himself put on during that Ray Tenzing trial. Could you talk a little bit about that? Because we got people in line right now that maybe we can reach.
That's true. I think we got to remember. So number one, we had 2 trials, and I think some things that I saw in the second trial, at least, remember your sister, Stacey DeGraffenreid, who's now running for judge against, Alan Trigg, who you guys know in the community as Little Jay-Z. Little Jay-Z, Alan Trigg has been a judge for over 10 years as a magistrate, the last 2 years in municipal court. And Stacey DeGraffenreid was on a prosecution team for the second Ray Tenzing trial. And she had that lackluster 9-minute opening statement. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Where the defense counsel for Ray Tenzing was almost an hour. So to me, that was a swing and a miss. They failed to get the marijuana excluded in the second trial. So the marijuana that was in Sam DeBose's car, that got in the second trial under Joe Dieters' watch, under Stacey DeGraffenreid's, watch. And they allowed the defense counsel to basically shame Sam DeBose and mock the fiance. So to me, the biggest fiasco was it was supposed to be about Ray Tenzing, and they allowed the defense counsel to cross-examine Sam DeBose's fiance about his second apartment and about, whether or not he really was a drug dealer and was cheating on her and, her criminal record. And I didn't even see Stacey DeGraffenreid and the other lawyer object. which I thought was crazy. In the first trial, Joe Dieters decided with no trial experience that he was going to step up and do the opening statement and be a part of the trial team himself. And his opening statement was horrible. His closing argument was literally 5 to 10 minutes. He left out crucial details that I felt in my mind would have been extremely helpful for the jury. He didn't go back and do the play-by-play with the expert where they showed the minute by minute to show that Ray Tenzing had actually pulled out and tried to fire at Sam DuBose before Sam DuBose ever put his hand on a gear shift to put it in drive. It was just a lot. It was a swing and a miss. So I feel like those are things that we can't forget. And one major thing when it comes to Dieters that we can't forget, aside from, the poor job they did in trying to prosecute Ray Tenzing, we got to go back to the Tracy Hunter prosecution and how he spent over $4.3 million of the county's money to prosecute Tracy Hunter for less than a $200 credit card transaction, and for her obtaining some medical records for her brother that was facing a disciplinary hearing with 2020 for his job. So am I saying Tracy Hunter was perfect? No. But to spend $4.3 million on a nonviolent offense, that's basically, I'm not even sure if I want to call this a white collar crime. We got to remember that type of deal. But then when it comes to real criminals, we didn't spend $4.3 million trying to prosecute Ray Tenzing. We didn't spend $4.3 million trying to prosecute any other murder or rape case that we've had in Hamilton County. How do you spend $4.3 million of taxpayer money on Tracy Hunter? So for me, as my last pitch, just on fiscal responsibility, Dieters has to go. He's part-time. I don't see how you're a part-time prosecutor. Like, it's a full-time job. The prosecutor's office in Hamilton County is basically our biggest law firm. So they've got hundreds of lawyers that report to them. They do both civil and criminal. You are the head of all those lawyers, and you only work 20 hours a week. Make it make sense. Mm-hmm. So for me, those are big deals that I think if we're looking at voting and we still got time, those would be reasons that I would consider to not vote for him. Yeah,
I detect no lies. My spider sense is not tingling. That's all true to me. Even going back to what you said earlier about Fanon and some of the money. I mean, what I said up front to a lot of people is that Fanon's going to need more than just people mashing gums on the internet. He's going to need volunteers, and money, and things like that to really put together the campaign. I don't watch a lot of terrestrial radio listen to a lot of terrestrial radio or watch a lot of mainstream local television. So I didn't see a lot of the ads. I saw them come up on some digital spaces here. And, if you're a low information voter, if you're living in a bubble like Andy Black and some of these Republican candidates, and you don't know any better, you don't know Fanon, you don't really know black people, then you might believe that nonsense. I mean, Fanon said it many, many times. I do not support the defund the police movement. He said it a billion times, but yet they're still running these ad campaigns and trying to associate him with that. And it seemed like that was the national, regional, and local strategy with the Republican Party, no matter who it was. I mean, that's the same thing that they was running, that McConnell was running against McGrath. Yeah, in Kentucky. I mean, that was what they did, and they must have got together and probably in some kind of Zoom call, early in the game and said, "This is the game plan." But they ran through it.
That's how the Republicans do it. They usually have a nationwide strategy. They're one voice. And then there's the Democrats where I'm like, man, just throw in the towel. So I feel like they always have a unified message. The Republicans do. They always have a unified strategy. And I'm worried about your girl in Kentucky, because I feel like after the black guy lost the primary and she became the Democratic, candidate, where was she for the last 2 months? Like, I didn't see her. And then all of a sudden, Mitch McConnell came out and slammed her, with an ad package, just like Dieters slammed Fanon. So I'm concerned about that race too. I don't know if she did what she needed to do. I think she did so much to win the primary. She quit. And I'm like, you got to have, in order to run for office or to do anything worth doing, you got to have the long game. You got to have the energy. You can't tap out. And I feel like she ran out of steam. She really did.
Or money. And I don't know what her campaign coffers looking like, but that Mitch McConnell, he got big money. Period. To keep him in power.
Let's talk about the black folks though. Like I was concerned about, Pac-Man Jones and some of the other Bengals players that came out in support of Adidas. What's up with that? Like make it make sense.
Well, 16 years ago, you had Ken Lawson, who was the black face for Adidas. Remember this? Out here telling black people to not vote for Fanon, and he's inexperienced. I thought he had lost his motherfucking mind. Excuse me. It's the evening. You know me, I curse. I do that in the morning, but it's the evening time. It's election day, so my language it is what it is. And so now, seems like Jeter's he's a never-ending trick bag of these black folks that he can put his hand into and have them run out there and say things for him. Pac-Man Jones got himself in trouble, and I guess Joe Dieters did him a solid and didn't go super hard at him because he was celebrity. So now he feels beholden to say good things for him and about him during the campaign. But I don't think that Pac-Man Jones, and I'll add this caveat, he does great work with like Little League football. I know it firsthand. He donates a lot of money. That's great. But this shit he was doing with Joe Dieters is some dumb shit, period. And it seems like he don't really know what's going on. And some black folks close to him needs to pull him to the side and say something to him like, bruh, I know that you beholden to this dude because he could have thrown a book at you many years ago, but you serving us up the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Right. Like the black, like stay up. What's your message? Stay on code.
Stay on code. Right. Be way on code.
The one that concerned me more is like Pac-Man, we all gonna dismiss him. Like, you know what, whatever. It's the black female that you see where her daughter was a victim of a serial killer crime. And, Dieter successfully, or his office, because it wasn't him, successfully prosecuted her daughter's assailant. That is the one that I thought might appeal to the white moderate soccer mom base. I was like, whoa.
You know what? And that's just the benefit of being a prosecutor. And I've heard this. I mean, there's a lot of, unfortunately, we understand because of racism, there's a lot of things that's going on in the black community that leads to violence. And because he's the prosecutor, he has the benefit of being the person that goes and gets justice inside the court, right? So now these families, and I get it, they feel beholden because he might have got justice for the person that murdered their family member. I get it. But to me, it's all just straight up more black exploitation, exploiting black pain, which is a favorite sport here by some people in Hamilton County that we see from Joe Dieters. He's straight up exploiting these people. Yeah,
and he can't be one case voters. So that's my problem. Like this, like, okay, he got justice for you, but let's talk about all the African Americans that he's railroaded. We can't just look at it from one lens. So it's the same argument I got with 50 Cent saying, you know what, my taxes. I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, Biden's tax plan concerns me. I'm not for giving over 50% of my check to the man. But that's one issue. When I look at Trump as a whole and everything else that we got on the table, I can't let that one issue be the deciding factor for my vote in a vacuum. We got concentration camps with, Hispanic babies being separated from their parents, 545 of them to be exact. We got hysterectomies being done without knowledge or consent at the border. We got race issues. But I feel like people are with Dieters, they're one case voters. And with the presidential situation, a lot of them are one issue voters.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a problem. I feel like we got to take a holistic approach to this situation and look at the people in a 360 lens. And we're just not doing that. We just aren't.
Yeah, and I'm not letting myself be exploited. I don't give a damn. We ain't doing that. I mean, you did your job as prosecutor. Okay, I appreciate you did your job. Anybody would have did that job as prosecutor. It ain't you personally. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I ain't going out like that. And we're not doing the whole David Mann thing where you putting a white wig on my baby for your campaign. I don't give a damn if she want to be an actor or not. We just gonna we gonna have to wait for that Sesame Street commercial or something like that. We ain't going out like that.
I want to know where the parents were, because if anybody would have called me up and said, "Yeah, we want to put Davis in a David Mann commercial with a white wig, like he's a part of it, like he's George Washington," I'm like, "No, I'm good."
No, we good. You might get cussed out,
right?
You know what I'm saying? Nah, hell no.
My son's not dressing up like a member of the wig party and a slave owner in order to help me get elected, sir.
Right. I don't get these people, man. It ain't happening. Let me read a couple comments here. You see here. I see. So Fast Pitch, host of the Valet Service podcast, she's going to be out in the streets doing some reporting for us and calling us in. I see Kelly Prather writes, "Good evening, great people. Good to see you, Kelly."
Hey, y'all.
Deshauna writes, "Trump was live not too long ago. No damn mask and on. I'm a crowd inside." Just shaking my head. Right. Diane is on YouTube. She writes, "Hello there. Good to see you." Carmelita writes, "Tell them I curse." Yes, I do. I don't have. I tell people it ain't for me. I'm an adult. I'm 100% adult. Trust me on that.
Look, they know I curse. Look, I got in trouble for cursing. Pam be like, I'm like, Pam, I'm still trying to stop. It's the end of 2020 and I'm still working on it. I'm a work in progress.
Rapid Talk writes, hell yeah, Nate going in on him. Hey, good to see you, Rapid Talk. Kwame.
Right.
TNT is here. She writes, hey, Nathan. Hey, TNT. Good to see you.
Hey, TNT.
Tracy writes, hey, this is coming in earlier before anything you got on. I'm trying to catch up here. Joy writes, hey, Nathan. Good to see you, Joy. Bina writes, talking to Joy. Good to see everybody. Brian writes, what's going on, Choppers?
I love it.
Kendall's in the house. She writes, hi. Maybe I do need to stop cursing. Good to see you, Kendall. Brandon writes, what's good, black folks? Good to see you. Brenda writes, hello from Fairfield.
Nice.
Tiffany's in the house. Good to see you, Tiffany. She does a great podcast. And we're thinking about doing something together for CDM. She has a great podcast. The Democratic Party needs our vote, but never deliver. We need to make them accountable or get our own party. Absolutely, 100%.
Like Diddy.
Most deaf. Ballhead writes, thank you, Mr. Ivey, for coming back on today. The Choppers appreciate you 100%.
We do.
I put the invitation out to a lot of elected folks that I had contact with, including Judge Baradon.
Thomas Baradon. Okay.
Yeah, Baradon. And it looks like he is backstage. Let's see if we can bring him on. Hey, Judge, you there?
Nathan, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. I'm just seeing, I'm not sure what I see on the screen.
Yeah, let's see some mini blinds or something.
Yeah, that's
no. How about
not.
He's coming.
I don't know. It's like you calling me. You calling me from 2 weeks from now, Judge? No, I can't see it. It's like a whole bunch of distortion in lines like there. Now, if it doesn't work, I can always give you the telephone number. You can call us that way. Yeah, it is weird. You might want to disconnect all the way and come back. That might work. Okay.
Okay, let me try that real quick. Okay.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
I'm trying to talk with the candidates. This is a last effort. I mean, people in line right now. I know how it is. When I was in line, Donnie, I had my phone out. I was on Facebook just looking for things to entertain me while I was standing in line. I know people are doing that right now. That's why I call this a push party. You want to push?
Wait, you voted today?
No, I voted Saturday.
Okay, and it was a long line?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like an hour, but that line was so quick at the Board of Elections. It was super quick.
I took my dad today because, he just got out of the hospital. So we had to be really careful. So he couldn't vote early, but he didn't want to vote today. He was like, man, I'm afraid, with COVID-19. And so I took him in between. I timed it perfectly where I'm like, we can't go early in the morning before work because everybody's doing it. And we can't go after 5 when everybody's off work. So we went smack in the middle of the day at the church on Harvey. And it was pretty much empty. So I got him in there and got him out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. It was a hot box for COVID when I got inside there, man. I mean, I told the wifey, we voted together. I'm like, woo. But you know what, man? We had our own pens. We had wipes. I didn't touch a damn thing.
Right. We had on gloves and face masks.
The whole 9 yards. So it was a hot box for COVID in there. We was in and out, thankfully, and washed our hands about 15 times. And that's after we wiped it down with some disinfected wipes. And we hit the car with the disinfected little spray. I mean, we go overboard with it just to be sure. I got a little bit of OCD in me. You don't know that about me. Just a little bit of OCD. It's probably more than that, but I just say it's a little. But
right. It might be a lot. It might be a lot, but it is what it is. That's me with COVID. I'm normally not OCD about stuff like that, but this COVID-19, I plays no games. Like we had on gloves, face masks, we wiped down the area, wiped down the seat, all that stuff. And then we came out, took the gloves off, hand sanitizer. I wiped down the steering wheel, the gear shift on the car. Like I take it too far, but you never know what's going on.
Uh-huh. No, that ain't too far. There you go. There we go. Hey, what's up, Judge? We got Donnie B on the line with you. You know Donnie?
Hey, Judge. He knows me as Donnie. Look, Donnie the Bailey, Your Honor. How are you?
How are you doing, everybody?
Doing great.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can't hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, listen, thank you for spending some time with us. I really appreciate it. What has been your experience, man, during this COVID-19 campaign?
It's been crazy. I've been at like 10 polling locations already today, and most people aren't there. We're up. Last time I checked, like 2-3 hours ago, we were at 88% of our voter turnout. And the person I know looks at numbers thinks we'll be over 2016. But I just heard Ms. Bailey talking about her dad not wanting to come out and vote. And I'm a little bit worried that people are COVID worried about it and not coming out for that reason. I think we're going to do good, but it's just so strange because we don't know those early voting numbers for the precincts. So, you know, right now I'm out at the Urban League out on Reading Road. That's the reason why the picture looks so weird, because I'm in my car. I've been out here for a while talking to voters, but we haven't had a lot of voters come in the past 30, 40 minutes. So I'm hoping that we get a last push on this hour. It's 6:07, so, you know, we've got an hour and a half, a little less than an hour and a half, and I'm hoping more people come out. You know, the fact that I actually have a computer in my car so I can call in tells you all about what we've been doing for COVID this year. Everything we do is virtual.
Mm-hmm. It's changed the game. It really has.
Yeah.
And I think moving forward, there'll be like a hybrid when it comes to future campaigns.
Oh, yeah.
I like virtual campaign stuff. Judge, one concern that I had was, and I experienced it with my dad, is I take for granted that I know all the judges, I know all the candidates, I know who's a Republican, who's a Democrat, what their track record is. My dad gets to the ballot and he's like, Donnie, where's the Republican and Democrat? Like, I don't know who the Democrats are. And so lucky I was with him and I had to walk him through his entire ballot because my dad is adamant. He's straight Democratic Party ticket. Yeah. Republicans, basically, you got to kill somebody if you're a Democrat to get my dad not to vote for you. So I literally had to sit there with him with every single judge. He's like, Republican or Democrat, Republican or Democrat, like all the way down. It took my dad an hour to vote, you guys. But he was adamant, like, yeah, I want to make sure that I know who the Democrats and Republicans are. So my concern is because that's not on the ballot, a lot of other people may have voted for the wrong candidate unintentionally because they didn't know the party lines if they wanted to vote amongst party lines. So one thing I felt was helpful was there were people outside of his polling that had the Democratic ticket on a pamphlet. Bring that so people can bring that into.
Oh, okay. Get some interference there. Okay, sounds a little better now.
Yeah, I want to call in. I want to talk about that. I'm going to call in because I'm really breaking up. So I'm going to call in just in a moment. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to call in just a second. Hold on.
Yeah, most definitely. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, that's very helpful for a lot of people, even myself. I mean, I had a bit more insight just because of just paying attention to the NAACP, but it's very, very helpful if that's something that you want to use as a guide. And I can understand it's very, very useful for a lot of people. So I'm glad.
Yeah, and then some people were calling me like, I have no idea who this person is. Like, there was somebody running for, I didn't realize, county recorder. So I knew Winburn was running for treasurer with Jill Schiller, but I had no idea. No, county engineer. I'm sorry. I was like, I don't even know what the county engineer does. Did you see that on the ballot?
I want to say no.
Yeah, they were by themselves.
County engineer?
County engineer. I was like, good news to me. I had no idea who that was.
Who did I just vote for then?
Exactly.
I don't even remember that.
Right.
We do have the Judge Baradon on the line. Hey, Judge, you there?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, great. I'm glad you're here. And, just tell people, what you're running for and just talk a little bit about your campaign in this time. I mean, we got like 90 minutes until the polls close. I guarantee people are standing in line with their phone right now listening to this broadcast. So just talk about yourself and what you're running for.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks, Mr. Ivey. My name is Judge Baradon. I was elected to the bench back in 2018, and that's the Court of Common Pleas. So when you think of felony cases and big money civil cases, that's what we deal with. One of the things that I've really tried to stress through this campaign and being on the bench for the past 2 years is that everyone deserves respect. When you come into my courtroom, I expect that everyone will be treated with respect, and that starts at the bench. It's my job to make sure that my courtroom runs fairly and smoothly. That's something I take a lot of pride in. I started out as a public defender down in juvenile back in 1999. And the day after I got sworn into the bar, I got thrown into a courtroom to try a case. We don't do that anymore. Public defenders get a lot more training. But I still remember being a scared attorney with a scared client trying to figure out what to do. And I became a prosecutor with the city of Cincinnati. I litigated hundreds of cases, tried hundreds of cases. But I still remember back then thinking, going back to that time, that I wish that when I started out, I was treated with respect. And that's what I try to bring forth in the court. We're doing a lot of good things right now in my court with treatment. We're trying to expand the options that we have for putting people into treatment rather than incarceration, and we're doing better. One of the reasons that we're running this year with such a big ticket is to try to make more change in the court. If you go into the polls, hopefully you'll get a Democratic sample card that'll show you all the endorsed judges. If you are staying in line, check us out. I've got some great endorsements that I'm really proud of. I'm an endorsed Democrat. I've been that for over 20 years. So that's what we're hoping shows up today at the polls. I know a lot of people are excited to vote for Joe Biden or to vote out Trump, but we need people to go all the way down the ticket to vote for all these races. I mean, the judge races and the Hamilton County prosecutor race probably affect more people on a daily basis than the president does. So that's what we're getting out and trying to talk to everybody about.
Good to hear. Don, you got any questions for Judge Baradon?
No, I know him pretty well. Was going to say, I think he's a good judge. He's fair. And that's what you want, to get somebody in there that when you before the court, sometimes it's not going to be good because of your own situation, but you want to know that you're being treated like everybody else. And I think with Judge Baradon, that's what you're going to get. He's going to try to do the right thing. He represents change, a nice change, in my opinion, in common pleas court. You're going to get a real decision. He's for expanding the jury pool. So that's important. So I don't have any questions. I just say that a lot of people ignore the judicial races. Please do not do that. And then they call me and they go, "Hey, Donnie, I want you to take my case." Well, why did it come out this way? And I'm like, well, the judge did 1, 2, and 3, and you voted for him or her. So this is your opportunity on a local level. I love what he said about, we focus so much on the presidency, but it's the judges in Hamilton County that have the ability to affect your everyday life in not only criminal matters, but in civil suits. Important.
All day, every day. Hey, Judge, here's one question I want to ask you is, and I'm always interested is, as you've been out campaigning, what have you heard? When you introduce yourself, say, "Hey, look, I'm Judge Baradon, I'm running for this court." What do people say are the issues that matter or the concerns that they have?
Most people, that's a good question. We had one that was something that had not happened to me before, but will probably happen more often. Hopefully, if I'm reelected, is I ran into actually a defendant's, someone who was related to a defendant who was in front of me. And when they walked past me, we were down at early voting. I could tell that they knew me and recognized me, and it wasn't the most positive feeling I was getting from them. Luckily, later after they voted, they came up and talked to me, and some of the concerns they had were completely valid. The person is now in treatment. They weren't incarcerated. They were a little upset that they were actually in a locked treatment facility, and they expressed those concerns to me. And, as a judge in Cincinnati, that's going to happen sometimes in Hamilton County. People are going to come up and talk to me. But the other great thing about being in Hamilton County, they were completely respectful. They understood why and what had happened. They just want some clarification. And, if we're going to run, we're elected and we need to be out in the community talking to people about their concerns. And sometimes that's difficult when you're in that situation. But I'm glad that I'm open enough where this person felt good enough to come up and talk to me and ask me questions about their concerns, which were completely valid. A lot of other people, though, just really are interested in about bail reform, getting the bail system to be more in line with what it should be and not be if how rich you are gets you out of jail. We're also hearing some concerns, and validly, about our jury system and about how the changes that we're going to make to that. And one of the things that came about from this election was, Ms. Bailey, from all the forums we've been doing, we now have a unanimous motion from all the judges who are on the bench right now to bring UC in and look at using the tax rolls to make identification for addresses and using a more updated system so that we're actually sending our jury notices to people and making sure that they get them. So that's a great thing about a campaign. We talked about this, and now we have unanimous from everyone on the bench that we need to go forward with this. So that's been a big positive.
I like the way that sounds.
I did have a question I just thought about, Nate, that I wanted to ask you, Judge Baradon. So earlier you said you're a Democrat. And a lot of people were like, you know what, I'm tired of the whole Democrat versus Republican, situation. And they want to know, what does that get them? So what do you see as the biggest difference as a Democratic judge as how you're going to operate versus how the Republicans that have been on the bench for a long time are operating? Like, what is that going to do to people?
Mr. Ivey, Donetta was fading in and out. Could you tell me what she said? I'm sorry. I couldn't hear.
Hey,
the whole
can you
question.
reiterate that, Donnie?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I can barely hear Donnie. That's the problem right now.
You can barely hear
out. Yeah.
Let me see if I can turn up my mic. Wait, bear with me 1 second. All right. Okay, Judge, how's that? Uh-oh. Is he still there?
Hey, Judge, you still there?
No, I can't. But I can't hear her at all. I can hear her talking, but I can't hear her.
Okay, well, let me translate. That's interesting because you could hear before, but let me translate. So essentially what she asked, and I thought it was a good question, or I think it's a good question, is, so can you talk about what the basic difference is between Democrat and Republican in terms of a judge, in your opinion? So if I'm a voter, what's the difference? Are there major differences between a judge who's running as a Democrat and whatever that represents, as opposed to a judge who's running as a Republican or with a Republican, backing? What am I getting? Is there a difference?
And that's a good question because it should be more nuanced in that in a lot of ways. You want to look at each individual judge's experience and background and see what they'll bring to the bench. And there's not a pattern that really creates, in my opinion, a good judge. I think we have judges who are running right now, people who are running for judge who have a very varied background, which will give them a really good understanding of the people in their courtroom and an understanding of how their judicial code needs to work. What we've had in the past, though, is, and this has been a subject of a lot of editorials in the Inquirer, is this prosecutor to the bench pipeline. And there are a lot of judges that we have on the bench right now who are running under the Republican ticket who came up through the Hamilton County prosecutor system. And that is one model of thinking. On the Democratic side, we have most of the attorneys that have been prosecutors have either been defense attorneys or public defenders, so they understand both sides of the aisle. And I think when you look at it as is right now, you get a more varied background with the Democrats who have a better understanding of what we need in Hamilton County than you would possibly with Republican judges. Mm-hmm. And I don't like to make a big general oversweep of everybody, but it is important. You need judges who have a varied background. And I think that's what the Democratic ticket that I'm on this year really brings to Hamilton County. It brings some diversity, not just in ethnicity, but in experience, life backgrounds, and values. And I think that's important.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Did you hear that?
I did. I thought that was a good, explanation. I think a lot of people are frustrated with both political parties. So it's important to let the people know, hey, if you do decide to go Democrat or go Republican, what is the difference and what are you getting and what does that mean when you walk into the courtroom? So thanks for that.
Well, Judge, this is just for you. Again, people are in line right now, probably waiting to vote or on their way to vote. Just take some time to, tell people why they should vote for you.
Okay. So one of the reasons why, and thanks for having me on again, Mr. Ivey, one of the things that made me decide to run for a judge in 2018, I was a volunteer in service to America.
Tell people why they should vote for you.
And it was Friday afternoon, and I had a client. I was at CASA, which is a court-appointed special advocate. I had a young lady who had been truant, who had been picked up and was being held in the Cannon County Jail. We couldn't get her out, and I was frustrated. I was walking up and down the aisles with one of those old cordless guns we have with the metal antennas on it, trying to figure out what to do. And as I walked past one of the attorney's door, he said, well, let's just call the judge. And we did. We called the judge. He called the prosecutor. We came in. We had a quick hearing. The issue was resolved, and she was able to go home for the weekend rather than spending lockup in the jail. And at the time, I thought I was going to be a social worker. That made me realize that I wanted to be an attorney. And after being an attorney for 20 years, I realized that I want to be the judge who's there when you have an issue. I want to be the judge who's there late on a Friday, so if something happens, we can get it resolved. Because what we lose sight of sometimes at the courthouse is we're there for the people. We're still public servants. We may be elected as judges, but we're still there to serve the public. And that means running fair dockets, speedy dockets, getting opinions out in a timely manner, not having defendants sit in jail waiting trial, making sure that the state can go forward, prosecution, all the discoveries done, making sure that the defense attorneys have enough money to go forward, making sure that our victims advocates are taking care of the people who have been affected by crime. So when they come into my courtroom, they're not scared, that they understand that they're in a safe place where they can testify fairly. And then that extends even over to our civil matters. If you've been sued, you want a judge who's hearing the case. You want on your case management to actually see the judge so that you can talk and you can explain what the issues are. You want judges who respond timely to motions so your case doesn't languish for 2 years. Our system of justice in Hamilton County can be the best in the state. We just need judges who are in there, willing to work and make everything happen. And I think that's what I bring to the bench. I hope that's what I've shown over the past 2 years, and that what the voters of Hamilton County will give me the support and give me their votes today so I can be reelected to another term.
Judge Baradon, thank you so much for your time, and I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, most def.
Thank you.
Hey, Donnie, I just sent a message.
I just got it.
Okay, great. I want to make sure you saw it. I'm going to take a break, folks, in maybe about 3 or 4 minutes. Play a little music. I've been rocking since 4, so I need some water. Get up a little bit, move around. And then when we come back again, this stream for me is I'm doing it for multiple reasons. I'm pushing CDM. As I said, we got some T-shirt, long tees, and some sweatshirt giveaways. And then pushing people to my Patreon and to also our text messaging campaign that I'm kicking off today as well. So I want to spend some time talking about that. And then I'm hoping we can reconnect with you until you have to move over. And I know you're doing some stuff with the NAACP. They're doing a watch party. And I'm telling people to please check out what you're doing and what they're doing and maybe jump back and forth. That might be really cool for you. I'll be here until, I know you're going to do that. I'm speaking to the audience when I said that. It'd be cool for the audience to maybe jump back and forth and see what's going on. That's great. I might be here to 4 a.m. So in and out, we got a lot more folks to come. The polls are going to close at 7:30. The numbers are going to come rolling. There I go. Right now. The numbers are going to come rolling in. See, I need some water and a little bit of break at about 8 o'clock. Kevin Aldridge is going to call back and give us an update. I got some other folks scheduled to call in and give us an update as well. So it's going to be a long night. And I want to talk about everything. Of course, the phone lines are open. The text messages are open. You feel free to interact with us. This is CDM, CinDigital Media's Black Push Voter Watch Party, Black Voter Push and Watch Party. And we'll be here until I can't do it anymore. Like this, like.
Right. I'm going to go to bed and wake up like, Nate, are we still on?
That happens. Just send me a text message. It is what it is. Listen, I'm built for this. I 100% believe in what we're doing. And whatever it takes is what I'm willing to do. So I really want to connect with people on multiple levels today. And I appreciate you, Donnie, spending some time with. I know I kind of got with you a little bit late. So I appreciate the time.
I'll come back on at the time that you put in the chat. Hey, everybody, it's Just Me with Donnie B, CinDigital Media, your new urban voice in Cincinnati. Get some food, my brother. Get some water, because I want to take a deep dive when the results start coming in. I want to hear what you got to say.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And likewise, I want to hear what you got to say as well. Absolutely. Fridays, 12:30 p.m. Is It Just Me podcast, hosted by Donnie B. If you haven't heard of it before, check it out. You will enjoy it. She breathes fire with facts. I like that. I like that. Wait. That's off the top. Wait. Remember that. We better put that somewhere. I like that. Hey, Donnie, I appreciate it. I'm going to take a quick break, folks. Play a little bit of music. Not too much that you'll go anywhere else. But I'll be back very, very shortly. We got some more interviews. But again, I want to push some things that we're doing and let you know about how you can join this movement to amplify Black voices in the greater Cincinnati area and beyond. So, Donnie, I appreciate you. We'll connect real soon.
All right. I'll see you back at the time you said.
All right. Bye-bye. Most def. That's Donnie B, everybody. And I'm glad she's rolling with me tonight. And again, the NAACP is doing something. I'm openly promoting what they're doing. Those are my peoples over there. We all rowing in the same direction. But from a CDM standpoint, I just felt like we had to have a presence on this night in particular to our listeners. It's just so important that we service our listeners. Our listeners, we care about you. I care about you. And it matters what happens tonight. And, I just want to bring a lot of really, really sharp, intelligent people to the forefront. I'll say it again, there is so much talent in this city. There is so much talent. There's so many talented people in this city. And I want to work with you. If you want to work with me and work with us and amplify and build something new and fun and fresh and unfiltered. CDM is home to the most unfiltered Black voices of any media platform in the greater Cincinnati area. I don't care what anybody say, we are the most unfiltered. I'm not looking for people that agree with my viewpoint. If you're a Black Republican and you can hold it down and you a Trumpster and it makes sense, then let's talk. It's not about that. It's about realizing that there's I just really believe that when Black people control that narrative, then we can have better control over our world. Part of, I think, the issue in Cincinnati is we don't control our own narrative. It's controlled by other people. And so with CDM and whatever comes to follow, and again, I have very big plans, that's what it's really all about. It's not about me. It's about us. It's about these amazing people that I work with, the Dope Chicks Collective, Fast Pitch Valet Service, the Is It Just Me podcast, and again, just more to come. And if you want to join that movement, you can do so by just checking out and sharing, what we have to offer on a daily basis. That means I cannot state how powerful it is when you share our content. Just that one share. And then there's people out there, and again, there's so many people, and I don't mean to leave anybody out, that share it on multiple places. That is powerful. It means everything when you do that. It means everything. I had a brother named Lee that called in today from Syracuse. He heard the show because one of his coworkers, shared it on Facebook. So I want to deputize you. I want to bring you in and join the brigade and help us amplify what we're doing. I mean, with the Nathan Ivey Show, which of course is the main current, I'm on every single day, 7:30 a.m. If people are watching for the first time, you're like, wait, what was this dude? Yeah, I'm in Cincinnati. This is real. Maybe you used to listen to me when I worked in commercial radio or public radio, and you're like, where is that dude at with the superlative flow? I'm still here, and now we're doing our own thing. And, through doing this and just saying this, I've been able to connect with so many talented, creative people, and in particular, talented, creative Black people. And that's what I'm looking for. So if you're interested, you can hit me with a DM. As you know, right now, CDM has partnered with Shanghai Imaging, and we have developed a brand new relationship pod. This is a unique pod. There is nothing like that. There might be something like that out there. If it is, I haven't seen it, and this is what I do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, anything that I'm a big believer that if you care about something, you should be researching it. So I research what's happening in the world of digital media this is what I do. This is what I do. This is what I care about. And I've not come across a podcast that's got the game plan that we have. And shout out to Shanghai Imaging for partnering with this. And we're looking forward to it. We got everything in place except for the host. We have everything in place except for the host. I said I was going to take a break. I'm late just talking on and on. I should have just jumped off, and now we got a call coming in. Good morning. I'm sorry. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Nathan. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, Charmaine, I was supposed to take a break and then come back. I'm just talking, but now you've called in, so let's go ahead. I'll take the break after this. But good evening. How you doing, Charmaine?
Oh, okay. I'm doing well. I'm doing really well. How are you, Nathan?
I can't listen. I'm not nervous, but I want to see what's going to happen tonight. I'm sure you're far more nervous than I am because you actually, are part of all of this. But how are you feeling?
Yeah, we're feeling good. Actually, we're feeling very confident, and very thankful that we've gotten to this point in the campaign, and and it still has so much momentum. I mean, I've been out there to the polls today. People are great. They're inspired. We spent a good part of the week out at the Board of Elections, and it's just really heartening to see democracy at work when people are engaged. And we saw a lot of Democrats engaged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you've been out and about. I know I've seen the images and kind of followed what was going on for a lot of different reasons. And you say the energy is good and you're feeling good about it, huh? That's great to hear. What are voters saying to you? I mean, when you represent, when you introduce yourself and say, hey, listen, I'm Charmaine McGuff, you're running for Hamilton County Sheriff. What do they say are the number one concerns and the issues that matter most to them?
You know, just about everybody talks about change. And they tell me, they're like, I voted for you because I believe you will bring change to the justice system. And they want action. And people tell me, I mean, one woman told me, she said, I gave you the maximum amount of money that I could afford in my budget because I believe that you are going to take action and I'm going to watch you do it. And I said, well, yeah, I hope you do, because that's great. That's exactly what we're going to do. So, yeah, I think people are very informed, and they made a really informed choice for their candidates this time. I mean, they know the candidates, and they talk about the knowledge that they have of how the system works together, because they're so much more educated this time around, I think, just about everything in general. And so that's what I've been hearing. The word action, really, we want some action.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's so funny, man, because your race in particular has been, man, this Hamilton County Sheriff's race it's been interesting. I mean, with your opponent, the things that came out about him in the past. On this show in particular, it's kind of been ground zero, because I don't know if you noticed, but we broke the story about your opponent and what happened back in the 90s. Local media was too afraid to put it out there till I did, and then people started to pick up on it. But, about a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks, I had Earl Price, your old buddy Earl Price, on. He called in. Did you get a chance to hear that interview at all? Did you hear about it?
I did hear about it. Somebody told me about it. They told me a lot of details about it. I just really, Nathan, I didn't have the heart to listen to it, to tell you the truth. It hurts that somebody would do that the way he's done that, knowing that number one didn't happen, that he, knowing that he worked with me for all those years, all my friends feel so upset and let down by him. I mean, we all knew him and we all liked him. He, as I told you, came to parties. I mean, he taught with me on volunteer. I mean, he and I volunteered and trained thousands of women over the years. If there was ever an issue or problem, he didn't have to do that. Just stop doing that. But, so yeah, I heard about the interview. Earl's motivations to me are very suspect. That's all I can say.
It was interesting. I won't go into details, but it was very interesting.
Yeah.
And Bruce never came on the show. He was never a stand-up guy. He never came in and faced the fire. And again, I just give people props for at least being able to sit down with folks who may not agree with everything you have to say, or may be at odds with you. I think that I can respect that. It's not an easy thing to do, but I think if you're going to be a candidate and represent people, well, you might have to represent some people that disagree with you very, very strongly. And the way you did with that says a lot about you, in my opinion. So I said it before. To me, in this sheriff's race, it's not even close. Are you concerned, though, about some of the negative campaigning? It seems like the Republican Party, and you weren't caught up with this, is that their strategy was to paint all of their opponents as if, like, you're out here, with violent protesters. Are you concerned that may get him some traction because people don't know you, or for whatever reason they buy into it?
I think that there will be some people, that a very few, to be honest with you, that will be swayed by that. And I'll tell you why it's going to be very few people, because so many people do know me, and my record speaks for itself. And I've been very clear. I've gone on every radio station in the city that's invited me. Doesn't matter what it is, conservative, not conservative. I've participated in 3 lengthy debates with him while he stood there and had absolutely no platform other than to just criticize me. People see for themselves that what I'm out for is the betterment of our system. I'm out because I want to help other people and I want to change the system. And I think people saw through Bruce's negative political campaign, he wants that office to enrich himself and his handful of buddies. That's the only reason he wants it. And people see that, and I think it's going to show in the election results. I really believe that.
So Charmaine, for folks, and again, people are in line right now. This is a last second or last minute or last hour really appeal to voters who might be in line listening on their phone. Why should people vote for you for Hamilton County Sheriff?
People should vote for me because I've been in the fight for equal justice for a very long time, my whole life, really. I've lived my life in a way that that was geared to being involved with the community, and that was from my first job with Cincinnati Recreation, working with kids, to being a pool lifeguard, to being a swim coach, to being a softball coach, to being a pool manager, and engaging with all the kids, and then finally transitioning from college years of working with kids and all those things into the job I did, which was one of the hardest ones in the criminal justice system, which is that jail. And I spent years in that jail and in the sheriff's office. And I have great ideas on how to fix it. And let's try it out. And this is history making. It's history making for a lot of reasons, not just for me, but for everybody. So that's why you should vote for me, because I'm a fearless leader. I'm not afraid to call out bad behavior. I will hold people accountable. That's been proven. And the reason my record is like it is, Nathan, with all those things that my opponent threw at me and all this and that happened, is because I never went along. I never went along. When I saw something was wrong, I stood up for it and I stood out. And that's the career I had. So, that's why I want people to vote for me, because I'm for you, and I hope you're for me.
Hey, Charmaine, thank you so much for your time. I wish you the best.
Well, thank you, Nathan. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. See you soon.
Yeah, most def. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's Charmaine McGuffey running for sheriff. Damn. Okay, so I got Chris Wagner on. We got to talk to Chris because he's here. I don't want to waste anybody's time. And then after that, I'm going to take a break. And then after the break, I want to talk more about how you can join, the movement to amplify Black voices via CinDigital media. Hey, Chris, how you doing? I can't hear you, Chris.
All right, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
It's all good. Chris Wagner, how you doing, man?
Tired, but good.
I can
good.
see
It was a great day today.
It is a great day. I can see it on your face. Hey, Chris, listen, before we get started in the conversation, and at some point at the very end, I want you to make an appeal directly to the voters, but just tell people who you are and, what you're running for.
I'm running for Common Pleas General Division. So that's the traditional Law and Order TV show type judge that you would see. I've been an attorney for 20 years, representing government agencies throughout Ohio. I was a special assistant U.S. attorney. I was a county prosecutor up in Cuyahoga County up in Cleveland. Currently, I'm the in-house counsel working with AFTAB at the clerk's office. And currently this year, I'm the president of the Cincinnati Bar Association. So I got, a well-rounded experience of trial work across the state and a mix of civil and criminal. And, that's my experience. I've been working for Democrats for 25 years, trying to get them elected. And for a guy who grew up here in Cincinnati, this day feels especially sweet. I feel like we really accomplished something, putting blue sample ballots in so many voters' hands, and working with some great candidates and their wonderful teams, and the camaraderie, and we work really, really hard. And I hope we can all reap the benefit tonight here with a little bit of voting left. Can't hear you. I'm having trouble hearing you, Nate.
Hey, can you hear me now, Chris?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
Right.
I am not infallible. I have my microphone off. But I appreciate that opening. So when you've been out there talking with voters, what has been a reaction when you introduce yourself and tell them what you're running for? What are their concerns? What are their issues?
I have to say that the voters, and it's Democratic voters, diehard Democrats. It could be a lot of swing voters. I've spoken to Republicans too. In this county, there is definitely a desire for change. They want to see structural change. They want to see improvements. They want to see a government that works for them. And yeah, I'm focused. I'm running as for a judge. I'm running with a lot of other judicial races that are going on right now. And so there is a focus on it, but people want to see better. And it does. That's a desire that goes through the whole spectrum of people, but we can run a better courthouse here in Hamilton County that's more responsive, that's more efficient. And, and I think COVID really put a highlight that, every branch of government's important. The courts, even though they don't get the attention, they are important. And in cases are backing up people, there's people been sitting in the jail since before March and they still haven't had a jury trial. Jury trials were suspended last week because of fear of COVID. And, if I could just make this message, because I wrote an editorial in the Inquirer, I believed it then back in July when I wrote it. I believe it more now. A lot of people talk about their rights. And if you want to protect your rights, nothing protects your rights more than a jury trial. And to do that, you need to wear a mask. I mean, we got to get COVID under control so people can have a jury trial. And I think what we're going to be seeing next year is that it's not very glamorous, but it's just the hard work of a courthouse. We got to get people in there and got to have people, they want to assert their rights to a trial. Hey, by all means, let's do it. Let's get it for them. I really want to see that happen.
So, Chris, as you look at the current makeup of the courts and the structural foundation of it, how things are being run, what would you do differently? Like big ticket, like 1, 2 bullet points. What is it that if you win, that you will do differently that's not being done now, or that you hope to change?
Well, we got to get things are backing up on COVID, and this is on criminal cases. This is on civil cases. People have, made their claims in court and they've been put on ice because of the pandemic. And I want to be that's the number one priority is we got to make sure that those people are heard. They have an avenue to come into the court. That's not something I ran on when I pulled a petition, but that is the reality. It's the number one goal. Things to go different, things I like to build upon. And a lot of partners, I've been talking to Charmaine, who was just on here, and she's got some great ideas for reform in the county, and I agree with them. We need bail reform. It shouldn't be how much money you have, whether or not you have to sit in jail or not. That's not what the system is intended. Bail reform and structural bail reform is super important. Jury pool reform is the next one. And there's been a lot of discussion on it, and I think there has finally been some attention. These races were good about it. Because you can have the best list in the world for jury, but here in Hamilton County, people don't get the jury summons because we don't have good addresses for people. We waste so much money on postage and summon more jurors than we need because they don't get it. They don't respond. And the number one goal was making sure that we have good addresses so we're not wasting summons and going on a whole public service announcement to people in all kinds of communities, schools, especially talking about the importance of jury duty. And then, working with hopefully the Ohio Supreme Court about, paying jurors and different reforms that could be done through the legislature. And typically it's best for the courts to go through Supreme Court. But I got to tell you right now, jury pool reform is the top of the list on that. And there's other things too. There's things with expungements where people do get an expungement, but it's already out on the internet. People don't get the benefit of a legal remedy because they're not the best people do background checks in this country. Let's put it that way. And I would like to put some orders to Google and some of the other internet providers and say this, by the way, this is expunged. It doesn't exist, and you better get it off your internet, your browser. And I've actually seen people who were exonerated, not just expunged. I mean, they were exonerated. And you can find their booking photo on the internet on a Google search, top 10 hits. This guy's booking photo comes up. That's no one's going to get a fair shake in the employment sphere because too many employers, the first thing they do is they type in what comes up, and you see a booking photo. You're not even going to ask questions. I mean, you're just going to put that at the bottom. And this guy was exonerated. I met him pre-COVID. Boy, that was February. Seems like a century ago. things like that. I'd love to see that. And, also too, we need more mental health and substance abuse treatment for offenders. We do programs in Hamilton County. We need more. And it's just flat out, the demand's there. We need to supply it. So those are just some of the things I really like to see happen.
Well, Chris, we got voters probably in line right now on their way to vote. Here's an opportunity for you to talk directly to them. Why should voters vote for you?
Well, I'm a trial attorney, and I'm going to move cases through a courthouse. I've worked cases in countless courthouses throughout Ohio. I know how to get it done. I know what it needs to be done. And you're going to see an efficiency that hasn't been in the Hamilton County Courthouse for some time. And people are going to detect that. And, people want, when they come to the court, they want to be heard. I don't care if you're the victim, you're a witness, you're a defendant. They want a chance to be heard. When you're not having those hearings, when you're not having people talk about their cases, then they're not being heard, and that's justice denied for all sides. And so, number one is we got to get COVID under control, and I got a plan for doing that. I'm going to work with the commissioners. We're going to take this seriously, but everyone has responsibility. If you come down to court for whatever reason, if you're an attorney, if you're a police officer, if you're a firefighter showing up for any reason, please wear a mask, because there's people's rights are at stake, and somebody can sacrifice being uncomfortable for a few hours for the sake of somebody's jury rights.
Well, Chris, thank you so much for your time and good luck.
Well, thanks so much. Thanks for this opportunity. Let's stay in touch. We can talk about, you can grade me if I get elected. I want you grading me. I want people staying out, but whether or not reform has happened in the courthouse, okay. I want to see it done. We need input. Yeah,
no problem.
Come
Chris.
down and visit.
Oh, for sure. I appreciate the invitation. Most def. That's Chris Wagner, everybody. Appreciate the time of all the candidates. Man, this is very valuable time. You can tell these people are tired, but I just felt like, I wanted to give an opportunity for a last push right before the polls. People are in line right now. If you're in line right now, please like and share this stream. And it's very, very important that you share this stream. I know that, Chris, you're 100% welcome, man. 100%. I wish you the best. I need to take a break because I need to get some water, stand up a little bit, and then Donnie's going to join me again here in a little bit, and then I'm going to keep going until after the polls. We got more people. I haven't given away any free stuff so far. I'm going to give away some free tees, some long fitted tees, and some sweatshirts. This is exclusive CDM that's CinDigital Media. It reads Black Voices Matter with the CDM logo. This is exclusive. This might be a one-time shot in terms of this particular design. So you have an exclusive design. It's also something that you can actually purchase if you like to as well up on Teespring. So I'll share the link with you as well. Moving on. I may leave it up for maybe about a week because I want this to be exclusive. And then we'll come up with some more designs, in the near future in terms of CDM merch if you're interested. And of course, the host, we're going to have some different stuff, little something different. But I definitely want to give out some freebies. I got some trivia for you. So the night is still young. I'm with you. I ain't going nowhere. I'm rocking with you, Nathan Ivey. But I do have to take a quick break, a little pause. I'm going to get up, move around a little bit. I'm not going to leave you alone. I am here. All right. I got a little bit of music with you, or for you, should I say. You are not alone. We're in this together. CinDigital Media's Black Voter Push/Watch Party continues right after this.
Things are getting intense, using on my sixth sense. Thought you had us figured, I can't use me at your expense. They be on that pretense, we be on self-defense. If you in a past tense, you could keep your 2 cents. I don't wanna be another target on a hit list. All my people running around the city like some misfits. So I'm steady praying for my brothers like a wish list. And I trust a soul, they gon' turn on you the quickest. Damn, there's so much going on in this world we call our home. They been looting and protesting, trying to get it far home. Ain't nobody got us like we got us. The streets is in a frenzy, you see the riots. Stand up for a cause, or you die for one of yours. Ain't no universal laws, they just wanna sabotage. Rolling with my entourage, and they tell us be safe, but they got our hands behind us while we down up on our face. It don't make no sense, no. It felt like a death, no. How we supposed to raise our sons, how we supposed to get through. Feeling really stressful, yes, it being dreadful. How could we be careful when we ain't really careful? Therefore, all the youths need a good mentor, yes, Lord. All the years, this is shit we endure, there's no cure. All the cops screaming fucking 10-4, what for? Government always trying to send, so we at war. Yeah, we black, but we really called Moors, born poor. All we care about is Jordan Concords, looting stores. Why you taking things that's not yours? All bad, that ain't no way yet on the George Floyd. Stay on point, half America is really unemployed. We annoyed, killing people, it's a state of paranoia. Kind of crazy, all these businesses burned down and destroyed. No insurance, think my people kinda missing what's important. Yeah, standing for your rights, yeah, we putting up a fight. They don't want us out at night, so they gave us curfew. It's like jumping out the plane with no fucking parachute. Don't shoot, hands up, but they still gon' do it. Huey Newton probably like, man, what y'all niggas doing? Need to come together, all of us, and start a revolution. Yeah, discover more.
Didn't know the love was war. Then I saw you coming at me. Oh, 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 oh. Somebody that I used to know. Somehow you're my enemy. Oh, 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 oh. I don't wanna fight no more. Origami on the floor, breaking stuff that's so sentimental. Push and pull is all we do. Life is hollow without you. Ooh, without you, without you. Without you, without you. Left hand feels so heavy, anchored to your memory. Ravage through my brain, oh, loose in the china shop. It goes non-stop. I don't wanna fight no more. Origami on the floor, breaking stuff that's so sentimental. Push and pull is all we do. Life is hollow without you. Ooh, without you. Without you, without you, without you, without you, without you, without you. Without you,
State Senator Cecil Thomas asking you to vote for Charmaine McGuffey for Sheriff of Hamilton County. As a former police officer, I know Charmaine is the only qualified candidate to be sheriff. She stands with our community and will lead with accountability. Her opponent used excessive force in the killing of an unarmed black man and led the highly controversial Vortex unit. He is the last person we need to lead our sheriff's office. Trust the judgment of someone who knows. Vote Charmaine McGuffey for sheriff, a vote for justice.
This is Charmaine McGuffey asking for your vote, paid for by People for McGuffey for Sheriff.
So many Democrats voting for Charlie Winburn. Democrat Malcolm Timmons.
I'm voting for Charlie Winburn because he's a man that does what he says he's going to do, and he gets things done for our community.
Democrat Nettie Matthews.
Of course I'm voting for my brother Charlie Winburn because he cares about the black community.
Democrat Paul Booth.
I'm voting for my longtime friend Charlie Winburn. He will put people over party.
Democrat Zakiya Allen.
I'm voting for Charlie Winburn because he has a positive track record in our community.
Democrat Charles Wiley.
I am voting for Charlie Winburn because he will be accountable to us.
Democrat Klein Carricker.
I'm voting for Charlie Winburn because he helps to train hundreds of African Americans through his leadership masterclass.
Democrat Jafanya Wynn.
I'm voting for Charlie Winburn because he cares about women with children, providing child care and a school for K through 8th graders.
Democrat T. Renee.
I want to see the first African-American county treasurer elected after 230 years.
Vote Charlie Winburn for Hamilton County Treasurer.
Paid for by friends of Charlie Winburn.
The Nathan Ivey Show is supported by listeners. Go to
Party on occasion, I should ease the weight off my shoulders, yeah. They said we only getting older, yeah. Tell me, are you coming over? I need to know, is you falling through? Tell me what the move is, girl, it's been a cool minute, yeah. I just wanna know, tell me what's the hold up, wanna get to know ya. Girl, I wanna show you, yeah, that I got all the things you need from me. I wanna hear you say you still believe in me. I just wanna know. Tell me it's the real thing. Tell me it's the real thing. Tell me it's the real thing. I just wanna know. Tell me it's the real thing.
All right, good people. I got to get back to it. I don't want to stay out of break for too long. I want to make sure I keep your attention. Good evening. I'm used to saying good morning. Nathan Ivey with you. Thanks for all the people that shared. We got well over 50 shares, but please keep sharing. If you come into the stream, please keep sharing it. You might see it be shared in multiple places. It's all good. It's all good. Good evening. This is CinDigital Media and our special broadcast on Election Day, Black Voter Push Watch Party. We're pushing people in the last few hours to the polls, talking with candidates, and also talking about how you can join the mission to amplify Black voices. If you're interested, we do have a Patreon page up, / Nathan Ivey Show. Of course, I'm Nathan Ivey, the host and the founder of CinDigital Media. And as I said, they say that whenever you're doing a startup and you're trying to tell people about your business, that you should be able to describe it in 5 words. Well, I can do it in 3 words. Amplify Black voices. Now, that sounds like something that you can get down with. Then follow that link. There is a link in the description on Facebook and YouTube. We're also on Twitch as well. First time I'm streaming to Twitch. I just want to see if there's anyone there and sort of kick off things as well. I may do more of that in the future. And you can follow my link tree and you can go to my Patreon page, and we're crowdfunding. And we have folks that are becoming Patreons even tonight. I really appreciate it. And there is a certain, sort of dollar amount, if you want to put it that way, that, that we're looking for. But really, it's about connecting with as many people as possible and just sharing the gospel of what we're trying to do and what we are actually doing right now, so that, we can compete in terms of not what other people are doing, but just fully actualizing what we want to do. I have a plan for CinDigital Media, not all of which I put out there in terms of, satisfying that mission and that goal of amplifying Black voices. I'll say it again. Greater Cincinnati has tremendous talent in this city, in this area. And harnessing the power of the internet is what time it is these days. It's the future. The future is now. And I enjoy what I do and I plan on continue doing it as well. So we kicked this off 3 hours ago, family. I told you I'm an Iron Man. I do this, man. This is nothing. 3 hours? I used to do this every morning. In the evening, I got a nap and everything. Man, this is nothing. We might go to 4 a.m. Tell everybody we on. We going to outlast everybody. We going to be here. We rocking together to the very, very end. Maybe, caveat, I need a little parachute a way out. But again, I want to be here until we get some election results at the very least. We've heard different things about when the numbers are coming in. So you have to wait and see. I got Catherine Ingram, who's backstage right now. And I'm going to try to bring her into the conversation. Hey, Catherine, are you there?
I am. You probably can't see me, though, because it looks like I'm awfully dark. I'm sitting in my car in front of a polling place. I'm sorry. Only thing I could do is pull over because I remember that they told me it was at 7 o'clock, and I'm going, oh, man, I'm driving. I'm down in Northside at the polling place.
You know
and the
what?
only thing I could probably do is turn my light. Let me see if I turn my light on if you could see me. Okay.
There it is. There she is. How you doing, Catherine?
I'm fabulous. Just rolling. I've just been rolling all day trying to check on people, check on polling places, making sure that we're getting our Democratic sample ballot out there to folks and making sure people are okay and able to vote. That's the whole thing, able to vote.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, thank you for your time. I know that it's been a long but a long journey through this campaign during COVID-19. How has this been different for you, campaigning during COVID-19?
Oh, you know what? Here's the thing. The campaigning is I'm one of those people, and you may notice, but not just because I don't have an opponent this time. I don't spend a lot of money on billboards. I may do some radio sometimes and signs in the yard and things like that because I like being where the people are. So what the COVID has done is forced you to do that by Zoom and not in person. So that has been tough for me. I'm one of those, I like being around the people, hearing what they have to say, bantering with them about anything, various things. And so this has been tough for me. It's been really very tough. And I think that some of us have missed out on making those kind of connections that we need to make with folks. And so this has been probably harder than just a regular campaign season.
Huh. I can imagine it. I can imagine that, especially, after you define the kind of person that you are. I can see that. I definitely can. So what do you
but then it also means that some of those people who don't know you, if they only see you on the NAACP panel or things like that, then they don't really have a real conversation. They hear what you're saying and how you respond, but they don't have that, hey, I got the connection kind of thing. And that happens. That happens a lot.
Right. So for folks like Catherine Ingram, that sounds familiar. Tell people, who you represent in the current position you currently hold.
I am right now the Ohio House of Representatives person. I am the representative in the 32nd District. The 32nd District goes from Mount Adams, it swoops through downtown, up through the west side. I have a slither of Price Hill. I have East Westwood, part of Westwood, regular Westwood, as people would say. I don't know why. But Fairmount, Mount Airy, Mount Auburn, part of Walnut Hills, College Hill, North College Hill, Mount Healthy. And so I've got this little swoosh that goes up through the west side of the county. Okay.
Make sure people know who we're talking to. I would suspect that some of your constituents might be in our audience this evening. I'm so used to being in the morning. I keep saying that, but this evening. And you said you're running unopposed?
Please?
You said you're running unopposed?
Yes.
Okay, so you ain't got any worry about no candidates. I mean, you in there. That's a good thing.
Technically, I've already won.
Right.
As soon as they count the first vote, then I've already won. But it makes. Here's what my job is now, though. My job is to get those other folks elected.
Okay, right.
So it makes my job a little tougher because it's difficult for me to raise money because people go, well, what do you need money for? You don't have an opponent. You don't have to worry about running ads. You don't have to worry. But I do put money back into the coffers of the Democratic caucus from the state level, as well as the Hamilton County Democratic Party here, so that I'm helping other people get elected. So that's important for me to be able to do, and it's a little more difficult. I mean, I have people say to me all the time, what do you need money for? Well, because I got to help other folks get elected. That's important.
Right. So talk about some of the work that you're currently, dealing with. Some of the important issues that you're working on right now and that you're going to pick back up on once you are reelected.
Well, one of the things that I want to make sure that we talk about is how this voting goes and has gone, and the responsibility of the Secretary of State. And you may have seen I along with Hicks Hudson and Bryant Sweeney and Michelle Pourhagen, who are also state representatives from other parts of the state, have been back and forth with the Secretary of State about, say, for instance, the drop boxes, the ability for him to have more than one or allow for more than one in the counties. And of course, he's gotten sued over that. And of course, his thing to me was, well, I don't want to get sued. It's like, dude, suck it up, get sued. Because right now, the President of the United States has 300 lawsuits all over this country for people not to be able to vote. So what difference does it make if you're talking about you are allowed to make that decision about the drop boxes and you won't do it, even though you promised us that you would? And so that's one of the ones that, like I told them, be prepared. It does not end on November 3rd. It is just the beginning. I also have a resolution back to the so that the House can concur, to send it to the federal folks to let them know we expect them to fight to put Section 5 back into the voter rights amendments, and of course to make sure that that is now the John Lewis Voter Rights Act, so that we are able to check states when they do things that, whether they deliberately exclude people or unintentionally exclude people, that they have to go before a review before the Secretary of State can do it. So if you notice, when they rescinded Section 5 of the Voter Rights Act, there are several states who immediately started putting those Jim Crow things in, as far as not necessarily making you take a test, but they were doing things like, okay, you need a different kind of ID, and you need to have your signature notarized by someone else, or you have to have it signed by someone else, witnessed by someone. That is a form of voter suppression, and they should not be allowed to get away with that. So that's one that I'm working on, and like I told them, it doesn't end because the election is over today. All of those things get pushed from now on until we get them right.
Mm-hmm. You're right about that. That's very, very true. That's very, very true. Things are percolating on a national level as it relates to our votes. And I think people are just kind of missing it, but you're so right to bring that up. So how is the rest of your night going to play out? Are you going to be out and about? Are you hitting up any particular watch parties or anything like that?
Well, I don't know. I know lots of folks are having Zoom watch parties. I actually have to go drop something off at a friend of mine's house that I purchased for them 3 days ago and was supposed to give it to them then. I'm not a party person. Well, I won't lie. I'm a party person. But I've never really sat and watched the numbers. I just pray they go the way that I want them to go. I need for Biden and Harris to win, because then if they don't, then that sets other things in place. So I don't think I'm going to be anywhere in particular. I'll probably be on Zoom like I'm sitting here with you now for some other folks, but I'm not sure. I really am not.
Well, Catherine, thank you for the time. And you're a shoo-in. Don't worry. You got this.
Thank you. I hope you're saying that because I'm good at what I do and not just because I don't have an opponent.
A little bit
and maybe that's why I don't have an opponent, because I'm good at what I do.
Exactly. Well, let's go with that. I think that sounds best. Hey, thank you so much for your time, and let's stay connected.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nathan. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the work you do. And yeah, let's stay connected.
Oh, most definitely. That's Catherine Ingram right there. Appreciate her time. And she's running unopposed. And she still made time for us to talk with us here with the Black Voter Push Watch Party. And the push part is almost over with because it's almost 7:30 and the polls are going to end to close at 7:30. So if you're in line, and again, thank you to all the people that have been sharing. I saw we got over 50 shares. That is so great. Please keep sharing. If you come into the stream, please share it. And, continue to share it throughout the night so it's fresh on your time feed and things like that so people know what's going on. Really appreciate you. If you want to call in, we are taking phone calls. To my audio people, I am aware of the fact that when we get the Zoom callers in, they can't hear it. I don't want to kill that feed, though. You tell me, whatever you want to do. You're the audio folks. You're there. Because I have people who will be calling in on a line, and I thought I had kind of worked that out so that when we have Zoom calls, you can still hear it on Spreaker. It's a little bit of a complicated thing to do because I'm working off of one computing machine, laptop, but I'm trying to service two different types of software to share the same stream, and obviously I haven't worked it out perfectly. I'll tell you straight up, I know where I'm good at, and I know where I need to still grow, and that might be one area. So you tell me. I'm still here with you. If you rocking with me, I believe in that. I want to continue it. See, Iris writes, Charmaine McGuffey for sheriff. Yeah, people saying they can't hear him. What's up, J-Dog Mac? Appreciate you. We're going to be able to hear Donnie talk when he good on. I'm not sure. Probably not, but I don't want to kill that stream. You're more than welcome, obviously, to jump over to the Facebook stream and rock with us here. FG writes, hey, great people. Brian writes, Dieter set the blueprint for the second place dude in Kentucky. Step in and do it yourself to ensure it's botched. That's funny. That's right. That's right. Step in and do it yourself to ensure that it's botched. You're right about that. Brian writes, that ish was ridiculous. Pac-Man, I guess he called him back for that favor. Sad, right? I know that Pac-Man has some run-ins with the law. He smacked the fire out of a woman that spit on him or something like that. I guess she had it coming. And then he had an incident with a police officer over in, I believe, Newport. Remember this? Where he was basically saying, I wish the police officer died. And the officer's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I hear you. He was cussing them out and all this kind of stuff. And Pac-Man was just going nuts in the back, And I guess Dieters did him a solid and went light on him. So now Pac-Man feels beholden to the Dieters to come back and do a campaign commercial. I'm like, dude, you letting yourself get played like this? What is up with black men? What is up with these black men, these celebrity types, these entertainer types, caping for Republican candidates? Whether it be Frosty Rucker, Pac-Man Jones here locally, whether it be nationally, when you had cats like Lil Wayne, Lil Coonchie, had to throw that in there. Kodak Black, to some degree, Ice Cube, although I'll put Ice Cube in a different kind of light. I think the brother has a good heart and he's trying to get visibility for his thing, and it just didn't go right. All right, let me see here. I got Donnie is here. I want to bring her on, so she stepped away for a second. Hey, Donnie, can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you. What's up, people?
Doing well. I saw you. Yeah, oh, for sure, man. It's going to be a great night, hopefully.
Right.
Hopefully.
It's going to be a good night. I'm speaking positive vibes only. We got this, dude. It's time for Trump to go. He done too much.
Yeah, it is time for him to go. But then for black folks, what does that mean for us? I mean, for me, our salvation, our liberation is not in either party, Donnie. It's in the black family.
Period. So there you go, trying to bring down my spirits. I'm trying to be positive.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that work is really on us. No matter who's in office.
Period.
Our liberation is in our hands. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I think it's in our hands. I think we got to do something different if we want something different. And we keep doing the same two-party system. We keep relying on these politicians, the same politicians. Like, we got the same people that run over and over again, which is why I'm so excited about our local election, because we have an opportunity for the first time to get something different. Dieters has literally been a prosecutor since I was a freshman in college, I believe. I've been practicing law for it's been at least 15, 20 years. This dude has been a prosecutor, on and off. We got an opportunity to change a lot of the judges. A lot of the judges, like your Pat Dinkelakers, your Ralph Winklers, your Charles Kabickis, they're 15 years in the game. It's time for them to go. So we do have an opportunity to do something different. And then I feel like as a community, we got to get more involved. We fell asleep at the wheel and ended up with Biden, Harris, Trump, Pence. So we gotta do a better job, being more woke, being more active. Look, running for school board, Nathan Ivey plug, shameful plug.
It would be I'd be a different kind of school board member.
You and me both. Hashtag together.
I know we keep talking about it. We're gonna have to make a move here. I mean, school board, council, something. The clock is ticking.
I think we do. People want something different. I think you and me bring something different. And I feel like Black voting is where it's at. I'm realizing you can't really get a lot done when you're on things like school board or city council where it's a collective, unless you got a group of like-minded people that are on the board or on council with you, and you guys are all on the same page. So I feel like that's something that needs to be done. Is people need to start running as a group. Like, hey, 5 of us are going to infiltrate city council. 5 of us are going to hit the school board. Things like that. 5 of us are going to all run to be common pleas court judges. I think that's the way to go to get real meaningful change.
Mm-hmm.
But on an island.
I'm with that. I'm hearing that more and more, actually. I'm with that. And that way you got a whole block and a majority, and you can actually move policy the way you really want to move it.
Exactly.
As opposed to begging and pleading with people to do the right thing, and you just don't have a number. So I'm with it.
Oh, Judge Marsh, she spent 33 years trying to get 9 votes. I'm like, seriously? 33 years, sis? So she finally got her 16 votes after the judicial forms that we did with the NAACP. So I'm glad to see, at a minimum, that's a good thing. We'll see what the jury pool study turns out, but I don't know. So I'm going into the NAACP at 7:30, and I'll be back out. I can come back on a little later, but I wanted to know, did anybody have any problems voting today other than my dad? Is it just me?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear what happened?
No, what happened?
So when I took him to vote, he didn't have a picture ID. We used his car registration paperwork, and the lady was like, "No, you need a picture ID," and I was like, "No, you actually don't." So we got into a light very back and forth, and I was like, "Look, sis, I'm a lawyer. No offense, but pull out your poll worker book and turn to the page where it lets you know what IDs and documentation is acceptable." And I had to push back, and then she was like, "Oh, okay," and she let him vote. But I was like, "How many people have you turned away, sis, because you thought they needed to have a picture ID?" So I had to call the Board of Elections. I had to call Board of Protection. Like, yo, you need to get that precinct, together. And I told her, you're a Black district. We were in the heart of Avondale. I'm like, it's not a game out here. We're really trying to get some real justice. And you can't be turning people away because you don't know the rules. And it's so easily verifiable. Like, I was like, sis, just pull out the handbook. It's right here on the table. So that was us this afternoon about 1 o'clock.
That's interesting.
I know.
You would think that the poll workers, didn't we go through this with Tracy Hunter back in the day? And damn, they went to the Supreme Court, right church, wrong pew, that whole 9 yards. Did we do this already?
Yep, the provisional ballot BS or the whole thing. So I've been posting all day, election protection stuff. Like, I let everybody know how much time we got. The polls close in 11 minutes. But hopefully you guys know, picture ID, but you can also use government paycheck, payroll check, utility bill. You do not have to have a picture ID, but it's a shame that we're still having that same age-old debate every election and always in our neighborhood. And I can't even say it's a racism thing. The poll workers, at the church and on Harvey Avenue, they're Black. It's just a lack of knowledge. I don't know how well they train them. So I don't know. But yeah, that happened earlier.
That's interesting. You're right. I wonder how many people got turned away. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
Cynthia writes, my 11th hour prediction, the Great Pumpkin will get another 4 years. Even though I don't want him to, he will. Lasai. That's hilarious.
You think? I'm going to do a little friendly wager and bet the chop shop. I think he's gone. I'm not really sure about everybody else, but I think Trump is going to meet his demise today. I got a quarter on it. You do too?
I think so too. I think that COVID cooked his goose.
Boom.
I mean, COVID, I think independents, even some Republicans, like, wait a minute, this is what you're doing? Oh, yeah, you got to go. They can tolerate all the antics and the lying. That was just all part of the show. But when it became real life, and I think human lives were on jeopardy, I think that it opened people's eyes up, and I'm hoping and I think it'll turn the tide against Trump. We'll see.
Facts. It should. If it doesn't, I'm like, you know what? My thing is, what is it going to take? Like, he's made every screw up to me that a president can make in one term. What else is it? Like, if not him and not now, then who and when?
I mean, the only thing that's left is to mistakenly fire nuclear missiles. Like, oops, my bad. I thought it was from the TV on, right? And he mistakenly fires a missile at Russia. That's the only thing that's left to do. Period.
I'm like, everything else this dude has done, I find him to be a disaster. What's your prediction about Mitch McConnell? Are we through or what?
I think that Mitch McConnell is baked in, caked in Kentucky. I know a few people down there that have worked, in the Republican circles. I feel like, I'm not close enough to give you any details, but from my feeling and what I've heard is he's just caked in. He's got a lot of cake, a lot of money, and, the fix is in for Mitch McConnell. That's what I suspect.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like your girl ran out of steam or money or both. She was a swing and a miss to me on Breonna Taylor. She was missing. And that was her opportunity to rile up the rest of the liberals and the Democratic base in Kentucky, which is a small faction anyway. And I feel like she was so busy trying to play it safe, she missed an opportunity, which is why that black guy that ran against her in the primary was able to gain some traction at the last minute. But I feel like he was a day late and dollar short. Like, if Breonna Taylor hadn't got killed, nobody even knew he was running. He's like right in for Kanye, right? Well,
what do you think? Kanye gonna get some traction tonight? Real quick. That's funny. I almost forgot about Kanye. I wonder
let's not forget about writing for Kanye. So, how many votes you predict Kanye is gonna get? How many electoral votes?
Let's see here. I can't even call it. I don't have enough information to even make a prediction. I like to say something like 1 million or something, but I don't even know how many states he's in. I just know he's not in Ohio.
Right. He wasn't on my ballot. I was like, Kanye, where you at? I'm looking for you. Be looking for what Trump has done for black folks. I was searching. I couldn't find it.
I do know that the New York Times is reporting as of 2 hours ago that Kanye voted for himself as a write-in candidate. So he got at least one vote.
Period. There's always going to be some. Where's Drop at? Where's Fame?
I heard that I can see Fame riding for Kanye, not Drop. Drop is 100% about Trump. That's what it's all about. But I know in Kentucky, Kanye got about 2,600 votes, I think, early votes.
Really?
Yeah. So,
I mean, his commercial was fly, though. Can we talk about it? Is it just me?
It was a nice commercial.
Right. If he didn't have mental health issues, I was like, the commercial is fly.
He is a dope producer. We'll give him that.
Pretty much. Where his friends at, though? Where's his friends and family to be like, yo, Kanye, this ain't you, this ain't that. Like, Kanye, stop. Sir.
When it comes to music videos, he's super dope. Fashion and politics, hell no.
No.
Hell no. I ain't buying your merch and I ain't voting for you until you sharpen that all up.
All the way up. I'm like, dude, you were a step away from a 72-hour hold talking about writing Kanye for president. We already got one. Like, dude. Right.
Let me see absolutely. In terms of breaking news.
What?
See, some polls are closing. I see numbers are coming in Florida already. 53% of the estimated votes have been counted. Would you like to know? In Florida, they are saying with 53% of the estimated votes counted, this is per the Huffington Post, they are estimating that Joe Biden is up 51% to 48% over Donald Trump.
Let's go in Florida, no less. Shoot, man, I gotta leave. All right, y'all. I'm going to the NAACP party. I'll swing back through around.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate you. Yep.
I'll come back when you see me. You know what's up.
Yeah, I know what's up. Take it easy. That's Donnie B. Appreciate her, and a shout to the NAACP again. We all is in the same boat, doing the same things. But my issue is I want to raise awareness about this platform. And I want to let you know that there's an opportunity for you to get involved in our mission to amplify Black voices. There's my Patreon feed right there. We're crowdfunding so we can raise the kind of resources that we need so that we can compete with, and by compete, what I mean, not necessarily, I'm not worried about what anybody else does. I want you to hear me. I don't give a damn, quite honestly. I'm not worried about these local folks terrestrially. I don't care what anybody does digitally. I support everybody. If you for Black folks, if you're for progressive folks, if you're for independent voices, I support you. My focus is on what I'm doing, what we're doing. And I think that we're doing good work and are on the cusp of doing more. And the ideas that I have to put in place to service our community and our audience, I think will have a definite impact. And again, with the Nathan Ivey Show, we've already done that. 4 years away, 4 years, 3.5 years on digital media, the show is still relevant. More relevant now than it's ever been before because of the work that we do and because of your support. And we're doing this, as you can see, I'm in my home office. We're doing this virtually. And it's because I don't give up. I don't stop, period. When I feel like I'm on the right path, I never stop. I never give up. Look at this right here, friend. This is my motto. It's hard to beat a person who never gives up. I don't give up. I'm here for the long run, just like I'm here with you tonight for the long run. You know what I'm saying? This is the reason why I eat right and work out, so I can do what I need to do to be in tip-top shape so I can continue this race. And I 100% believe that Cincinnati needs and deserves an independent media voice. And you've got different folks out there, and I support everybody. Again, this ain't about no hate. I support everyone. I believe that there's a space for independent media and mainstream media. But for us to remain relevant and to put in place the things that we would like to do to support our audience, I need your help. So you can check out that link right there, patreon.com/Nathan Ivey Show. That's how I originally set it up. And of course, the Nathan Ivey Show is the main current throughout all of what a CDM does. Of course, I'm Nathan Ivey, if you just don't know. For as little as $2 per month, which if you count it up is what, $24 a year. And I'm not here to count your money because $24, man, that's a lot of money. So I take your investment very, very seriously. And I want you to know that very, very much. It's a very real initiative as we push forward into the rest of the year, into 2021, so that we can deliver the types of programs and I put it like this, services, without revealing too much, but services. If you really want to know about what's going on and get a heads up, become a patron, $2 a month. You can sign up so it comes out automatically. In no way am I counting your dollars to tell you that $2 is nothing. I mean, that's a lot of money depending on what you're trying to do with it. Believe me, I'm a working dude. You know what I'm saying? I've learned to live beyond or below my means, you know what I'm saying? So that, I can stay always consistent, to who I am and what I believe. You know what I'm saying? When you start trying to live outside your means, then you start having all these expenses, then you start making decisions based upon things that are not really true to your path. I don't believe in all of that. So again, you can find out more about what we're going on. I do a special show. It's called Fade to Black, which is a very, that name is very important to me because that was the name of the first show that I ever did. Way going back. I had a partner. His name was Mason Jamal, and we were doing a show on public radio, and we named the show Fade to Black. So when I was thinking about coming up with a name for that special show, I wanted to do something that meant something to me, because it all means something to me. So if you want to get access to Fade to Black, that is exclusively beyond or behind the Patreon wall, so to speak. $2 a month would do that. And then depending on the levels, you can get access to different exclusive, whether it be merch or whether it be just a different type of relationship and access to different things that we post. You can all do that on Patreon. I appreciate you. And I will shout you out in real time if you become a Patreon tonight. I would love to hit 50 patrons. I would love to. Like right now I'm at 28 patrons. I would love to hit 50 patrons. That would be great. Because now that's 50 people that, hopefully can become ambassadors to what we're doing. And maybe, once I deliver for you, you can share more to your friends. They might become patrons. So I'm at 28 patrons right now. And, I guess the first step would be 30 patrons. That would be great if we could do that tonight. And there's a link in the description of today's show. My link tree is there. Just click on the link. Boom, it'll take you straight to it. If you don't know what a link tree is, you'll find out tonight. Just click on it. Click on it, not lick on it. Is it Freudian slip? Mm-hmm. Just click on it, and and I am a man. And then you can follow all the various links, including to my Patreon feed. And again, if you become a Patreon tonight, I'm gonna do a couple things. Matter of fact, I want to shout out some people that's become Patreons again tonight within the last, since we've been on the broadcast. Quite honestly, Since we're on the broadcast, my man D Wizzle has become a patron tonight, and I really appreciate it. And again, I don't look at anything, and K Works has become a Patreon today as well. I really appreciate it. And we've picked up 1, 2, 3, 4 patrons since November. Ashley, Daryl, K Works, and D Wizzle. I appreciate all of you. And again, I look at it all the same in terms of the investment that you're making in what we're doing. And again, we're just getting started. You're going to hear me more about this Patreon campaign. I'm going to be sharing it on social media more than I ever have before. Quite frankly, because Patreon is allowing us to do more. And so now I feel like I can really deliver more to my patrons than before. And now that I have a game plan, not a better, but a game plan in mind that I want to execute, and I know where I'm trying to get to, I just feel like, you got to have a plan before you start asking people for anything. And since now we have a plan, I'm just making the ask to you. Who else would I go to but to you first? And tonight seems like a perfect night to do it, because the salvation of Black people is not in this election. The liberation of African Americans, of non-white people, is not in this election. The liberation of our families, the fight for equity, policy, intangibles, and all I'm doing is amplifying what I see other people doing. That's part of my role, is to amplify the good work that I see other people in our community doing. And I feel like we do that. And I want to do more of it. The hard work starts tomorrow, family. It's not tonight. I don't give a damn if Joe Biden wins. He ain't liberating us. If it's Trump, he's not liberating us. We have to liberate ourselves. We are our own heroes. It's got to be within our own families. The change that needs to happen, of course, we need it structurally and politically. But the first change has to happen inside the Black family. So that's where I'm going. I'm going to you first before anyone else. And as I said, I've had all kinds of level of sponsorship since I've been online. You name it. I've worked with small businesses, and I've worked with big time corporations and folks that have millions and millions of dollars. Okay, I've worked with small businesses, and I've worked with the city of Cincinnati. I've worked with startups, and I've worked with the Cincinnati Police Department. I've worked with, you name it, we work with a lot. I work with all kinds of campaigns, Democrats and Republicans. I can't remember any independents, but Democrats and Republicans, okay? I work with people locally, regionally, and nationally, using this platform to get in front of our audience. And through all of that, my preference would be to have a direct relationship directly to you. That would be my preference. Now, if you're like, man, I don't like giving my card out, Nate. I hear you, Big Nate, but I ain't on that. Is there a way I can do a one-time donation? Absolutely it is. You can hit the link tree, go to the NathanIveyShow.com, or it's really NathanIvey.com. Click on support, and you can make a one-time donation via PayPal. However you want to do it, you can do it. Because I get it. People are like, I don't want to get my credit card out. I feel a certain way. Okay, I don't want you to do anything that you feel uncomfortable about. I don't want you to do nothing that you like, you know what? I'm going to feel bad about this later. I don't want that. I want you to feel 100% about what you do, okay, at all points, when you're interacting with me. So we're at 28 patrons right now. I would love to get to 30 patrons by, let's say, 8 p.m. That would be fantastic. I'm also doing something new. I'm running a text messaging campaign. So if you look in the link in the bio of today's show, the description, should I say, of today's show, not the bio, it's not Instagram, but if you look at the description in today's show, you will see my number. That is my cell phone number. And you can send me a text and join our text messaging campaign as well. Pardon me. I just want to have, and I put it this way, but I want to have a very intimate and close relationship with you. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing more intimate than us being able to text one another. So you can text me at any time. I will respond. And if you're interested, you can just, it's not going to cost you anything. Okay. There is some legal terms there, but again, it's not going to cost you anything. If you're living in the Cincinnati area, it's a 513 number. And you can text message me, and I'll be doing a lot of text messaging campaigning in the near future as well. So if you're interested, you know what to do. Real simple. Real simple. All right, 513-873-7134. If you're out there and you want to share your thoughts, the polls have just closed, everybody. The polls are closed. The polls are closed. That's it. It is. So now we're going to start getting more poll numbers in. Let me see if I can pull numbers up for you and share with you this evening. Also, I want you to take a look at this. Some of the merch that we're going to be putting out there. Hold on one second here. What's this? Okay. Hold on one second. Need to confirm something. What is that at? Here, hold on one second here. Trash, spam. Okay, I'm in my email because I'm trying to confirm something that I want to show you before I do it real quick. Oh, okay, I see it. Damn. So how do we want to do this? Hold on one second. I'm kind of talking out loud over the board, so to speak. But I can show you this. So, let's do some merch giveaways because I really want to push this, and I know some of you might be interested as well. So I'll do that. I may have to take one more break so I can pull something up on the screen so I can actually show you the merch. But I think you might like it actually. And I do have some more of the polls that are coming in. So now Florida is saying with 66% of the estimated voters that Joe Biden is up 50% to 48% Donald Trump. Down in Georgia, Joe Biden is up 51.4% to Donald Trump 47.5% with 5% of the estimated votes counted. North Carolina just closed. And so as the information comes in, I'll be giving you all the up-to-date information as I can. I'll put it up on the screen so you can actually see it for yourself. And we'll talk about what this actually means. And as information comes in from Cincinnati as well, I'll share it with you so that we can have an up-to-date conversation about everything that's going on. I think it's very, very important. I think it's very, very important. Let me see here. Okay. All right. Okay, great. So this is exciting to me, actually, folks, as these numbers are starting to come in. It's real super early. We're not going to have anything concrete, honestly, until about 10 or so. And I'm committed to be with you until then. But trust me, I'm not going anywhere. If I fall asleep or something like that, which I don't anticipate happening, just let me know, family. What is this right here? Let me see if I can put this on the screen for you and you can check it out for yourself. If we have any issues, then just let me know. Just let me know. I want you to see this. This is very, very important for you to see it yourself as opposed to me trying to show you. And you can check it out in terms of what people are saying is happening. There it is right there. So this is a screenshot from the Cincinnati Enquirer. Shout out to them. It'll give you a little bit of a sense of where we are right now. And as I said, it's very, very early. It's very early right now in terms of, what's happening. Really too early to really give you any real insights. I think we'll check back in about an hour. And again, I'm here with you and we'll get more in. Some of the southern states are coming in. You got Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, things like that. There's so many races to watch. McConnell is up right now, 58% over McGrath, 37%. That's a damn shame. I did make contact with Kate Schroeder in her camp. We may get a call from Kate Schroeder. She is the Democrat candidate in the 1st congressional district here in the state of Ohio. I'll be honest with you and be transparent. I hope she wins. I hope she wins because Shabbat is a creature from the Trump lagoon. What has Shabbat done? What has he delivered for you if you live in the 1st congressional district in all the time that he's been there? What has he actually delivered? Oh, this is wonderful, man. This is great. We just hit 30 patrons tonight. Let me go and see who the new patrons are. I really appreciate you. Again, my goal, I'm trying to hit at least 50, but I want to say thank you to Tracy. Thank you so much, Tracy. And thank you to Elizabeth. Appreciate you, Elizabeth. We just hit a goal of 30. Oh, I'm feeling pumped. Because, I feel so strongly about this, man. I'm telling you, I feel super strongly. And I put a lot of time and energy and effort into it. And just to have people want to come on board and be a part of it means a whole lot. It really does. We will change the narrative in Cincinnati. And if we change and control our narrative in conjunction with the other, Black media outlets that are out there, I think that's what time it is. It's about changing the narrative and taking control of our narrative. And if we can do that, then we can control our policy and our politics in the way that we are perceived. There is a lot of room for Black independent media in the greater Cincinnati area. And I want to move into that space in a very serious way so that we can deliver the kind of content and the kind of media that matters, in the city of Cincinnati. And again, we're just starting out right now with a small lineup of people, but I believe 100% in all of the voices, all of the hosts. I think they all bring something different and reflect who we are in Cincinnati. And so Tracy and Elizabeth, I appreciate you. I appreciate you both. It means everything. I got to bring some music in here, man. I think every time that we have somebody become a patron tonight, let me see here. I got to have something for you that, yeah, here we go. There it is. Is that good enough? I don't know. That's the winning. Let me see if I can get something else. There it is. Success? But a little bit of something, some kind of sound effect so that, just to recognize people are coming in and becoming patrons. It means so much. So, we're at 30 patrons now. Can we get to, let's say, 35 patrons by, let's say, 8 p.m.? And that gives us a good 18 minutes. I think that's doable. It's very simple. You can follow the link tree. It's in the description of today's live stream. That's going to be video only. Let me post a link inside of, here it is. Let me post a link inside of the Chop Shop if I can, just to make it as easy as possible for folks over there. And see, to do that, I need to go to my Spreaker page, but I got to take a different route than I normally would. Hold on one second here, because it's really, really important as we push this initiative tonight to get more people on board. And again, as I said, I do have a dollar amount. I don't want to put it out there, but I'm not shy about it. We're doing this together. So I want you to know, what we're doing. It means everything. Hold on one second here. Yeah. So I'm going to post this inside the Chop Shop. I had to take a different route. I had to actually go through the Spreaker page. Boom. And if you're interested and you're in the Chop Shop, I know many of the folks there have either been patrons before. I would welcome you back to the patron family. We're just doing a whole lot more. And it's going to be a lot of exclusive stuff, including merch and merchandise and things like that, shirts, things like that, mugs that you can get access to. And we're going to be rolling out our store as well. Once our website is completed, I got some really good folks working on the website right now. And again, to do all these things, it takes resources. It takes resources to do all these things. And so thank you for jumping on board and believing in this mission. As you can tell, I wholeheartedly do. I already know. I got no doubts whatsoever that we will be successful. There's 100% we'll be successful. Let me put this on the screenshot right here so you can see this. And then let's do some merch giveaways. How about that? Let me see. That's what we should do. Yeah. So this is just a little bit of mock-up. Black Voices Matter. And it's got the cool CinDigital Media logo on the top left there. But, just like Black Lives Matter, Black Voices matter. And if Black lives don't matter, then Black voices don't matter. To me, they're synonymous. And because this is a media platform and our mission is to amplify voices, Black voices, it just makes sense in the climate that we are. This is going to be exclusive merch from CDM. I don't plan on offering this like indefinitely in that particular design. I want it to be something that's exclusive for a short time, kicking off today. Maybe we'll do like a week, and then we'll do some different designs. We've got that in long sleeve t-shirts and also hoodies. I'll be honest with you. I think I like the hoodies a little bit better. I'm just like a hoodie person. But just imagine this on a hoodie with the big Black Voices logo right there. Black Voices Matter. People be like, what? Oh, I'm down with that. I like that. With the CinDigital Media logo right there as well. So we'll do that probably starting at 8, because I'm going to take a break at 8, and then we'll come back and do a couple of giveaways. And I'll take the orders and make sure I send that to you very, very promptly if you're interested. All right. Appreciate you. Please like and share this feed. It means everything. Let me jump around a little bit and see what we can find. I'm down for topics tonight. I'm down to talk about the updates tonight and everything that's going on. What the hell? What in the hell? What am I looking at? Oh my God, that is great. I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at right there. Hold on one second here. Let me go over to, I'm not sure if you're hip to it, but there's a website I really like if you're going to be watching the polls tonight. It's Real Clear Politics. Real Clear Politics. And as their name suggests, their wheelhouse is politics. So they do a lot of the early polling. They do a lot of polls. And so that'll be one place that I'll be looking at throughout the rest of the night in terms of determining, what's going to be happening. I see Indiana's coming in with their returns, 22% in. With 22% again, Indiana, I would say they'd probably go Republican, but with 22% of the vote, Indiana is 56% for Trump, 41% for Biden. They just did an update here. In Kentucky, with 30% of the vote, Trump 63%, Biden 35%, not looking too good. South Carolina with 2% of the vote, Trump 70%, Biden 28%. Got to keep our eye on the Carolinas. Florida is now at 29%. 50% of that is for Biden, 48% for Trump. They're updating this as I'm speaking, actually. It's being updated. Appreciate it. And then, of course, you got the Senate race as well. We'll keep our eye on all this stuff. It all matters. It all matters. We learned that matters more than anything else now, didn't we? The Republicans run the Senate like gangsters. The Republicans run the Senate the Republicans run the Senate the way that John Gotti and his crew used to run parts of New York, with an iron grit. Now you see what they did, right? As I said, we got folks chiming in, elected folks, candidates chiming in throughout the night, and I really appreciate their time. I know that many of them have been working very, 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 very hard over these last few months, the last campaign, just the months leading up to the campaign, especially with COVID-19. And we have a candidate backstage right now. Let me bring her on. We have Rep. Jessica Miranda. Hey, how you doing, Jessica?
Hi, Nathan. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for spending some time with us this evening. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me back on the show. I greatly appreciate that.
Oh, it's an open door policy. So the polls are closed now. How do you feel?
I feel great. I am cautiously confident, but I tell you what, I went out this morning bright and early. I've been out all day, so excuse my hat, hair, and everything else. But when I got there this morning at 6:30 a.m., right when the polls opened, there were lines out the door and around each building in Forest Park. And that, for me, was just so reassuring to see that kind of engagement and that kind of turnout to vote. And we know we've had an awesome turnout in early vote, right? But to see it actually live in person the day of Election Day was just stunning and made me so proud and made me so happy. So I hope that reflects, something great for us in the results tonight.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And you're the current rep, so you're running for re-election. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so tell us about the work you've been doing, as a rep. But before that, tell us who you represent. So who is in your district?
Absolutely. So the 28th House District is a total of 13 suburbs here in what I consider the north central Hamilton County. So it goes from where I live and own my business here in the city of Forest Park, all the way over to the city of Montgomery on the east side, picks up Sycamore Township, Madeira, Montgomery, We got Deer Park, Reading, Blue Ash, Evendale, Glendale, Green Hills, and then Sharonville, Springdale. And I have a tiny piece of Springfield Township, which is called the Pleasant Run Farms area.
Okay. And so what are voters saying to you? What matters most to the constituents that you represent?
So what matters most is education, I think, especially out here in the suburbs, good paying jobs, access to affordable health care. And of course, the biggest thing that matters to most of the folks in my district is how we respond to COVID, right? How we're doing in this global pandemic and what the state is going to do and how we plan on introducing and passing legislation to bring our vital tax dollars back home, right? Because people are hurting. People are still jobless today. People know people who have gotten the virus and lost their lives or become very, very sick. We know people are hurting with rental assistance, home affordability assistance, and we're trying to, remedy those things and push the Republicans in the state house to realize how important it is to bring our tax dollars back home so that we can make sure our people back here at home have what they need to survive this pandemic. So that, of course, is top of mind for everybody. But out today at the polls, it was just so reassuring to see so many people that were feeling a different way than what I've seen before, right? Because my district is a very purple district. It could really go either way. It's not a solid blue Democratic district. It's not a solid red Republican district. We have a lot of folks who are very educated in my district, and they know to research their candidates and kind of, figure out who would be best fit to do this work, to do this job that I am honored and happy to do for them since 2019. And like you said, I'm running for re-election to serve 2 more years in the state house for folks. But I heard a lot of folks telling me that they changed their mind this time around. They may have voted for President Trump in 2016 and they decided they're not doing that again. They're either voting for Biden or they're sitting the presidential race out and they're for the local races. And so I had a lot of those conversations today, which was, very different for me in a district like this, because normally people, when they get to the polls, they have their mind made up, and that just goes to show you, I think, how, that the leadership nationally has failed us. They have put our families and our people in harm's way, and people are ready for change, and they want to see someone take a leadership role in the White House. And I think that sentiment kind of trickles down into all of our local races too, because folks know who's really taking this pandemic seriously and who's not, and continually putting people's lives in risk by not taking it seriously.
Well, I know that you take representing all of your constituents very, very seriously. I've heard great things about you.
Thank you.
In particular, I'd like to know, is there a common thread in terms of the concerns that you hear being vocalized from Black families, from Black folks that are your constituents?
Absolutely. I think, all of the things that are issues to everyone, I think is only exacerbated, of course, in our Black and Brown communities, and especially through this global pandemic, right? Because we know that our Black and Brown communities have disproportionate rates of contracting the virus. And so I've had to write, and I've probably told you this before, but I've had to write more than I would like. One is enough, but I've had to write too many condolence letters this year. And I don't want to write any more condolence letters, right? Because I don't want people's lives to be in danger of something that we could have fixed and handled correctly from the get-go, both at the state level and at the national level. So I always talk to folks, and especially here where I live and own my business in Forest Park. Forest Park is 75, 80, 85% African American, and we have a growing Latino population as well. But I also represent the city of Springdale, which is, a lot of people don't know this, but it's the 8th largest Hispanic populated city in the entire state of Ohio. So I have, the honor and the luxury of representing a diverse set of people. And like you said, at the top of this conversation, I take that very, very seriously. I really do feel like and lead like a public servant, not a politician, because I'm not here to play around with people's lives. I'm certainly not here to play around with people's livelihoods. I want to make sure everyone, no matter their color, creed, race, ethnicity, so on and so forth, sex, etc., have the same foundation, the same level playing field as everyone else, to get to where they want to go in their American dream, because I know and wholeheartedly believe that's the promise of Ohio, of our state. Everyone deserves that. And poverty is the real evil, right, in my eyes. And I've seen that as a Board of Education or a former Board of Education president here in Winton Woods. So that's, something that guides me. That's my guiding light, so to speak, through my policy and through my legislation. And I hope that my constituents have seen that in me, in my leadership, that I'm really, truly here for them, working for them, and, will listen and do whatever I have to do to get them to where they need to go, and set the policy in place that is not only going to be the policy that makes us equal, but the policy that brings us all up and out of poverty.
You may have hit it already a little bit, but talk about what you're working on now and what you hope to work on. Like, what's on your tape? What's on your desk that's like priority for if you're reelected?
Yeah. So first and foremost, and I will say, other than our response to COVID, right? Because that's an ongoing thing that we're constantly dealing with. First and foremost, there's House Bill 305 on my table, which is the fair school funding formula. That is something that we really hope to pass by the end of this year, because right now, as it stands here in Ohio, we don't have a funding formula for public schools. So that means public schools don't know what money they're going to be getting next school year. And the problem we have in Ohio is the Republican Party, who I will refer to as the majority party in the state house, because if you don't know, and anyone listening, all three arms of our government here in Ohio are controlled by one party. In other words, we're under what's called a one-party rule in Ohio. We hope to change that with tonight's results, but that's our reality we live in. And unfortunately, what they have done is constantly defund and defund and defund our schools, our local governments, which directly translates to public safety, right? And they've been doing that for 2.5 decades. And so we're at a place now where we don't have enough money coming back home locally, whether it's to our schools, whether it's to our local governments and municipalities. So think your local city, your local village, your local township, our county, Hamilton County. We've lost millions and millions of dollars. So the things on my table, on my desk right now that I'm working on, is bringing those dollars back home instead of shifting that burden onto our property owners in the form of tax levies. So I know you all seen it today when you were out voting. There may have been a tax levy on there for a school. There may have been a tax levy on there for firefighters or law enforcement officers. That is because the state is not giving our money back home where it belongs in the amount we know we need it, so that we don't have to turn around as local municipalities or schools and put that burden on property owners, right? So that is what I'm working on, to try to get that leveled out, right? So we can stop having that burden on our shoulders, because actually it's been deemed unconstitutional. For 2.5 decades, our school funding system has been deemed unconstitutional, and no one is up there doing anything about that, except those of us who are working on House Bill 305. So we're trying to fix that first and foremost. And then, of course, the second most important thing to me, as a mom of Latinx children, is public safety. Right? I know we're having this debate in so many different levels of government right now. The whole defund the police is very, one of the talking points right now. But I am a strong, strong supporter of, like I said, of bringing our tax dollars back home so that we can fund our police, right? Give them the money they need to get training, give them the money they need to get mental help, PTSD coverage, et cetera, et cetera. We tried to get them covered this year, believe it or not, in the state house, and guess who didn't vote for it? Republicans. And they took it out of the bill and got rid of it. So it's just this constant struggle of us trying to do what's right, and not having, the elective force, if you will, in the state house. And so that's why we have to even out the state house, get some more Democrats in there so that we can actually have checks and balances in our government and start passing these bills we know need passed, and bring our tax dollars back home.
Well, Jessica, I appreciate your time, and I wish you the best. I wish you the best.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you having me again. And thank you to everyone for voting early, for being safe about it. Every vote counts. And I'm telling you that as someone who flipped this seat and won by 56 votes in 2018. I hope my margin winning tonight is not that small. We hope to increase that margin. But thank you for practicing your civic duty.
One last question. I'm just curious. I mean, just from a human standpoint, what does it feel like? You're an incumbent this election night. What does this feel like?
It feels very, very strange. It's part excitement and exhilarating, and then the other part is anxious and kind of sitting on pins and needles because we don't know which way this will go, right? And we don't know when the results are going to be in. We hope it's soon. We hope it's sometime tonight, but we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. So I'm hopeful. Like I said, I'm cautiously confident, but we must make sure every single vote is counted. And I don't know about you all, but I'm willing to wait for that. I'm willing to wait for every single vote to be counted because we know every vote counts. And especially in a race like mine, where we flipped this seat by 56 votes last time. I know every vote counts. I was out there working until 7:35, 5 minutes after the polls closed, to make sure I talked to every single person that was coming in to vote to work for those votes. So cautiously confident. That's what I'm feeling right now.
Well, thank you for sharing, and thank you for your service, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nathan. Have a great night.
You too. You too. Listen, these folks have been working hard, man. They've been working hard. We after the polls, they ain't got to do this. You know what I'm saying? They don't have, I appreciate them spending their time. Whether you're going to vote for them or not, I appreciate them spending their time with us because, like I said, I know for a fact they've been working hard out here, hitting the pavement, knocking on doors, canvassing for the party, doing Zooms and, you know, doing all this stuff at the Board of Election. Now they're here with us. I really appreciate each and every person that called in and or Zoomed in, and it means so much. Let me give you an update. We got updates. We got updates. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should do get to the chopper. That might be better. No, that's not it. That's not it. Wait. I'm trying to find the right effect to play, man, because we got some more people. We'll do it. Get to the chopper! We'll go with the classic one. We got some more Patreons. We're now up to 32. I'm trying to hit 35 patrons by 8 o'clock. Okay, no problem. We'll do 35 patrons by at least 8:30. We are now at 32 patrons. My goal is to try to hit 50 patrons by the end of tonight. I want to say thank you to Cassandra. Thank you so much for becoming a patron tonight. And Buzilla. If I'm mispronouncing that, I've been talking for hours now, 4 hours, so I'm gonna get a little mush mouth. But if I'm mispronouncing that, please set me straight. I don't want to be wrong. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for becoming a patron. Thank you for joining our mission to amplify Black voices. Real simple. Amplify Black voices. If somebody asks you, what is CinDigital Media all about? Amplify Black voices. That's it. So speaking of which, we got Fast Pitch on the line, who is a host of the Valet Service podcast. You can check it out on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. She does a great job. She keeps it super real. She talks about all kinds of stuff. She's your mental concierge, and she'll help you park your mind in the right spot. And we got her on the line right now. She's out in the community. Hey, Fast Pitch, what's going on?
Hey, Nathan. Hey, everybody at the Choppers, everybody watching and listening to the watch party. So I think I'm ending my pull up to the polls just to try to see. I've been kind of going around the different neighborhoods. I started out where I live in the Springdale area. Went on to Lincoln Heights, did some Fairfield, Roseline, and Madisonville. Okay, so what I found is everybody that I talked to, Democrat and Republican, said that there's been steady traffic, but not heavy traffic. But people are basically just relating that to everybody voting early. Nobody is feeling like that a certain demographic is not being engaged or that people are not coming out. People are really feeling like a lot of these people have already cast their ballot, and it just is what it is at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, are you doing video on Facebook? Because I want to make sure I push people to your Facebook page.
I did a couple of live videos. I talked to Miss Mosley, who was very heavily involved in Madisonville City Council. That was the last video that I just did, and I'll make sure I go back in and tag you on it because it was very impromptu at the point. But people are really feeling, from the people that I talk to, people are feeling like they're more so voting for what they know this democracy to be, however jacked up it is or however it needs to be improved. And they felt like if they did not vote, then what we all knew to be the United States of America would be no more.
Damn, it's that deep out there, huh?
Yeah, it's that deep. And because I asked, I said, well, are you feeling like people are doing their early voting because of COVID? Or you feel like, yeah, some people early voted because of COVID. A lot of the older people, they took heed and they wanted to, get their votes in and not be exposed. But a lot of people that I talked to said that, no, they felt like, let me get my vote in now because I don't want no shenanigans because I feel like this is about to be some bullish right here. Like they're going to try to run away, not with the election, but with this country and what we know as a democratic republic, no matter how flawed it is, no matter how much work it needs. I mean, it's still really a project and process. We're trying to see how this whole democracy thing works. And people are saying that if we don't do something about what's going on right now, this is going to be bad for all of us, for everybody. And so there is a real strong sentiment out there like that.
Well, FP, thank you for pulling up to the polls. I appreciate you. And again, check out her podcast, Valet Service Podcast, on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. And you can follow her on Facebook as well, Fast Pictures, ERZ, and check out what she's doing. Thank you so much. If something should happen, don't hesitate. We here.
That's right. CinDigital Media, on the street correspondent.
Appreciate it. That's a fast pitch right there. Again, the Valet Service Podcast. But we not joking. We dead serious. Again, I work with a lot of smart, intelligent people that are very dedicated to what they do. And that's what draws me to people. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, they real. They serious. Okay, well, let's rock then, because I'm serious about what I'm doing as well. So I appreciate her putting that effort in, going the extra mile out in the streets. And again, you can find her on Facebook. Please follow her. And of course, check out her podcast. We got many podcasts already up on Facebook. That's been a primary place that we've housed a lot of it. But you already know that's just the beginning. We ain't going to rely just on Facebook. We have some people working on our website right now, and that'll be, I look at websites as organic. You might put up one version, and then in a few months you want another version, but I feel like it's very important to have a presence outside of social media. You know what I'm saying? I respect Facebook and what they're doing, but I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. That's just me. So with your support, we are expanding it. You can look for our YouTube channel. That'll be up very shortly. As I said, our own URL and website, which will be the ground zero, not just to warehouse our podcast, but also for all of the other initiatives that we are working on. As I said, there will be a new platform that CDM, that's CinDigital Media, will be presenting very, very shortly. Until I get the branding in place and it's lock solid, I don't want to talk about it, but I will tease and tell you that I'm hoping it's something that a lot of people can get into and might want to participate in. And I just see it as a way to expanding our mission, which is, say it with me, amplify Black voices. That's it. That's the mission. Amplify Black voices. I feel like when we have those kind of unfiltered, platforms, then we have better control of our narrative. When we have better control of our narrative, I think we'll have better control of our situation, our policy, our pocketbooks, and everything else that relates to the Black family. That's 100% what I'm about. I'm also about supporting other people, because there's so many great people doing great work in the city of Cincinnati on the grassroots level that I look at it and I'm thinking, well, why aren't they giving more love? Why are they not in the newspaper? Okay. Well, you ain't got to worry about that. We're going to do our own thing, and we'll help support what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So if that sounds like something you want to get behind, you want to give it a shot, please feel free to do so. I'm trying to reach 50. My goal, should I say, is 50 patrons by the end of the night. We might go to 4 a.m. I mean, I feel good. I got a little bit of a mush mouth, but, I got the green organic tissue. I always get the organic tea, family. You know what I'm saying? Stay healthy. And that way, this is my reality every day. I got to carry this around, a pill box. That's what I'm doing here. because of what happened to me back in February when I was almost out of here. And that's why I'm fearless these days. I mean, I was this close to death. I don't give a damn about this world. Man, I'm fearless. You know, whatever I think I can do, I'm going to make it happen. So again, I tell everybody, be better than me so you don't have to have one of these. This is what I do every Sunday. I got to make sure all my pills are in there. And if you're taking pills on a regular basis, you should do it this way. It's the best way to organize it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the wifey. She got this for me. It changed everything. But you don't want that. That's why you got to eat healthy. You know what I'm saying? Exercise on a regular basis and stay away from the drugs, man. Put that alcohol down. Put the weed in its proper place. I'm not going to tell you to put it down. Put it in its proper place. You know what I'm saying? And make sure you live in that healthy lifestyle. But I want to shout out Cassandra. Thank you so much. Boozilla. Oh, we just got another patron. Okay, let me make sure we got 33 patrons now. So let me double check here. See here. Who's the latest patron? Deshauna just came in. Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you, Deshauna. I know she enjoys the show. I really appreciate it. Let me see. Hold on. I'm not hooked up. Let me get hooked up real quick. This is for you.
Get to the chopper!
Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper!
It seemed like that was better than doing like some of the little sound effects I was doing. It seems more apropos. So again, I mean, I'm trying to get to, my goal is 50 patrons. We're at 33 now. If we can get to, I'll say it again, 35 patrons by 8:30, that would be great. As you can tell, I have multiple functions for this stream tonight. It's more than just a watch party for me. If you're watching and listening and you want to join our mission to amplify Black voices, that is our Patreon feed right there. Also, if you're following us on video, which means you're either on Twitch, because we are on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, you can follow me on Twitch right now. This is being broadcast to Twitch. So far, I don't think I've got any chat from Twitch this evening. We're also on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, please subscribe to the channel. And we're on Facebook. If we're on Facebook, you come across us for the first time, please subscribe to that video feed. It means everything. That way you'll get an instant notification whenever any videos go live. And currently we got the Nathan Ivey Show. That's a daily show, Cincinnati's first daily digital show that speaks to the Black community, that focuses on the Black community. And we have a lot of fun. We talk big shit every morning because we know who we are. We proud of who we are. And we don't give a fuck. You know, it is what it is. But also, hopefully, it's a platform for a lot of information. So a couple reasons to check out the Nathan Ivey Show. Number one, we're up early. We are the only local digital talk show that focuses on the Black community. We talk about Black people, Black politics, and Black pleasure. Now, we talk about everything, but that's really the focus of the show. It's always been the focus of the show. And I've just learned that I need to say it in that way so it communicates what we're all about. If you're interested in that, great. We take calls, interviews, a lot of local stuff. But again, we talk about everything that's happening. And if you're someone who likes talk radio, especially talk radio that speaks to you, then check us out. Check us out. Is It Just Me podcast hosted by Donnie B. She's sort of my co-host tonight. She's kind of coming in and out throughout the evening while we're broadcasting live. She was the former president of the Black Lawyers Association, and she has her own opinions about the world and is not shy about sharing them. And her show is a lot of fun. It's on Fridays, and it's a lot of fun. But with all the shows, I mean, you know, we have fun because we're human. But we also talk about real issues that matter to our community as well. And we speak from an unfiltered, like any of the folks that I work with, they'll tell you, I would never go to them. It's not even a thought. They speak their mind, their politics. This ain't about no censorship, because we was going to do that, then we might as well go work for corporate radio if we're going to be censored. That's not what this is about. This is about, you know, finding good people, intelligent people that has something to say, and creating a platform so they can do it in an unfiltered way. You speak your mind. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about. And we have many more podcasts that are in development. Got some new podcasts that I'm working on right now that I feel very strongly about, that we will reveal to you when they are ready. You know how it is. You want to make sure that you help these folks. And then from my experience, I spent 20 years in the talk radio game. and have been successful on every level. When I was in public radio, I was successful in that. When I went to corporate radio, I was successful in that on multiple levels, multiple time frames. And now in the digital talk world, we're still demonstrating success. So I bring a lot of skills to the table for the folks that I work for in terms of, trying to get the best podcast from them as possible, because, you, the audience, deserve that. We deserve that. You know what I'm saying? You deserve our best. And that's what we strive to do. I mean, all these folks, fast pitch, they take what they do very, very seriously. And that's what attracts me, because I ain't got time. I got a wife and 2 children. I got a son who's 5-year-old who need me. I don't got time to be playing no games. So I only got time for very serious people. All the people I work with are very serious people. And I love that. They're very serious, think very highly about what they do, and they take it very seriously. That's what attracts me. I'm like, oh, okay, we got something here. Let's rock. Let's rock. So again, as I said it before, we are always looking for new voices, podcasts, live stream shows. If that fits your description, perhaps we can work together. You can hit me with a DM. As I said earlier, I've teamed up. I'm all about collaboration. I reach out to people and try to collaborate all the time. I'm a collaborator at my core. When I say that teamwork makes the dream work, I believe that. And I put it in place with my actions. This is about we before me. It's about we before me with CinDigital Media. Because like I told you, I'm good. I'm super Gucci. I'm super Gucci. So I do with this because I love it. That's why I do it. I love talking with people. I love hearing people's opinions. I do. Straight up. I'm much more into your opinion than my own, because I know how I feel. So if that sounds like something that you might want to be a part of on any level, then consider becoming a patron this evening for as little as $2 per month. It'll come out automatically from over to your debit card. And I don't know if you're like me, I got 3 or 4 debit cards. I got some debit cards where I got stuff that come out automatically. And I have some where, no, I don't want that coming out. And I get it. So I mean, you might be the same way. Perhaps a one-time donation. That's great. You can go to Nathan Ivey Show, which is in the link tree, and go to support and make a one-time donation via PayPal. Because we want to remain independent. In fact, we will remain independent. There's no doubt about it. That's just where we at. And I love that lane. And so I want you to jump on board and join this mission and help us get to 50 patrons by the end of the broadcast this evening. Right now we're at 33, trying to get to 35 by 8:30 this evening, and we will continue. Simple as that. So let me put my number back on the board, and let me talk about what you're talking about. Let me bring some of your chat in. Brian writes, Nate, you have to screen folks before you bring the guest on live. That's hard to do when you already live. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to do that. Like I said, I've invited people to call in and Zoom in while we're live, so it's hard to do. Janice writes, I'm here on pins and needles. We cannot have another 4 years of Trump dictatorship, no constitution, no rule of law. Welcome to the new Russia. My fear about Donald Trump winning a second term is 2 things. My fear is on multiple levels. Some of this might be on your radar screen, some of it may not be, but let me just tell you what my fear is. My fear is, in no particular order, my fear is that the deregulation move that Trump is making is going to make our effort here in this country more difficult to protect our environment. Now, I know that's not a sexy topic. I know that's not a super sexy topic with black folks, because we got other things that are much more kitchen table type. But I'm going to be honest with you folks. I think that the most precious resource that we have is the earth. Any thumbs up on that one? That is the most precious resource that we have. What God gave us, this planet. And I feel like we're wrecking it with our cluelessness, with our selfishness, just trashing this Garden of Eden that was given to us in this oasis called the universe or the galaxy. And I fear that there's a tipping point that we could go too far, and it'll have an impact on my grandkid's life, my son's life. He's 5 years old right now. He might live to be 95. So that's one issue. I also fear, and this might be more pertinent to everybody else and maybe still not on your radar screen, I fear the future of the access of the internet. And I am a creator. I'm a Black digital creator. Okay. I use the internet as a pathway to connect with what I create to the audience. That relationship means a lot to me. It should mean a lot to you as well, because in terms of media ownership, Black folks got locked out of terrestrial radio and these big television stations, now even with cable. Now you got some new avenues opening up with Roku and these Fire Stick and things like that. It'll be interesting to see what people do with that. I've thought about doing some things and may do some things there as well. But the internet has been a leveler. The internet is a level playing field where you can place your content, and it's a competition of just content and not a competition of access. Black people, because of racism, systematic racism, have been losing out on the competition of access. Just ask Black entrepreneurs. They'll tell you. I know plenty of Black entrepreneurs, man, smart people, man, super sharp, way smarter than me, way smarter, right? Can't get access to capital. These white entrepreneurs are not outthinking us. They're out accessing you. That's because of systematic racism. It is what it is. The internet provides a level playing field. So something called net neutrality matters to me. I keep bringing it up. And that is the way that we look at the internet. Should the internet be looked upon as a public utility and therefore given the same protections? Or is the internet owned by Spectrum? Is the internet owned by the big telecommunications companies? When you get on cable these days, how does it work? It works like a tier system where the more you pay, the more access you get to certain channels. That's what they want to do to the internet. When you get on the internet right now, you pay one fee and you can go to any internet website you want to. What they, speaking generally, the telecommunications companies want to do is to create an a la carte system where if you want to get on MSNBC.com, you pay this. Oh, you want to add BET.com? You pay this. Wait a minute. That's not how the internet works. That works in their favor. And before you say, Nate, where you coming from? That's how they do it in Europe. And many European companies, they don't pay a one-time fee and get access to the whole internet. They pay a one-time fee and they get access to the internet websites that they pay for. Now, if you're a telecommunications company, why would you do that? Well, more money. Now I'm controlling your access. The more access you get, the more money. I get more money. Now, if you're a big-time company or you're a startup, how's that impact you? Well, if I'm a startup and you telling me that I got to pay more to reach more people, that puts me at a disadvantage to the big-time companies that might have millions, check it, tens of millions of dollars. It's all about competition. Let me see. Okay, Ray says that she's having some issues. Oh, okay. She says she's having some issues. Oh, I just appreciate you even giving a damn, Ray. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I'll look for that tomorrow. And if there's something I can do on my end, then I'll certainly try to work on that. I appreciate that. So we're at 33 patrons. Thank you so much. I am super pumped, man. We picked up like 10, maybe 11 patrons just doing this broadcast. I'm super pumped. I'm not trying to beat you over the head with it, but I believe in it. And I've seen the power of it. And so I want to harness and leverage that for what we're doing in our mission as well. So I'm not going to beat you over the head with it is. But let's move on. All right, 513-873-7134. Florida Family writes, good evening, Mr. Ivey. Miss Donnie B and the Choppers, get out and vote, absolutely. Andrielle writes, good evening, all. No Empathy writes, the county engineer was a Republican. Dante writes, well, Trump is ahead in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Florida. There has been a shift, and Democrats are in a panic. Is that right? Let me look at the latest numbers right here. I want to give you the absolute latest numbers. Let's see what we're doing in Ohio, if the numbers in Ohio have been coming in. We are 1 hour since the polls closed. Let me see what I can find for you. So far, and again, it's not telling us how much is being reported, but let me give you some information here. Ohio 1st District, Shabbat versus Schroeder. What I'm looking at is Shabbat is up 58% to Schroeder 38%. Ohio 1st District, Winstrup versus Castle. Winstrup up 63% to 36%. Ohio 8th District, Davidson versus Vanessa Enoch. 60% versus 39%, with Enoch taking in 39% right now. So I don't like the way that looks. Donald Trump is seeking to repeat his big win back in 2016. It ain't really a good look for me, family, in terms of, being like a red state, but we'll have to see how this all shapes out. I mean, it's really kind of early here. So let's not get beside ourselves here. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, should I say. Kentucky was 66% in Kentucky. Trump up 59%, Biden 38%. Indiana, Trump up 58%, Biden 39%, with 39% reporting. Virginia, Biden 44%, Trump 54%, with 3% reporting. Let me see. Alabama with, again, 0% reporting. That can't be right because they got numbers. Biden 64%, Trump, 65%. I'm looking for Ohio, and I'm on Real Clear Politics right now, looking for Ohio, and I don't see, let me see here. I don't see good numbers for Ohio, but let me jump around. It's a little early. Let me jump around and see what we can find here from the state of Ohio. There's so many different news outlets out there. Let me see what we can find for you. Florida is still pretty close, man, but so far, looks like Trump is taking the lead in Florida, 50% to 48% Biden, with an estimated 88%. How many people got a robocall telling you to not vote and stay at home and stay safe? Who do you think was behind these robocalls? Was it Trump? Who do you think is behind that? All right, we getting a call from another one of our correspondents. That's Black Russia's on the line. Hey, good evening, Black Russia. What's going on, brother?
Hey, good evening, comrade. We got breaking numbers from the Board of Elections. I don't know if you've seen them yet.
I have not. What are they?
No, as of right now, with the early vote that's been counted right now, every Republican's losing in Hamilton County.
Every Republican's losing. Okay.
There's not a Republican that's winning right now in Hamilton County. If these numbers hold, the Republican Party on the county level will be extinct from our community.
I'm not mad about that. I'll be honest with you. I ain't mad about that.
Y'all just no. I mean, you can't. When people go out here and vote, you can't be mad at what the people decide. You can never be mad at that. I can't be mad at that. Nobody can. People are exercising their right to vote. And as of right now, with this first group of ballots, they said they're going to release more results, I think at 11 o'clock maybe. But based upon what we got right now, it's a seismic shift in the county. As of right now, we'll see if these numbers hold. We'll see if the Republicans really got out today. But as of right now, it's looking bad for every Republican in Hamilton County.
And any idea of what percentage of those votes have been counted?
I don't have that information right now. I got hard numbers if you want them right now. If you're interested.
Yeah, I am interested. Yeah, hit us with them.
Give me one moment. I'll get them right in my face. Now I gotta refresh my results. Give me one moment. Let's see here. It's still spinning. Probably everybody's trying to jump on here. Okay, here we go. So for the presidential race in Hamilton County, these are Hamilton County numbers only. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, 161,505 votes. Donald Trump, Mike Pence, 69,111 votes. I won't get into the other ones because it just simply doesn't matter.
Okay.
First congressional district. This is a big number for Steve Chabot to overcome. Kate Schrader's got 82,072 votes. Steve Chabot has 43,220 votes. It's almost 2-1. Now, what I did see in Warren County, Chabot was winning the early votes in Warren County, but he was doing 10 points worse than he did. Does that make sense in 2018?
It does make sense. I follow you.
So he was trending about 68% on the early vote in 2018. As the early votes came in from Warren County, they're trending at 58%. So he's 10 points down. And then the Democrat, Kate Schrader, she's doing 6 points better than AFTAB did in 2018 as of right now with the early votes. You follow what I'm saying? So she's doing 6 points better in Warren County than AFTAB did.
Wow. That's big. That's big.
So, yeah. So as of right now, Steve Chabot's down big. This is pretty interesting right here too. Jamie Castle. I don't think you ever talked. Did you ever talk to Jamie Castle?
I did not talk to Jamie Castle. No.
She's running in the 2nd congressional district. That's actually where I vote. In Hamilton County, she's winning 65,602 to Brad Winstrup, the incumbent, 35,673. Now, his race also goes like into, I think, Claremont County, Highland County, out that area. I don't have those numbers, Brown County, those communities, but looking at Hamilton County, I mean, it's 65% and 35% Castle to Winstrup. So we'll see if Winstrup makes it up in those rural counties. But that's going to end up being closer to what people expected. I don't even think the Democrats thought she would do this well.
So you're on the Hamilton County Board of Elections website. I'm on there now too.
Correct.
Yeah, that's quite interesting.
Yeah. So even Lou Blackwell, 8th district. That's supposed to be a safe Republican seat. He's down about 3,000 with the early votes. It's just, a lot of people went Democrat. Tom Brinkman, you know who Tom Brinkman is? That's one of the co-founders of Coach.
Yeah.
He's down to Sarah Bitter, 23,342 to 15,833. Jessica Miranda's up on Chris Monzell by about 9,000 votes. These are just early votes, y'all. Don't get too excited because Republicans usually vote today. So these races are going to probably tighten up some.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. Yep. Hey, man, I appreciate you, brother. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to say you can probably pick it up from there, but I'm looking at the next race I was looking at was County Commissioner for Alicia Reese versus Andy Black. Maybe you want to take it from there. I want to keep watching.
Okay, I will, man. Appreciate you.
Yep,
most def. So I'm on the Hamilton County Board of Elections website. Let me pull this up. Now, you might be wondering, Nate, what is this feed right here? This feed is actually the counting room down at the Hamilton County Board of Elections. So we're bringing you a live stream. They're actually live streaming this to their YouTube channel and providing this as a way for people to get insight as to what's going on. And check that out. But let me close that down, and I want to bring up the screen that I was reading from so you can actually follow along with some of these election results. And I think that is I am interested in that 100%, that Hamilton County Commissioner's race. We heard and got a Zoom call from Denise Driehaus. I appreciate her time. And she talked about her desire to work with Alicia Reese and to try to move some things in the right direction for the county, which, hold on one second, which I'm all about. Again, I'm sure that Andy Black's a nice guy, but not this time, Andy. Especially after your big blunder with the eeny, meeny, miny, mo, talking about you don't know and you didn't know this. And wait. You're supposed to know this, bro. You're supposed to know this. You're supposed to know it's a problem. Because if you ain't representing on that, and that's small, what's it going to be like if you get in the house? You know what I'm saying? If you actually take the seat. Let me see if I can pull this in. I want to take myself off. Sorry about that. There it is. And hopefully you can still hear me and there's no issues there. But these are the you know what? Actually, let me just read it to you because I don't think that's really right. You can't really see that, can you? Now, you can't see that. So let me just read it to you. Okay, so it's saying 100% of the precincts reporting, which means that these are early votes. So these are early votes. 61% of the early votes. And somebody should do that math because it'll give us some idea of what could happen, because a lot of these early votes were not Democrats and Republicans, but independents. 61% of the votes, Alicia Reese, 139,981. And then 34% of the votes for Andy Black, 78,014. Herman Najoli has 4% of the vote. The brother got 9,606 votes. I suspect you'll see more from Herman Najoli. Cedric Denson, state rep in the 33rd district, 81% over Mary Hill, 18%. He's smashing her. Denise Driehaus, 69% of the vote versus 30% over her opponent. She's smashing him. And check this out. Prosecuting attorney, Fanon Rucker, 57% of the vote. Joe Dieters, 42% of the vote. These are all early votes. So that means that the lead is going to shrink. But out of 228,000 early votes, Fanon Rucker got 57% of it, y'all. I'm not surprised by this. This should be easy here. Aftab Poorval with 68% of the vote over Alice Glandorf. I'm surprised he got 72,000 people to early vote for him, because Alice Glandorf came across like a damn bumpkin to me. When I talked to him, I was not impressed at all. I wasn't impressed, not even a little bit. Let me see here. Hold on, I'm getting a text message here. Oh, okay. Hamilton County Sheriff, you ready for this? Hamilton County Sheriff? Charmaine McGuffey, 63%. Bruce Hoffbauer, 36%. But again, that's going to close. That lead's going to close. Jill Schiller is winning over Charlie Winburn with the early votes, 61% to 38%. Again, these were early votes here. We'll have to see what happens. Again, I still believe that Charlie Winburn ran one hell of a campaign, in my opinion. Jennifer Bruner is up over Judy French. Ginger Bach is up over Russell Mock. Heidi Rosales is up over Melba Marsh. Think about that. Only black female common court of pleas or court of common pleas judge. That'll be interesting to watch that. Jenkins is up over Dinkenlacker, 60% to 39%. Chris Wagner's up over Kurt Hartman, 65% to 34%. So this is really interesting. Alan Triggs is up over Stacey DeGraffenreid. And, let me tell you, I reached out to Stacey DeGraffenreid several times over Facebook and just never got a response back. So I don't know if she wasn't doing media or she just wasn't doing media, with me. I don't know, but I never got a call back. Nathan Rice or Carolyn Rice. Nathan, have you spoke with John? I did speak with John. Did you miss it? He called me this morning and said that he had a prostate surgery and he just wasn't feeling well and couldn't really talk. Apparently he had some pain. His doctor told him to go in and he had to have a prostate, emergency surgery. That's what he said. He did not vote. Now, we knew this Negro wasn't going to vote no way. Let's just be real here. Akeem writes, fuck it. I'm here till 4 a.m. Nate gonna tap out at midnight, LOL. Okay, really? Ebony writes, what do y'all predict? Ebony, I would still say it's way too early to make any predictions. From what I'm seeing right now, if you're someone who voted Democrat, you got to be happy. You got to be happy. From what I'm seeing right now, if you're somebody that voted Democrat, you got to be happy. Because with the early votes right now, the Democrats are up, if that's something you care about. Okay? If that's something you care about, you got to be happy about it. 100%. Wendy Cross is up over Ethna Marie Cooper. Allison Hathaway is over Charles Kubecki Jr. Nicole Sanders is up over Kim Burke. Pavan Parikh is up over Ralph Winkler. Carrie Bloom is beating John Williams. Ann Flotman is beating Amy Searchy. So, again, if you're a Democrat, you got to be happy with what you're seeing right now. But it's still too early. These are just the early votes. You got to wait and see. It's way too early. I'm sorry, it's way too early. I mean, nothing can be predicted here. And none of the precincts have been reported yet. So this is all early voting. And again, it looks good for the Democrats, but again, it's way too early. That's all I can say. I mean, for me, I'm not really excited about anything because it's way too early. That's just how I feel about it. Dell writes, I'll be bouncing around with my faves. I understand. To make until 4 a.m., Nate, you might have to break down and get a Red Bull. I don't do Red Bull. But you know, I do some red tea. I mean, some green tea. I might do that. No Red Bull. So, I mean, at this point, I'm pumped, man. So we started at 4, so that'll be 5 hours at 9 p.m., right? So I have to wait and see. Let me see. The team and I, we got, absolutely. Moscow Mitch smashing McGrath with 1% of the vote. Appreciate everybody. Trump already has 53% of the popular vote. Biden has 45%. Is that right? We have to wait and see, man. It's going to come down to that black vote. Watch. It's going to come down to the black vote. Watch. 100%. No doubt about it. It's going to come down to us. It's going to come down to the black vote. Are black people going to turn out? Did Biden do enough to turn people out? Let me jump on Twitter, man, and see what's popping. Let me jump on Twitter and see what's happening. See here. I'm looking at Black Twitter in particular. Oh, okay. All right. I see a lot of people. A lot of people here locally are posting. I see Chris Silbach 10 minutes ago. Holy crap, we are winning every single race in Hamilton County. Winning now. We have to wait and see. Queen of Cyber Wakanda writes, when people think you are getting attention because your phone keeps going off, but it's spam asking about your plan to vote. How did they get my number? I know that's right. Hey, thanks for the like, Omar. Appreciate you, brother. What is this? Negroes waiting in line to vote without a black agenda. Y'all wrong. Y'all wrong. Dr. Boyce Watkins is wrong, man. Leave black people alone. I mean, listen, people already have a black agenda. Like, black people have something in mind that they're voting for and voting against. That, in effect, is a black agenda. It may not be spelled out like, you know, A to Z on all the issues, but black people already have a black agenda, man. I'm just being honest with you. Let me see. Joe Dieters. We don't give a damn about no damn Joe Dieters. Chris Silbach wrote 2 minutes ago, Hamilton County is now bright blue. Ease up with your ego, Chris. Ease up. Hit the brakes, man. It's a little too early for all of that. Ashley writes, we can't hear on speaker. Ashley, I apologize. I'm aware of that. I would say jump over to that video stream when we have people on, because there's obviously going to be some issues. Jordan writes, okay, I like the sound of that. Absolutely. Just Teach writes, CinDigital will hold you to that hot seat, Mr. Wagner. You can believe that. 100%. When he didn't know what he was saying, like, I was going to do it anyway. But, you know, it is what it is. Meg writes, Crystal, thanks. I was sitting opposite of him. Let me see. Mary Carol Melton writes, thank you, Nathan. Love your show. Thank you so much. Valisa writes, love the show. Thanks, Nathan. Absolutely. We're here for you. Absolutely. We support everybody. I think, let me see here. Jason writes, if Trump wins, we need at least McGrath to take Mitch McConnell out. I hope Biden wins shit. Well, listen, it's real simple, family. Again, please like and share this stream. You know, hopefully we can get to 100 shares. Share it multiple times to multiple places, okay? You know, do me a favor and do that tonight to as many, because there's a lot of watch parties, and I don't want to get lost in that. I want people to know where we are here at CinDigital Media and what we're doing. And of course, we're doing multiple things tonight. I'm interacting with you and giving you up-to-date commentary about what's going on. We talked to a lot of elected folks, and we'll talk with more, hopefully, after the polls, after the numbers start to come in. I want to talk with the winners. I'm hoping to talk to some winners tonight. You know what I'm saying? If some of these folks in Hamilton County win, I want to get a call and want to hear what the winners are going to do. That's always a real nice touch as well. So we'll have to wait and see. Jay writes, way better than Spreaker. Akeem writes, call John from Florida back. You want me to? Hold on a second. Let me get my tea real quick. Get yourself some green tea, organic green tea. Okay. Hold on. Let me call. You want me to call John? Hold on. I call John. He ain't gonna answer. He ain't gonna answer. Let me see. He's not gonna answer. Watch. Because he don't want to talk about why he didn't vote.
Hello?
Hey, John.
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
I'm doing good, man. Hey, man, I'm on the air, man. You got time?
Let me just put this down. Give me a minute. I'll call you right back.
You coming right back? Okay. That's John right there. Listen, I ain't gonna say John is a liar. I ain't gonna say that about no man or woman unless I got evidence, but he had prostate surgery the day of the election. Like, if you got to have emergency prostate surgery, man, I mean, I got a prostate, and if it needs to be surgery on, if we need to do surgery, then we got to do what we got to do, So I'm going to take the man as his word, but I want to know, did John vote? That's what I want to know. Did you get to, man, you better take your prostate, put it in a little bit of jar, and carry that. Okay, here's John right here. Hey, John.
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, how you feeling, man?
Okay, hang in there.
Akeem wanted me to call you back, man. So I had to call you back. Akeem.
Who's that?
Akeem.
Okay.
How you feeling, buddy?
Hang in there, man. Just, drinking a lot of fluids, just flushing all that crap out of my system. Blood and all that from the surgery.
Damn, so tell the people what happened again, man, because we was thinking about you on election day.
Yeah. Well, I had it wasn't an emergency. I heard you earlier. It wasn't an emergency operation. It wasn't an emergency operation. It was just for 2 years. I've been dealing with running to the bathroom 3-4 times in the middle of the night, and then in the daytime, sometimes every hour. So I took medication just to keep it under control. But after almost 2 years, from being in New Jersey, then moving here, I just got fed up and said enough is enough. Medication is too expensive to me. And dealing with, waking up in the middle of the night, 3, sometimes 4 times in the middle of the night, that gets aggravating after a while. So I just, once I got the right urologist, a specialist, one of the top guys here in Florida, I just decided to, sit down and talk about doing the procedure, the operation. So it was a 15-minute surgical operation where they go up through the penis area and they go into the bladder and they attack the prostate. There's foam around the prostate, which presses on the prostate and forces you to run to the bathroom. But the strange thing about it, on the operation table, the day of my operation, the doctor switched up. I guess it was a pre-op. All the tests they did before the operation, they make a decision. They look and see what they want to do. But the last minute, he switched up and just said he's going to do laser. The one procedure he abandoned and decided to go with this other procedure, laser, all the way into the prostate, which is good because they examined the prostate to make sure everything was okay. And everything was negative, was no tumor, the pressure off. So it's just healing now. So it's just therapy. We have an operation like that, laser, you go in, you're really cutting the tissue to get in. So they have to heal. It takes a good 5-6 days to heal. Some people heal, they say, the day after the operation, and some people take 2 to 3 weeks. So because I work out a lot, my body's strong, so it's just healing. But the surgery is just got to get all that blood out, so it's painful when they pull that tube. So basically, after the operation, I had a bag on my left leg, and then a tube that ran through the penis up through the bladder.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Oh, I've been there, man. I had something
keep
done.
that.
I've been there before with the whole tube and the penis thing. I forget what I had done, man. It's and I had to sit with it for like a week or two or something while it was healing. I forget what they had to do. I was dealing with something. Let's just say I didn't fucking like it. And when they pull that thing out, man, it's not a good thing at all. I forget what it was.
Oh, man. It felt like somebody took a sledgehammer and hit you right in the stomach hard, man. Oh my God, man. I said to the doctor, prior before him, when I went into the office and the secretary came in, and I said, "Are you going to take me down?" Because my uncle went into this in Florida. He told me 10 years ago. And he had the bag on for 3 weeks. And procedures was much different 10 years ago than today. So everything is high tech, and laser and all that stuff. So he said he had to wear the bag for 3 weeks. I said, that would have drove me crazy, man. It was driving me crazy for just 3 days. So, but thank God everything is negative. It was no tumor inside the prostate. So everything is clear. So it's just healing. A friend of mine that's a health expert told me, when you have an operation like that, we go in with a laser and cut, it's like you got to heal. And the time they give you to heal, take it, because he said the healing is much slower than healing on the outside. Like you cut your arm on the outside, you can heal faster. But the inside, when you do a surgery like that, it's a little bit different. But thank God, prostate is fine. Wasn't no tumors in there, so everything's fine. So I'm slowly getting strong every day. And what kept me strong is I was around positive people. On my aunt and uncle stayed with them. So I ate a little bit. I guess my appetite wasn't there. I wasn't eating that much. But I was just mostly drinking fluids right after the surgeries. But I just made a decision to get it done. They say some people live with it and deal with it. I said, no, enough is enough, man. So I'm glad I did the operation because at least I know what the prostate was.
Yeah. So let's get to it, man. Were you able to vote today?
No, I didn't vote. I didn't get a chance to because I limit my movements and standing. And I just made a decision, just like kind of, I could have probably got my uncle. Well, he's more in the Miami area. I'm up in Broward County, they call it, which is north that area. So even when I got back here, I finally got back here, it was like 12 o'clock. So I'm generally walking slowly, tentatively. And I just wanted to just take my time, so it's just another election I missed, so I'm not missing much. Right now, from what I'm hearing from friends calling me, it may not look good, but for some people that voted, hey, all the counts or the total counts are not in, but to me, this is kind of playing out like 2016 again, Trump's going to figure out a way of stealing the election. And it's a dark side, but we'll see. I'm not really surprised how this is playing out too much.
All right, man. Just wanted to check in with you, John, to see, man, you got to do that early voting thing, man. Damn.
Yeah, well, I did get registered. I did tell you I got registered. I did do that, but I knew I was going to wait till the last minute to make a decision. I wasn't voting for Trump. As I told you many times, I was skeptical with Biden. I still am, but let's see. It's a lot more to talk about, but I'll hold my tongue for now because I want to see how this night really plays out. And the way it's playing out to me is corruption as usual. And I don't think every vote is going to be counted. That's America's history, America's dark side, and they want to keep that dark side going. We shall see.
All right, John. Listen, man, you rest up, buddy, and we'll catch up, man.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, most def. That's John. So, do you believe that shit? You believe that? So John from Princeton didn't vote. That's all I heard. He didn't vote. I can't remember the procedure I had. something to do with the urethra. Something he had to do. Calling me, see some discomfort, and he had to go in with a laser and something. It was some discomforted shit. I'm Deanna's like, Lana's with you. Had a catheter in and all that kind of stuff. You ever had a catheter? That shit is not fun. I'm just tell you that right there. It is nothing to play with. I'm a man. I got an Audi. Now, maybe it's different when you got an innie. Maybe it's less discomforting, but you got an Audi. And I don't mean an Audi like the vehicle, A-U-D-I. I'm meaning an Audi. It was not fun, man. And then they pull this thing out, and it ain't cool. So I got sympathy for you, bro, but I told you John wasn't going to vote. What'd I tell you? I called him out months and months and months ago. We can wait and see. You wasn't going to vote no matter what, man. Prostate, pro-haste, paste. It don't make a damn difference what it was. He was not going to vote in this election. That black man I do not understand why he would not vote. Knew it. Thank you for reminding me, Hakeem. I appreciate it, man. I knew that black man wasn't going to vote. And as soon as this prostate heals up, he's going to be back in the chop shop talking big shit. You know it. He's going to be talking big shit. And I'm going to call him out. I'm going to say, prostate. Man, you better get your ass down there and early vote. I don't think he was registered either. I just went to Florida and I just registered online. Uh-huh. Sure you did. Sure you did. No, I don't believe it. Sure you did. I don't believe it. I don't believe it one bit. I think we're getting a call from everybody's favorite caller to the Nathan Ivey Show. Hey, good morning. Good evening.
You did it.
I know. I got a drink.
You did it.
Good evening. Welcome to the show. What's up, Drop?
What's up, Mr. Ivy? It is almost 1,800 hours, or in civilian terms, it's almost 6 o'clock out here on the left coast. And, sir, I can't believe you still going, Mr. Ivy.
Why?
Since 1 o'clock. Since 1 o'clock out here. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I saw you went live. I got the notification.
Yeah.
And, I'm like, he ain't going to last.
Huh?
He ain't going to last.
It's easy.
But this, I know you're a professional. I know you are good at what you do, but this reminds me of when you came back from your little touch from God, and you had like a 3-hour, 4-hour show.
Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 hours.
So it's an honor that I get to follow John from Florida. Now, Mr. Ivy, I am a man who just turned 60. And I know what John is talking about, but Mr. Ivy, you really actually think he made that story up?
I ain't gonna call the man a liar.
Because I know, but still,
what do you think?
It turned out to be exactly what you thought. He did not vote.
Right.
He did not vote. So, and speaking of not voting, Mr. Ivy, in Atlanta,
what?
The mainstream media, they're in shock that there aren't lines running around the block of black people. What's going on in Atlanta, Mr. Ivy? They talking about only like a 3 to 5 minute wait in line in one of the largest black precincts in the state of Georgia. And I'm sure, because I've been kind of listening to you off and on, I'm getting the flavor all over YouTube, everybody going live, Mr. Ivy. But you got your first dayers, people that been with you for the last 3-4 years, and then when you was a slave to corporate radio and you finally broke loose and they didn't release an overseer on you. You know what overseers are, like Mason Mahler. And you escaped your independence. Now, Mr. Ivy, why are you not talking about Florida?
I talked about Florida.
Now, the pundits on TV, Mr. Ivy, they're making up excuses for Joe Biden. When at this point, it's clear Donald Trump is gonna win Florida. And the Democrats are not gonna win Texas. They are not gonna win Georgia. They are not going to win North Carolina, Mr. Ivey. So like I told you this morning, if Trump runs the table in the South, his path is open to 270 through Pennsylvania. And that's the way it's starting to set up right now. And it's 6 o'clock. So you're going to start getting above 50% reporting from some of these precincts. And the media, because they're willing accomplice of the mainstream media, right, Mr. Ivey?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we can have a conversation. It's late night now, okay? And you know good and well all the stuff that I've been telling you, all the stuff that Mason Mahler, also known as Mr. Cleophas, also known as the Chop Shop Overseer, calling me lies, telling me I'm a coon, telling me I'm a sellout, all that stuff. And everything is starting to fall into place. The black voter turnout is an issue. The young black vote is an issue. The Hispanic/Latino vote is an issue. So we can sit here and talk about, well, what do the Republicans do for black folk? That ain't the issue no more. Because that 5 to 8% that found that will and that drive to leave the Democrat plantation, the only aspect in our culture as a people that we are a monolith is when we go in a voting booth and feel like we are committed, we are tied to pulling that level 4 deep. So it is time, Mr. Ivey, if things continue the way it's going, and I'm not predicting anything, it is way too early. But all I'm saying, Mr. Ivey, the Democrat Party is going to have some soul searching to do, because there's some young, black, rich, loud entrepreneurs out there that got millions of followers that are ready to challenge at least another 10% of the Democrat Party. So if you got 10 that's leaving to go vote Republican, and you got 10 that's looking at people like Ice Cube, Kanye, P. Diddy, and whoever else, that means that the Democrat Party will probably not win another presidential election unless they could find a way to replace that 20% of the black vote that they could lose after tonight. So, again, Mr. Ivey, I think this is a good time for Mason Mahler to call in and at least attempt to explain what's going on with the Democrat Party. Where's all the enthusiasm? Because even with the early vote, it's turning out that it's more it's more Republican or independent that were voting early than Democrats. And I don't know. Where's Mason Mahler at? Nate, has he called in since you've been on the air?
Not yet. No, he's probably out there doing.
What
his
is
thing.
he waiting?
He's
what
in
is
the
he waiting
shop.
for?
He'll call when he gets ready. If he feels inclined to do so, he might be drinking. He might be eating. He might be chilling.
Mr.
I don't
Ivey.
know.
No, come on, Mr. Ivey. Why are you gonna give him a pass?
I give everybody a pass. I give everybody a pass.
He is your biggest fan, Mr. Ivey.
And he remains
he
that
comes
way.
on your show. He comes on your show and he massages you like you paying him.
What?
And
No,
you ain't gonna call him out for not calling your show.
No, I wouldn't call anybody out for not calling the show. I'm the host.
No. Come on, Mr. Ivey. Mason Mahler? Oh, hell no. Shit, you might as well let Black Lion call in tonight. Since Mason Mahler ain't gonna call.
Black Lion is more than welcome to call into the show at any point. He's more than welcome.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that don't mean you're gonna let him talk.
I mean, I wouldn't offer somebody to call into the show and then not let him talk. It's just be counterproductive. So yeah, he can definitely talk. Why would I want to stop him from talking?
So are you welcoming Black Lion back to the morning show?
He's been welcomed back to the show. He's been in the chop shop. People keep talking about stuff that's no longer an issue. He's been way back in the show. He's been on YouTube. He's been inside the chop shop.
Right.
We way beyond that.
Yeah. But again, I just brought him up because your boy, your dog, your road dog, your 8-spoon cool, Mason Marler, Glenn from Mason. He ain't even called in tonight. You've been grinding for 5 hours.
That's right.
Mr. Ivey.
I'm grinding. I'm the host of the show. I do the show so people can kick back and take a free ride of my thoughts. I don't think nothing about it. I'm just glad that people enjoy what we do and offer here. He wants to call just like you. If you want to call in, you call in. If you don't, I don't think nothing negative. You chilling.
Well, but see, Mr. Ivey, I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire. Okay, just like Hakeem requested that you call John from Florida. Drop Squad 52. I hate to speak of myself in third person, but Drop Squad 52 is asking you to call Mason Marler, put me on hold, and see if he got somebody's balls other than his to go head to head with me tonight. I ain't running.
Okay, so let's do it this way. If Mason Marler calls in, then I'll connect you guys and you can have a conversation. The difference is that John has a history of talking shit about politics, whining and complaining, and then coming up with excuses. And so since he called in earlier today, there was sort of like a backstory, and it made more sense for me to give him a call. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it.
Well, see, you just made me choke. But
you got some of that killer?
Are you serious?
You got some of that killer over there?
$10 a gram out here, delivery greens, $100 minimum order for free delivery. You know, that's how they do it out here in Cali. You know, it's got different names for it, but it's strictly for medicinal purposes. But it is 6 o'clock, Mr. Ivey. And you know I've been up early. But my point is the opportunity that Mason Marler has had handed to him by me. You came up with this little weak offer. Well, if he wants to call in, I'll put y'all on. No, Mr.
I resist
Ivey.
that. I resist that. I don't sound like that. I resist all
Call
of
him
that.
out.
I don't sound shit like that.
This is Nate After Dark. This is what we expect. Since we ain't Patreon members, we should be getting a little extra from what we get in the morning. You feel me?
You are. You're getting 5 hours, and it could be 12 hours straight.
I know you sipping on a little something more than that tea in that blue container that you hold.
Yeah, I am. A little bit of collagen powder in there, and a little bit of turmeric.
You got some bee pollen in there?
I do have bee pollen, but not in here right now. No.
Okay, all right. That's the bomb. Bee pollen.
I'm already hip to it. I've been doing bee pollen for years. Mr.
Ivey, my daughter.
You didn't
my
talk
daughter,
them up.
Dr. Hoover.
Hold on. You didn't talk them up. Hold on. You didn't talk them up. So let me do it this way. So Glenn is calling. Let me put you on hold. We're gonna add a call. We're gonna get Glenn in here since you wanted it. You getting it now. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if we can get Glenn to call in. You didn't talk it up. I'm calling Glenn from Mason right now. I got to drop on hold.
Hello.
Hey, Glenn, what's going on, man?
What's going on, man?
I see he talked you up, man. So you down to merge a call with Drop?
This thing in a state of vainglorious. You know I want to do it, man.
All right. Well, we merging calls right now.
Come on, Cletus.
There it is,
What's
Glenn.
going on? Tripped out mega dude from the West Coast. Drop, you know what? You're just a lying ass person. First of all, Drop. Look, I called you Drip. I'm Drop Zoe. But look,
I got you shook.
No, actually, the only person that's shook is because you know that Donald Trump is not putting up the numbers he put up in 2016. You know that the more we get up towards Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, where you're really going to lose, because that's where Donald Trump actually won because of the Electoral College. Because all the states you're talking about, Florida, Georgia, Texas, they went to Donald Trump before in 2016. But you and I know that Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan by 0.7%. 77,000 votes. Well, guess what, bro? 77,000 more people coming out this time.
All right, let him respond so we can all hear. Go right ahead.
Go right ahead.
Okay, this morning on the show, you were challenged by Black Russia when he called you out for saying that all the early balloting was in and the Democrats got a big
was Cincinnati.
lead.
He was talking about Cincinnati.
See, I didn't interrupt you.
Don't interrupt them, Mason. Let them get it all out, man.
Then you said in a previous post that the Democrats were going to win Texas. You said they were going to win Georgia. You said Jamie Harrison was going to beat Lindsey Graham. You made all these big pronouncements this morning, and now, which I know you've been watching MSNBC because Joy Reid is on there.
Right.
Why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Because you're just babbling, man. You sound like John now. Get to the point, Negro.
Now, see, this is where the moderator needs to step in and put this guy in check. Because he ain't on. You ain't on.
Oh my goodness.
Lincoln Ware Show.
Oh, we talking about Lincoln Ware. We're on CinDigital Media, dog. Talk about something we can talk about on CinDigital Media. Okay. So again, Glenn, explain what's going on in Florida right now, sir. Western Joe. What's going on in Florida is that the Cuban vote down in Florida, where Donald Trump played the socialist card, they're still very shaky about that. So that's what happened there, more specifically. But again, Donald Trump can win all the states that he won last time, except for Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. We all know that at this point right now, he is down in all those three key pivotal states, with the chance that he might actually lose Arizona because Mark Kelly, Gabby Gifford's husband, former astronaut, can beat Martha McSally. That's the truth.
Okay, so Glenn, are you saying that Trump does not have a path to 270 since he has run that sweep? He's run the sweep in the South, which he needed to do. He needed to win those southern states. Okay, but Glenn, listen. He needed to win those to have a path to 270. So now
he has to win those three pivotal states. Right.
No,
Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Right.
No, he can still lose Michigan and Wisconsin.
No,
but he's already ahead in Ohio. Okay.
He's not.
So it will come down
right now.
Glenn, it will come down to Pennsylvania, where the numbers have turned over the last 3 to 4 days with all the rallies that Trump have been holding. And how do you explain the turnout is down in the black vote? Explain that, Glenn.
Where all that enthusiasm? Actually, it's not down, Drop. Actually, they're up to 2012 and in some cases 2008 levels above Obama. Actually, that's the reason why Florida was as close as it was, Drop, because Joe Biden actually did better than Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama in some of those counties. So you're wrong there, Drop. There's a reason why more people voted in Texas already than voted in all of 2016. These are just facts. I'm watching Steve Kornacki right now in Beaver County, freaking Pennsylvania, with Biden and Trump analysis. So go ahead, Drop. What else you got, brother? You need to smoke some more.
No, Glenn, what else I got, my brother, is the condition of the Democrat Party and their black vote. You know good and well now come on, Glenn. You know what's going on in Georgia.
Let me ask you, Drop. Can I ask you? How many black people are in the Republican Party? How many black people out of 535 members are black in the Republican Party?
I don't play that game, Glenn.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what game you played. I just telling you. I asked you a trick question. Well, you can answer. Moderator.
To be fair, let me jump in, gentlemen. Hey, Jim, let me jump in. To be fair, I think that Drop has the floor and he should be able to finish his thought. And then Glenn, you can jump in with your questions and comments. But Drop had the floor, to be fair.
Go ahead.
Right. And my point is, Glenn, this whole reason I called you out, right, is because what you have been saying this entire campaign season about all this enthusiasm and how I've been countering by saying that the black divide is real and it's being exposed in this election cycle. And again, it's proven Barack Obama didn't help. Selecting Kamala Harris did not help. So again, Mr. Mason
Is it my
Mall,
turn? Is it my turn, Nate?
yes? Go ahead.
Okay.
Glenn.
Well. First of all,
defend the Democrat Party.
Well, if
instead of
you
holding
shut the
Democrats.
hell up, take a puff, pull your MAGA halter top up. Let me get this out. Actually, Kamala absolutely helps the Democratic Party because guess what, Drop? Guess who is the most reliable voting bloc in the Democratic Party? Black women. And see, what you fail to mention when you try to play that great divide, black divide, Drop, guess what demographic of African-American people voted against Donald Trump at a higher percentage than any other group, Drop? It was black men. You failed to mention that every single time. See, Doc, this is where you and your little silence. No, this is my turn. I reclaim my time. Am I okay, moderator? Am I okay, moderator? I reclaim my time. I'm like Kamala, I'm speaking. No, you sit back.
How about
no,
the man?
To be fair, two socks up over your kneecaps and your calves and sit back and listen, son.
To be fair, let's do this. To be fair, let's give the fair time. Let's give it to Mason Mahler, and then we'll give it back to Drop, and then we'll end it right there.
Right. I'm
finished because my gun's sitting there smoking, man. I can't load any more bullets into it. I'd have bust off 30.
Is he tapping out? Are you
not tapping out?
Tapping out?
No. I keep my gun in my boots first because I don't bust back. I bust first. So, it's your time. Go right ahead.
No, Glenn, like I was saying, bro, we have a history throughout this campaign season, and you and other people in the chop shop will co-sign what I'm saying. You were talking like this. Glenn, you were saying that Trump had no chance. Just like you said.
So when Trump loses, Drop, what are you going to say?
No.
What are you going to say?
Let him finish, Mason Mahler, let him finish.
You're right. Go ahead. I'll rebut your price. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll just repeat it again. Everything that I'm talking about is from the previous campaign season. Okay, sir? This is what I'm saying. Everything you've been
2018.
Everything you said has been wrong. You said Trump was going to jail because of Russia. You said Michael Avenatti was gonna lock him. You haven't been right about anything.
What the hell does that have to do with anything? Donald Trump, you know the reason why Donald Trump's scared, Drop? I'm reclaiming my time. Donald Trump's scared because he knows as soon as he leaves 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, his ass going to jail. And you can talk all that shit about Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, whoever else. When his ass lose tonight, he out the door. And what you gonna say tomorrow morning? It's just like Nate when we used to play Mad. Remember, you beat a brother down 42-0, but they want to see their stats. No loser stats. Give up the sticks, nigga. That's how we doing it, Drop. Now, you can bring that West Coast shit from wherever you are, but in the naughty, we ain't playing that, partner. What else you got to say?
Partner? Information.
Just like in the movie Juice. You should look at me and say, you got the juice now. That's what you should say.
Hey, listen, guys. It's been real. It's been real, but I want to end it right here, man.
Thank you, Nate.
I appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate you, both.
I got that Jameson, and you don't have to. You smell any smoke. It's just me and the homies getting blown away. Hey, man, Nate, we'll talk to you tomorrow morning after this victory.
Okay, take it easy, brother.
Like Paul Pierce said, what did he say? He had the bank shot. He said, "Did you call bank?" He said, "Oh, I called gang."
This Negro got to get the last word. Peace out.
Look, you take your mega ass off the wells with your lying ass. You ain't got
y'all nuts, man. I gotta end this. Y'all is nuts, man. Y'all need to do a show for CinDigital Media, man. We can do it virtually, because that thing will be hilarious, man. Oh my God. Was you sipping on some Jameson, man? Oh my God, that's hilarious right there. Oh my God. Drop in Mason Mahler. That should be hilarious. Hilarious. Let me see if we can pull this audio in from what they're doing. This is C-SPAN, everybody.
For all, like the idea of paying hundreds of dollars for insurance on top of,
No, I don't want to hear that. That's somebody talking to C-SPAN or something. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that shit. I ain't interested. What y'all? I don't know who won that debate. I'm not sure you can call a winner, you know what I'm saying? But if they did a podcast together, if we could organize it right, it could be pretty fun. But it's got to be something that people can actually hear. You know what I'm saying? because that shit is funny right there. It is hilarious. All right, let me give you some up-to-date returns, family. I'm on Real Clear Politics right here, right now. And Biden, Harris, it looks like they have more electoral votes. You know, that would be exactly what Trump deserves. And what I mean by that is, what if Trump wins the popular vote but loses the electoral college vote? That would be hilarious right there. You talk about comeuppance, that would be some funny shit. And you know he will whine like a baby. I won the popular vote and lost the electoral vote. He would whine about that ish as if he just don't remember that the same thing happened when he was on the other side of it back in 2016. He would whine like a baby, I'm telling you. He would whine like a child if that in fact happened. Good morning to you. Hey, listen, we're doing multiple things in this stream. So one thing we're doing is, and I want to send this out to you. Hold on. I want to send this message. Oh, somebody said Spreaker went out. You know what? My apologies, but you know what? That Spreaker account there's only so much time that I can do a live stream. And the limit is 5 hours at any one particular, one live stream. So what I may do is restart it. So we went longer than 5 hours. I mean, I ain't surprised by that at all. Hold on one second. No, I'm not saying anything, but I'm texting somebody about something very, very serious about the show here. All right, so I want to take care of that business right there. Some folks I'm working for, make sure they get what they need very, 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 very promptly and quickly. Hey, listen, break. I'm gonna take a quick break, family, just to hydrate, make sure I'm tight. I don't really have any ads, but I do have some music for you. And I'm here. I might even put the screen back up, the camera back up, so you can see what's going on as we go into this break. All right, this is CinDigital Media's Black Voter Push Now Watch Party. We kicked it off at 4 p.m. We might go to 4 a.m. Man, listen, if we go to 4 a.m., you got to become a patron. If we go to 4 a.m., you got to become a patron. I'll say it again. I'm going to my patrons right now. We're at 33 patrons this evening. I really appreciate it. My goal is 50. Can we get to 37 patrons? Can we get to 37 patrons? Can we get to 37 patrons by 10 p.m. tonight? Again, Patreon is a crowdfunding platform that allows creators to raise funds directly from the people that they're creating for. Okay. And there's a tier system that'll give you updates. You'll get access to an exclusive show called Fade to Black. Depending on your tier level, you get access to numerous things, merch. There's one tier level where you can become a producer of the show. You get exclusive updates, audio, video, what's going on. You'll find out what's going on with the show and with CDM in general. We got new podcasts coming online. We have a new platform coming online that will service the greater Cincinnati area in particular, among other things. So if that sounds like something you might be interested in, please consider it. You can go to the link tree in the description and just go to the one that says Patreon, and whatever you would like to do to support would be greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. Come join our mission to amplify Black voices in the greater Cincinnati area. We'll be right back. I'm Nathan Ivey. I'm here with you. I'm taking a quick break to just sort of wet my whistle, stand up a little bit, walk around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Oh, yeah, and I just got a text message. We got Kevin Aldrich. He is the opinion editor of the Cincinnati Enquirer. He's going to give us a call at 9:30 p.m. with some updates. I'm looking forward to that. The numbers are coming in. How do you feel? We'll discuss on the other side.
Yeah. Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the fucks I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a fuck, that's what they don't understand.
I'm back again like flu season. I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving. Don't give a fuck, I don't care. Did the shit by my lonesome. No wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run. All I really want is my share. Get on my God, on my totem is nothing. In the discussion, fuck all them feelings. I throw all my pain on percussion. Shit is disgusting. I hear them bragging about shit that they did, and it do not move me, not in the least. They ain't been dropping no seeds in the soil, but swear that you on my spot at the feast. I've been on go mode, show mode, showboat, rowboat, wave ride. Cool shorty, too naughty, pool party, wet for the face ride. Annie up, penny down, hand me down, thrift store, old drip. New money, too funny, old shorty talking about oh shit. I'm on their ass now, can't get a pass now. I'm a cash cow, keeping it brash now. Niggas is trash now, I'm a spaz out. I've been killing my lows and living on highs. You see in the skies the proof. You could just see in my eyes that there is no lies. I cannot disguise the truth. I've been ducked off, getting sucked off in my new merch, colored duck sauce on the new couch with my chucks on. Get the fuck on with that hate. I'm big cool on the small chat, cause I know now that I'm all that. Got a hawk guy on the ball cat. Get the fuck out of my face.
Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the fucks I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a fuck, that's what they don't understand.
I ran away from heartbreak. Got nothing in return for my pain. I never thought I'd be so empty, so alone and afraid. Wasn't looking for a lover. Nobody understood where I've been. I guess I thought I needed more time to protect my love from potential offense. So I loved in you and you, but I shut it down. So you took it and I'm not surprised by what I found. 'Cause I know I needed something different and it had to be you. Out the blue, somebody who would listen and it had to be you. Out of all the people to revive my love, couldn't be just anyone. Baby, it had to be you. I didn't seem to notice that you were checking for me. We were just friends. So we started building trust and my fragile heart started to bend. Yeah. I should have paid attention would have been the obvious choice. But I needed time to see clearly, dig deep and cut through the noise. So I, then you, and you, but I, so you, and I, not surprised by what I found, 'cause I know I needed something different and it had to be you, out the blue, somebody who would listen and it had to be you, out of all the people to revive my love, couldn't be just anyone, my baby, it had to be you.
Yeah, one more time around. Everything's slowing down, can't control it. Say that you're falling. Right now I need loyalty. It's hard for me to trust you. I've been in before this. I've been through the troubles. It's hard to let you in. I've been giving you the runaround. I double on the dosage. I don't need emotion. No. Right now we young and we dumb and we lit. Been thinking that before when we was kids, yeah. I was caught up in the mist with you. And we live for the moment, respond to a calling. It's bigger than all of us, right to the wheels. Get anything to feel something new. High if I fall, no, I did it going all in. At the time of my life, right for the squad. The lights through the fog, but we made it, yeah. I'll be good by the morning. I feel like I'm falling. It feel like I'm falling. It feel like I'm falling. It feel like I'm falling. Real eyes see real eyes, real shit, real life, real rare. I'm on edge, I make noise, they all is, no cap. All facts, eyes low, but I'm still broke. No patience, heart glacier, can't see the young ghost, phone blaring, overbearing. Shit a blessing that I overcherish. Got these rap niggas eyes open glaring, cause they over jealous and so overzealous. Whiskey side with the rosemary. They used to want another whole stare, and that was back before I could afford a care. Now we on course to tip it toward the bears. I blew up the bag, that hit me as bad. The guy finna racks if they chastise. They can fast die, telling mad lies, going back, tell them get they act right. On my last light, a quarter potion, I've been out of orbit, I've been moving slowly, got me going up, they got my head clouded. I've been good by the morning. At the time of my life, right for the squad, the nights through the fog, but we made it, yeah. I'll be good by the morning. Feel like I'm falling. It feel like I'm falling. It feel like I'm falling. It feel like I'm falling. Feel like I'm falling. It feel like I'm falling.
The Nathan Ivey Show is supported by listeners. Go to www.patreon.com/Nathan Ivey Show and help Nathan keep the show independent.
All right, we're back, folks. Good evening. Thank you for being here. I don't want to lose anybody. We got Kevin Aldridge calling in a second, but I want to do our first giveaway. And it's real simple. If you'd like to be a part of the giveaway, I'm doing multiple things with this stream this evening, not just being with you in terms of hosting a Black watch party for CDM. but I'm promoting some of the things that we're doing. Tonight marks the kickoff for numerous campaigns, including a text messaging campaign. So I'm giving you my personal cell phone. You can call me. You can text me if you want to directly connect with me. I'm very, very highly accessible. And I just feel like communicating via text is a really, really very intimate and very direct way of doing it. That's my number on the screen right there, 513-953-4244. Again, 513-953-4244. And so here's what I want to do. I'm going to put, we have and these are exclusive CDM designs. We'll probably do this for about a week. And then after that, we're going to move on to another design. So this will be something that will be exclusive if you win one tonight and or if you want to purchase one within the next week or so. And then we'll move on to a different design. But here is the trivia question. It's real simple. So I'm gonna put an image on the screen. It's an image of an all-time great black movie. Okay. This is per my thinking. I want you to look at the image, and then I want you to text me and tell me what's the name of the movie. Okay? It's real simple. The third person to text me correctly at 953-4244. Now, matter of fact, I got that number wrong. Let me change that. Actually, I'm giving you the wrong information. Let me put the number up that is correct, so you won't hit up the wrong person. 953-4224. Sorry about that. Text me. You can text me at this number, 953-4244. There it is. The number's up right there. 513-953-4244. You can text me. So I'm going to put this image up. I'm going to leave it up for a short time. The third person to text me at 953-4224, 953-4224, with the correct answer, we're going to send you an exclusive CDM Black Voices Matter sweatshirt. It'll be a black hoodie. I think you got a small variation there. I can do a black or maybe a gray for you. I'll be in contact with you via text. I'll get your size. I'll send it to you directly and make sure you get it. It may take a couple of weeks just because these things sometimes can take a while and a little bit of time, but I'll make sure you get the exclusive. It reads Black Voices Matter. It's got the cool little CDM logo right there. This is exclusive merch. We're only making this available for a short time. So here is the trivia right here. Here is the trivia. Somebody said, make sure you get the number right. That's important. What is the name of the movie in this scene? This movie, which movie is this scene from? Which movie is this scene from? The third person to text me successfully to 953-4224 with the correct name of the movie will get a free CDM sweatshirt. So it'll be a nice sweatshirt valued around about $30 or so. We'll take care of it on our end, but we want to support you and just have some fun with it. So I'm not sure if you're a movie person. You might be a movie person. You might not be a movie person. But if you got the correct answer, then text me to 953-4224. Again, 953-4224. Text me the correct answer of this movie, the correct title of this movie, and then we'll take care of you on our end to make sure you get that exclusive Black Voices Matter. I'm going to be rocking them in the next weeks to follow. I've got some that are coming. You may see some of the other folks on CBM rocking. Ours is going to look a little different, as they should, obviously. But if you like to enter, it's very simple. Just tell me the title of the movie and text me 953-4224, the correct title of the movie. So there's going to be some prompts. Just follow the prompts. Real simple. This is kicking off a text messaging campaign. This is a part of it, obviously. As I told you, with this screen, we're doing multiple things with this stream tonight, and this is a part of it. But I do want to do something nice for the people that are on this stream. I meant to do a little bit earlier, but, we got caught up with the flows. Also, we're expecting a phone call back from Kevin Aldrich. And it's real simple. Again, this is not going to hit you with any hidden charges or anything like that. You know, I never do nothing like that to you. You already know that. We don't rock like that. You know what I'm saying? This is 100% above board, but I am doing multiple things. And if you're interested, just let me know. It's real simple. The third person to do so. Okay, it's real simple. Just text message me what it is. We got people coming in already. I'm looking for the third person to do so. I'm not going to tell you where we are. I'm just going to leave it like that, and I'll come back to it. And I'd say by 10 o'clock, I'll take a look at it again, and we'll see who the third person is and if they got the right answer. Again, just simply look at this image right here. Which movie is this a scene from? And you can win an exclusive CDM sweatshirt. I think you're going to like it. It looks pretty dope. It reads Black Voices Matter. You'll be proud to rock it. And it'll have the CDM logo on the top left as well. It'll be pretty dope. You're going to see me rocking them as well moving forward. And hopefully it'll be something you can like and you can represent it well. So again, just text me the correct number. I keep saying number. The correct name to 513-953-4224. And that is my personal cell number, okay? To this phone right here. I can see people coming in right now. Real simple. So I'm doing this because we're kicking off a text messaging campaign, and this is the first part of it. And just looking for different ways to communicate with the audience successfully. And this is one way that I thought of, and we'll see how it goes. So again, text the correct answer to 513-953-4224. Again, text the correct answer to 513-953-4224. And I'm expecting a phone call from Kevin Aldrich. He tried to call in earlier, but we were in the break. We got Black Russia on the line right now. Let's go straight to him. Hey, what's up, Black Russia?
Hey, I won't be long because you got Kevin Aldridge coming on, but I wanted to let you know, I don't know if you saw, but in the last 20 minutes, numbers have updated. It looks like they have completed all the early vote counts, and now they're starting to count the precinct.
Okay. Appreciate that. I'm checking it out right now on the Hamilton County Board of Elections website. I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. Most of the races, the Democrats are still winning, but you start seeing a little bit of tightening.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing it right now.
Slightly.
So 7% is in statewide. 2.3% is in. Yeah, it's starting to tighten here. We'll see if the Democrats can hold this lead.
Yeah, we'll see. It's only 2% in, but you start to see the tighten. That's kind of a sign that these races are going to be photo finish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, appreciate you, brother.
All right, I'll get off here.
Yeah,
get Kevin on there quick.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yep. So we got 7.2% with the Hamilton County Commissioner's race. I'm looking at the Hamilton County Board of Elections website. You can actually go to their website as well on your phone or whatever device you have. And I'm looking at the races are, in some cases, tightening. There still seems to be a wide margin. Like Denise Driehaus is up by like 35%. At some point, statistically, they'll be able to predict if the gap is insurmountable or not. And you'll probably start to see that. Fanon Rucker up 56% to 43%. Okay, now we got Kevin calling in. Hey, Kevin. How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's going on, Nathan?
I'm doing great, man. So what do you see? What's going on?
Well, I think, if you're looking at, some of the local races, and it's still early yet as the precincts are starting to come in, but I think, the early vote kind of came in as we expected, fairly strong for the Democrats, particularly in Hamilton County. And now I think the test of what you have to look for, and I think it's sort of the same thing that we've been watching on the national level, is how do those early votes hold up against, the surge of same day votes, which mostly seem to be trending, heavily Republican at this point. But I think you have to be encouraged in some of the races. If I'm Alicia Reese right now, I'm pretty comfortable with, with where I'm sitting at with the vote totals right now. I think Charmaine McGuffey, although it's still a ways to go, and there are, I think, some of the more suburban parts of the county that have yet to come in yet. I still think that if I'm her right now, I'm feeling pretty good. Not out of certainly not out of the woods yet, but feeling pretty good about where I am. I think the prosecutor's race is going to be real interesting to see. Last I looked, and I haven't looked here in a few minutes, but the last I looked, Fanon, at least in Hamilton, according to the Hamilton County numbers, Fanon was still up. And it'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that lead. Ohio is actually turning out to be a very interesting, sort of interesting state, not just in terms of the local races, but if you're following the presidential race right now, Joe Biden is doing really well in Ohio right now, and he's performing better in a lot of counties that Hillary Clinton poorly performed in, or even lost, or even gave way, that were areas that Obama had won previously. And so it's still a long way to the finish line yet, but I think Ohio is actually turning out to be one of those real interesting states in the presidential race. I think a lot of people were looking to Florida and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is still going to be critical. But if Biden somehow finds a way to win Ohio, that would be pretty remarkable, because I think a lot of people had our state squarely in the Trump camp.
Mm-hmm.
But it was interesting. I talked to David Pepper, the Ohio Democratic Party chair, probably about 3 weeks before the election, and Pepper felt like Ohio was really in play. Now, of course, most party chairs are going to say that. You wouldn't expect them to say anything less. But he really felt like if the Biden campaign, 3 to 4 weeks ago, had really invested more money in Ohio, he was actually challenging the Biden campaign to spend more money in ads in Ohio, because Trump had pulled a lot of, if not all of his money out of Ohio in terms of advertising. And Pepper really felt that if the Democrats had spent more, if Biden had spent more in Ohio, that he really could have played a strong push for it. And I think if Ohio comes down to just a few points and Biden winds up losing this by a slim margin, he may regret not spending more money in Ohio, as Pepper had said earlier.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I wonder why they did that. Doesn't make any sense. If your opponent retreats, then you advance.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was kind of Pepper's argument, but it seemed like Biden and those guys were really focused on trying to spend money. Obviously, they Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Those are sort of the three states that Donald Trump took in 2016 that really Democrats viewed as their firewall. And I think a lot of time, money, and energy was spent in those areas. And some might question, the spending of money in places like, Texas or Georgia or North Carolina, where, Biden was competitive, and it would have been nice to maybe snatch one of those states to try to change the electoral map. But with money spent in those states that are probably in the end going to wind up going for Donald Trump anyway, even if you narrowly lose them, when maybe you could have had a state like Ohio, which, again, he may still wind up with it by the end of the night. But again, hindsight is always 20/20 when you lose elections, but he may very well look back and say, rather than going at, for some of these luxury states, trying to alter an electoral map, which is a pretty high uphill climb, a state like Ohio that, you could possibly get, investing more money there, they may look back on that if Joe Biden winds up not winning, saying that and they could have had Ohio. They might regret that.
Mm-hmm. Is there any information out there you've seen about the demographics specifically, or is that something we won't get into tomorrow? In particular, I'm interested in the black vote. Anything you've seen out there about who's turning out?
Yeah, nothing at this point in terms of sort of like the canvas reports and things of that nature, where you kind of get a sense of where folks are, the precinct totals and who was turning out there. Some of that stuff you get that better kind of information in the days after the election, where the boards of elections release their more comprehensive reports. So I think everything you kind of get at this point is sort of anecdotal. I think it's safe to say that the numbers, at least in Cincinnati and Hamilton County, look good. Look really good for the Democrats, which suggests that we got a pretty good African American turnout in those numbers. So we'll have to kind of wait and see until those more comprehensive reports come out.
So what is your plan, Kevin? Or how late do you think you'll be up?
I'm going to be up probably, late tonight. Until, because I myself just want to see sort of how this is going to play out, or how close we get to actually being able to make a determination on, who, not just in the national races, but on these local races, in terms of, being able to kind of declare or say that within, good measure that we can say these are the folks who are going to come out on top of these races. I think, I'm a political junkie. This is, election season is like Christmas for me as a journalist. So
right.
I live for a lot of this stuff. So, I'm going to be up all night, man. I usually am on election night. So you and me, we might be trying to see who can hang the longest.
Let's do it, man. Listen, if you got it in you, I'm here. Maybe we can reconnect in about maybe 2 hours, 90 minutes to 2 hours, something like that.
Yeah, I think we may have a pretty good picture of things maybe by about 11:30.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, and we can check back then and see where it's at. And hey, man, let me give you this shout out while I can.
Sure.
Man, what you are doing with CinDigital Media is incredibly important, and it's critical. And I say this as a African American who works in the mainstream. Part of the reason why I got into media and wanted to get into the mainstream was because I think what we all know is that our voices are often missing in a lot of these conversations, or not adequately represented in mainstream media. Now it's getting better, especially here in Cincinnati. If you look around at a lot of these stations that have been mainstream, particularly some of the TV stations, you see a lot more diversity. So things are certainly getting better in terms of our representation, but still the stories that get told have improved as the diversity has improved, but it's still nowhere near where it is. And the issues that matter to African Americans don't get discussed nearly in as much detail as you would like to see in mainstream media. So I just want to applaud you, man, because I think the platform that you're providing for other people to bring voices back. We've seen an erosion in Black media. Probably over the last 20 or 30 years, our Black newspapers are disappearing. Black radio stations, have gone by the wayside. We just got, the buzz, just talk radio just kind of came back on 12:30, and just when in the last year it was gone. And so the platform that you're providing and that you're growing is incredibly important. I tell you all the time, I listen, and some of the perspectives of some of your callers and the people that you get on there have brought some things to bear that, have made me think differently on some issues. And so just applaud you, man, and say, keep at it. what you're doing is important. The voice that you're bringing is important. And as you continue to grow, these candidates and some of these other people out here, you're already doing it because I've seen you hosting some forums. You've gotten some of these candidates to come on, and that's big. And I think that as you continue to grow and gain that voice and respect in the community, people worth their salt who are running for elected office and all of that stuff, they're going to have to come see Nathan Ivey and the people on CinDigital Media. And that's something to shoot for, man. And I wish you nothing but success, brother.
I appreciate that, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I know you mean it too,
yes,
brother.
Sir.
So are we getting together,
Yep.
an hour maybe?
Yeah, man. Let's
Okay.
let's say 11 o'clock. Let's see
Okay.
where we at 11, and
Okay.
I'll give you a call back.
Okay, I appreciate you. That's Kevin Aldridge,
Okay.
everybody.
All right, man.
He's the opinion editor at the Cincinnati Enquirer. And I'll say it again, the brother, he's a real brother who knows what time it is. And he's really serious about using his platform to diversify what they do. So it encompasses and reflects, should I say, so it reflects the community. So I appreciate those kind words, man. Like I'm this is what I'm all about. I was made for this. I was born for this. I love it. I love conversing with people. I love what I do every single day. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Let me double check here. I'm looking at my text messages here. I appreciate all the people who came in. We do have a winner. So let me put this up back on the screen here, and then we'll play again. We'll play again real quick. I've got another trivia question for you. So here it is. Which movie is this scene from? Which movie is this scene from? Anybody want to take a stab at it real quick? Which movie is this scene from? Anybody down for that? This is a scene from a movie, drum roll please, called Baby Boy. You might have seen it, you might not have seen it. Who's the winner? I'm asking for the third person to get the answer correctly. And I'm asking you if you want to play along. Again, we're giving away a branded, it's got the CDM logo, top left box, similar to what you see here, although it's all in black. And it reads Black Voices Matter, very, very large in front of it. It's dope. I think you'll like it. You'll feel proud promoting it. And again, if you're a Black person, how could you not support Black Voices Matter? Okay, so let me look here and make sure. Let me double check. So I'll make sure I get this right. I was looking for the third person. 1, 2, 1. Hold on, let me double check here because I'm actually clicking on the message. And I will directly message you and, get all the particulars like your address and the size that you want. You might want to give it to somebody else. That's completely up to you. Completely up to you. So the third person is David Herring. Third person is David. Jesse was first. Daryl was second. David was third. He got the answer correct, baby boy. David, I'm sending you. You are, matter of fact, let me take me off here so you can actually see me text messaging. Hey, David, congratulations. You are the winner. Okay. So, Dave, you should receive a text message from me. This is from my phone. So, I'm just, that number is my phone number. I'll put up again. You want to play again? I'll play again. Let's do it again. It's fun. Again, I'll support you for rocking with me. And we might go, like I said, we might go from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. I'm getting a little bit of punchy here, but we might go from 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. I'm built for this. I'm a night owl anyway. I love being up at night. This ain't shit. I'm telling you, this is nothing. This is nothing for me. I could do this all day long. I was built for this. People are like, oh, you surprised? I will not be asleep. I'll be up. Trust me. Especially when we're trying to get to the business. Do you want to play again? Because we have more. We might give about 4 or 5 away. We'll take care of it on our end on CDM. We just want to say thank you for being a part of the stream. And then, quite honestly, you help to take our brand out there and show people, and like people be like, where's that from? And then maybe it'll bring them back to the show. Might be another patron, so it's well worth the investment. He writes, man, that's awesome. That's awesome. Great. So, David, within the next 24 hours, I won't do it right now because I'm doing multiple things. I'll be in contact with you to get your information. This is secure communication between the two of us. Nobody else sees it. And get the size, and I'll get that to you. Give it about 2 weeks in terms of shipping. And then all I would ask is that, you post a video, not even a video, like a photograph or something. That way we can use it for promotional things like that. And I think you're going to like it. You'll see me rocking it. I'm ordering some for myself and for the folks here at CDM as well. So you'll see us and see me rocking it very, very shortly. Looking forward to that. So you want to play again? Okay, I'm down. Let's play again. I got another one for you. Okay, same type. We're going to mix up the trivia. Okay, it won't always be the same. But this will be very similar to what we did before. I think it's a lot of fun. This might be more difficult. I'm going to say it up front. This might be more difficult. I'm going to show you an image. I want you to look at the image and tell me the title of the movie. It's real simple. I want you to be, last time we did third. This time, let's be the fourth. Let's keep it simple. We'll just go in order. Be the fourth person to text me. Now, everybody but David can play again. So if you've already sent a text message and you didn't win, that's cool. David's already won. He got his prize for the night. David, appreciate you. Everybody else, including the names that I read earlier, if you did not win, we only had one winner, you can play again, okay? You would have to send another text with the correct answer, okay? So give it a minute. I'm going to put an image on the screen. The number's already there. This is the number to my phone. This is my personal phone. It's the phone right here. And you can see it right now. 513-953-4224. That is the number. Okay. If you're interested, you'll need to text the correct name of the movie to that number. Okay. Follow the prompts. I'll give it a little bit. I want to let people to come in. We might do again. We can do up to like 5 of these tonight. All right. This will be the second one. I'll give it a little bit of time. Let some people come into the stream. I want you to get to a good place. Okay. You might want to go ahead and just kind of go through, the preliminary prompts so you can be first and try to do it fast. Because there's a couple of prompts, like you'll send a message. You can get an automated message saying, hey, from me, but it's an automated message. I'll tell you, you can get another message just telling you some of the legal stuff about what you might expect. If you decide to move forward with that, you're all good. I want to give you a second. 513-953-4224. And I'm kicking off a text messaging campaign for CinDigital Media tonight. We're doing it tonight exclusively. Starting tomorrow, you're going to see me putting that number out to a lot of people on social media because I'm trying to collect that close, connection with the people that rock with me for various reasons, primarily around Cincinnati digital media. Okay, CinDigital Media. All right. I want to give you a couple minutes. Let you go through the process real quick. Let me double check here because I can see when people are actually joining. I appreciate you. Again, 513. Hey, what's up, Christina? Again, this is my phone. Just so you know, she just came in. But yeah, I want to give you a chance because what happened is like the people that already responded, they're going to have a little bit of a leg up because they've already gone through the initial prompts. So all they got to do is send another text. If you haven't sent a text initially, then you got to go through the prompts and then say yes, and then all those kind of things. Hear my voice. I've got an automated voicemail that's already set up. So I want to make it fair, and I want as many people to be a part of it as possible. I know we got at least 56 people on this stream. Trust me, it's a really dope sweatshirt. It's free. We just having some fun. Why not? I think you'll like it. It reads Black Voices Matter real big in the front. And again, right here, you see that little logo right here at the top? Kind of the white background with the CinDigital Media, where it's a black one. And I think it looks really dope. That's just me. Maybe I'm biased. But if you believe in that mantra, Black Voices Matter, then, you're going to feel proud. A1 out there representing. Okay, so I want to give you some time. 513-953-4224. I might give you a little bit more time, actually, because I want to make it as fair as possible. So I'm going to leave that number up if you're interested. Let me see if I can get a screenshot of. Oh, okay. Somebody says you're doing great. Okay, great. That's great to hear. Thank you so much. Hey, what's up, Jared? What's up, man? David writes, no, you can't play again, David. That's hilarious. Hey, what's up, Cinnamon? Anthony, Ebony, Tanya, Deshauna, Brian, Daryl, Jesse. I appreciate you. You guys are all like first adopters, early adopters to this text messaging campaign. I really appreciate you. All right, let's have some fun with it. As I said, my purpose in doing this tonight was multiple. I had multiple things I'm trying to accomplish tonight. And thank you for rocking with me, and I really appreciate it 100%. Let me see if I can get a photograph. Now, I'm going to screenshot this for you. I'll be honest with you. Let me see if I can actually get the sweatshirt, because that's what I really want to show you. I want to show you the sweatshirt because I think that you're going to like it. The sweatshirt looks pretty dope, in my opinion. If you're just asking me, that's just me, though. Let me see if I can pull this up for you. Okay, yeah. This you're gonna like this. This just looks dope. I think it does. If you're a sweatshirt person, you're gonna be proud to rock this. You're gonna be proud to rock, because I ain't doing no dumb shit. I ain't trying to. I ain't rocking no whack shit. I don't give a damn what the logo is. So I'm not gonna put something out there for you to rock, and it's some whack shit, and we ain't doing it. And if it ain't right, it ain't right. We ain't doing it. So hold on. Let me take a screenshot of this. I'm gonna put this on the screen just to let you know what it looks like. I think it looks nice, but you tell me. So this is what the sweatshirt looks like, what the hoodie looks like. Boom, there it is right there. That's dope. That is fire right there, man. Come on, man. You're gonna feel real good. And actually the lettering might be a bit bigger. What I envision is kind of takes up the entire front of it. So that's a reasonable sort of like representation of what it will look like. But in actuality, I think that Black Voices Matter would look a little bit bigger than that. So that's what it looks like right there. It's got, you can see it right there under the left drawstring. You can see the CDM logo. That's gonna look super dope. Nothing on the back. That's gonna look super dope. People gonna be like, "Where you get that from?" You can tell them CDM. You can tell them CDM. So I'm really giving some time for people to, again, if you want to play, if you want to win this sweatshirt right here, we got you. We'll cover the cost. We'll make sure you get the shipping and everything, just to say thank you for being a part of it. Hey, what's up, Hey, what's up, Roger? See, more people are coming in. Lisa, Crystal, Leslie, Angela. Angela writes, thank you. She listens every day. Thank you. We already got a winner with the first one. So it works like this, folks. So I'm going to put this up. This is a trivia question. Which movie is this scene from? The first question, or the first answer, of course, was Baby Boy. We already got an answer to that. We got a winner already. Okay. We got a winner to that already. And so now that was David. David won the first one. And so now we're about to do it again, but I want to give you a little bit of time. And I might even give you more time, because I know we got so many people on the stream that there might be people that might not be in a good spot right now. I want to give you as much time as possible. So if you want to play with us tonight, then you can. And again, this is what you can win right here. That is dope. It's dope. Everybody knows that, especially with that black right there with the black outline with the white lettering. That's super dope. But just imagine that with the lettering just a bit bigger. That's how I imagine it, envision it, and that's how you'll get it. And it's got the CDM logo right above, the left breast, so to speak. And you're gonna be representing us. You're gonna be representing the family, because who's against Black Voices Matter? And you can help carry our brand and then win a cool sweatshirt as well. I think it'll be pretty dope. That's what I think. I think I've used the word dope about 1 billion times, so I'm cool on that right now. Let's keep going here. Charles writes, Biden up in Texas 50-49 with 65% reporting. John Kinney writes, fake news. Charles writes, Biden is leading in Ohio. What are you talking about? Drop right. Cass writes, or Cassandra writes, y'all forgetting drop 3 hours behind, LOL. Right. Danita writes, someone tell Drop you can get up-to-date information if you go to those things called the internet, right? David writes, this guy's still on. He was on for a little bit. Let me move forward here. What do you think about that sweatshirt? Give it to me. Like, if you don't like it, give it to me straight. If you like, oh, that's some whack shit, then give it to me straight. I mean, I got very thick skin. So, again, just imagine that, but the lettering will be bigger. You know, I wanted to go over the entire front and kind of go down over where you might see pockets to the belly area so that when you're walking around, everybody can see that it reads Black Voices Matter. That's what I envision. So that's what we're giving away tonight. Already gave one away. Happy to do so. Thank you, David, for being here and checking out the stream. You know, here on CDM, it means everything. He says this guy's still on. He's still on. Yeah, he was anyway. Let me see. Deshauna writes, that would be a great show. You talking about Drop and Mason Mahler? It would be, because all they're going to do, it's going to be like the Odd Couple. All they're going to do is bicker back and forth. But if we can bring some order to that chaos, I think it'd be pretty dope. Because they're both very intelligent Black men who have different opinions. I would be down with it. I mean, I would do it. I would at least do a couple testers. I'll tell you that much. I would do a couple testers to see if it really works. Joy writes, yeah, just not talking over each other. Right. They would have to be able to respect each other's boundaries so we can get something out of it. And a lot of people forget that. Nat writes, the Black Crossfire, LOL. See? Let me see. Jesse writes, what's up with YouTube? I don't know, Jesse. We having some issues on YouTube? As far as I know, we're still on YouTube. I'm looking at it right now, so I have to double check and see it myself. Let me see. Stephen writes, flipping between Nate and Roland. Oh, I'm not surprised to hear that Roland's doing something. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Roland is the pioneer. You know what I'm saying? He's setting the standard for people like me to follow. Big ups to Roland. I'm sure he's doing a great election watch party. There's a lot of watch parties I support. If they servicing us, I support them. I support them 100%. So if you're jumping around, you get the best of all the worlds. You know, so I know the NAACP is doing something as well. I support them. Check them out. Maybe jump back and forth. Have some fun with us. Have some fun with them. You know, it is what it is. Deshauna writes, the show making might work. Night go by fast. Thanks for being on tonight. Okay, great. We are losing some of these Senate races. Yeah, a lot of people said baby boy. Yeah, you got it right. Pamela writes, good comments from Kevin. Yeah. Lisa writes, rack 'em. Yep, absolutely. Anthony writes, Dems needs 3 more seats to take the Senate. I hope they do. A lot of people got it right. Baby boy. A lot of people got it right. Alicia Reese is losing. It swung. What the fuck? What? Hold on, let me check out here. Okay, so 54% is reporting now. Joe Biden, 61%. Let me put my number back on the screen now for those that want to play along. We're going to give that away here in just a minute. Okay, we got another sweatshirt, Black Voices Matter, CDM. This is exclusive design. There'll be more to come, but this is something I want to do right now for tonight and maybe just like the next week or so. If you'd like to play along, then join our text message club at 513-953-4224. Okay, and I'm just giving you a heads up. That way that when we put it out there, you don't have to go through the preliminary process in order to get the correct answer in. Okay, so that's why I'm not stalling. I'm just giving you enough time. Let me look at these numbers right here. I don't like to hear that. So with 54%, state of Ohio, 54% in, 61% for Joe Biden, Donald Trump, 36%. Let me go down the line. With 41% in, First Congressional District, Kate Schroeder, 58%, Steve Shabbat, 38%. Second Congressional District, Jamie Castle, up 54%, Brad Winstrup, 45%. Tom Brinkman, the Republican, is now up in the 27th District, 52% to Sarah Bitter, 47%. And we talked to Jessica Miranda earlier. The 28th District, Jessica Miranda's up 52%, Chris Monzel, 47%. Let me see here. Cedric Denson, looks like this is a landslide, 33rd District, 54% in. He's up 78% to 21%. And I will tell you this without revealing too much, that, people know that, among other things, that we are working to try to bring protections for Black families. I mean, I'm here to tell you that there is at least one member of City Council who is very serious about these protections. And Cedric Denson as well is very serious about those protections for, Black people specifically, but in general, people, families, non-white folks, from being the victims of reckless and biased 911 calls. So, I put a petition out. We got over 15,000 people that signed it. And I'm not just sitting on it. I am actually having conversations at this point, to be completely, transparent with you. And there is interest from City Council and also Cedric Denson's office. So I'm glad to see him doing that, so we can make that move and make it happen. 54%. No, that's wrong. Alicia Reese is up 54%, with 54% reporting. And that's 54% of the precincts in Hamilton County have reported. Alicia Reese is up 54%. Andy Black, 41%. Herman Najoli, 4.4%. Denise Driehaus is winning, is 61%, 38% with 54%. And look at this here. Now, this is motherfucking interesting. Look at this shit here, goddammit. Fanon Rucker, this is with 54% reporting. This is going to come down to the end. With 54% reporting, Fanon Rucker is up 50% to Joe Dieter's 49%. This is about to be some shit right here. Pat writes, no shout out for me necessary, nephew. I appreciate it. I appreciate the family coming through. So, I was talking with Donnie earlier, and her concerns was that, the negative campaigns might work with Fanon Rucker, with Joe Dieters. That would be a shame. That would be a shame right there. Charmaine McGuffey is up 56% to Bruce Hoffbauer, 43%. Jill Schiller is up 54% to Charlie Winburn, 45%. Let me see here. Jennifer Bruner, this is Supreme Court Justice, is up 62% over Judy French, 37%. Ginger Bach, this is Court of Appeals, 1st District, 59% to Russell Mack, 59% to Russell Mack, 40%. People just don't know how important that is. Let me see, Melba Marsh, 50%, Heidi Rosales. Melba Marsh, 49% with 54% reporting. Jenkins over Dinkelacker, 54% to 45% with 54% reporting. Chris Wagner, who we spoke to earlier, is up with 54% reporting, 60% to 39%. Court of Common Pleas, Jennifer Branch is up 58% to 41% over Elizabeth Callan. Court of Common Pleas, Alan Triggs is up 57% over Stacey DeGraffenreid, 42%. I want to see Alan win in that. Wendy Cross is up 58% over Edna Marie Cooper, 41% with 54% reporting. Nicole Sanders is up 54% reporting, 59% over 40%. Pavin Parikh with 54%. We heard from him earlier here on the show. With 54% reporting, 50% over Ralph Winkler at 49%. Kerry Bloom, 54%. Again, 54% all the way down the line. Is up 49% over John Williams at 40%. Ann Flotman at 52% over Amy Cersei at 47%. So that's the lay of the land and some of the latest results. So let me double check my text. Okay, great. Hey, what's up, Keith? Good to see you. Christina, Angela, Tracy, Leslie, Roger, Lisa, Crystal. Some of these folks, I definitely recognize your name. So I want to make sure as many people who want to play can play. Okay, that's what I want to do. And again, here is what we are going for right there. And then we've got it in. We've got a little bit of a variety. In terms of the color, I'll share that with the winners if you're interested. Black Voices Matter with the CDM logo. We're giving away a few of those tonight. Already gave one away. So if you're interested, get ready. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. So I'm going to put it up on the screen. We're looking for the fourth person. The fourth person to correctly text the title of this movie. And here it is. You can win a CDM sweatshirt tonight. Which movie is this scene from? Which movie is this scene from? If you want to play along, then don't text it anywhere other than after you call this number. Text me the correct answer to this number and be the fourth person, the 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth person to text the correct answer to 513-953-4224. Again, 513-953-4224. Again, 513-953-4224 if you have the correct answer to this trivia question. Okay? If you've got the correct answer to that trivia question. That's what I'm looking for, the correct answer to that trivia question. Now, while we do that, we have a new patron. As I said, multiple things are going on today. I want to shout out all the patrons. And she said you don't have to do it, nephew, but I have to do it. Pat became a patron tonight. Thank you so much, Pat. I appreciate your support. It means everything. We now have 34 patrons. I'm trying to get to 50. That is my goal before we end tonight. So we're not that far away. We'll see. We'll see. But I'm grateful for anybody that want to rock with me and rock with us. But you can become a patron for as little as $2 per month. That'll give you access to numerous things that are going on. I mean, it's just another level of communication. There's also rewards associated as well. I do an exclusive Patreon show called Fade to Black, which is the name that is near and dear to me. That's the name of the first ever talk show I ever did. You should do it with my homeboy, Mason Jamal, who is now like getting back into the creative side of things. I hope that you'll hear from him on this platform as well. He might be watching as well. He's a very super dope strong mental brother. And you know, that's what I'm all about. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm looking forward to doing some things with him in the near future. But we kicked off a show on Wave many years ago called Fade to Black. And along with the Blackbird, y'all might remember this. We're going way back in time here. So that's the reason why I came up with that name. It's a name that's near and dear to me. And it's an exclusive show. I don't post that anywhere else except for you. Okay. Among other things. So if you're interested, there is a link in the bio to my link tree. And that link tree will take you directly to multiple things. My website, CDM's Facebook page, Twitter, and also my Patreon page as well if you are interested in becoming a Patreon tonight. Anybody got the answer? If you do, don't say it. You might give it to somebody else. Here is what's at stake. This is at stake. I need the correct answer. I need the fourth person. Everybody can play. Even if you participated in the first round. If you didn't win, that's not a problem. Just text me. Text the correct name of this movie to 513-953-4224. Again, text the correct name of this movie. This is a scene from a very, very, I won't call it famous, but a popular Black movie. I just need to know the name of it. 513-953-4224. Let me see what people are saying. Let me see here. Okay. These these answers are funny. Okay. Hey, Keith writes, "You're my cat." Hey, I appreciate you, Keith. All right, I just need the correct answer. I'll give you some time. I'll leave this up right here. Matter of fact, I might even play a little bit of music. I'm not gonna really take a little break, but I might play a little music just so you can kind of look at it. I want as many people who are interested to play along with us this evening. It means everything. And I'm still here. I'm just gonna play a little bit of music while you ponder the correct answer. I'm still here. I ain't going nowhere. I want to give you a little bit of time to ponder the correct answer. I'm still here. I'll be back right after this song, and then we'll announce the we will announce the winner.
I'm still fly, let's go. It could all be worse, I could be a hater like you. It could all be worse. Pills to make the man, but that poison's gonna kill you. From the inside out. So right now, say it with your chest now, say it with your chest now. I'm young, I'm free. Can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time to ride it. I'm young, I'm free. Can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time to ride it now. It's your time. Oh, cheers to all the haters, cause you proved to me that rising to the top was my destiny. And you can see whatever from behind me, but I'm still fly, I know. I'm still fly, let's go. It could all be worse, I could be a hater like you. It could all be worse. Supposed to make the man, but that poison's gonna kill you. From the inside out, it's time to say it with your chest now, say it with your chest now. I'm young, I'm free. Can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time to ride it. I'm young, I'm free. Can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time to ride it now. It's your time. Oh, if you're on the bus, say yeah. If you're on the train, say yeah. If you gotta walk, say yeah. Everybody's going somewhere. Young or old, I really don't care.
All right, I gave you a little bit of time there, and let me check the winner here. I think we do have a winner. Let me double check. Let me see here what we rocking with. Let me rock it. Let me see here. Do we have a winner? Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Let me double check it. I think we do have a winner here. 1. Oh, people are all over the place with the answers. I appreciate you participating. We got 1. So let me do it in order here of the people that got the correct answer. Okay. Per what I see here. 1. No, it's not Set It Off. It's not Love and Basketball. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We've got a winner. We've got, she said it 1,000 times too. You only got to send it once, because when your text messages come in, they come in order. But let me double check to make sure, everybody. Let me double check. I want to make sure, because I don't want to say it and then I'm like, oops, my bad. You didn't really win. I don't want to do that. Just send it one time, family. He sent it like 4 or 5 times. Because what happens is the system is going to register your first response and it's going to put it in order. So just so you know. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, hold on. So what's happening here? So let me see. Oh, okay. Okay, so what I need to say to you moving forward is what we need to do is to make sure that we're only submitting one answer per, because it kind of throws it off a little bit. That's what's taking me a second. So give me a second here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that's what I thought. Hold on. Yeah. So the winner is, double check this one more time. I'm sorry. I know I'm taking a lot of time here, but I think it's just important to make sure I'm fair and I get it all right, because some people were sending multiple. So what we'll do now is just send one, or that disqualifies you. So just send one per trivia question. Because some people are like, okay, it's this. No, it's this. And it's like, it kind of throws it off a little bit, but I can still figure it out here. Just looking at the timestamps. Lisa writes test. I see you, Lisa. This is Nathan, just so you know it's me. As you can see, I'm actually on my phone here. Okay, so yep, got you. Roger, got you. No. Christina, no. Tracy, no. Jared, correct, but you're not the correct person. Anthony, correct, but you're not the correct person. And so it goes to Danita. Danita, you're the winner. You are the winner. Okay, I'm texting you right now, Danita. You are the winner. Boom. So Danita Thomas is winner. The correct answer is, what is it, family? That's Brown Sugar. Classic black movie. That's a scene from Brown Sugar. That's actually a scene from near the end of the movie when they were at the radio station. Remember that? Because it looked like they wasn't going to connect. And then she's doing an interview with, who was she doing an interview with? Anybody remember? She's doing an interview with a black female who is actually, a pretty famous hip hop artist. And then the love interest is played by who? Tay Diggs. Tay Diggs is listening to her on the phone. Via the radio. He actually goes to the radio station and he ends up saying, he finesses her and he gets back in, basically. But that movie is titled Brown Sugar. One of my favorite movies, by the way, actually, because it mixed hip hop and black love and the whole 9 yards. It was everything I was all about. Hell, fuck, it's everything I'm all about right now. And again, here's what you get. So I'll be in contact. We got 2 winners so far tonight. for this sweatshirt, and I'll be in contact with you within the next 24 hours. I can't promise it's going to be tonight because I can tell when I get offline tonight, I'm going to be done. I'm going to be done. I mean, y'all lucky if I get up in time to do this shit in the morning. I'm just telling you. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not here in the morning, then give me a pass. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe, I got to check the schedule here. I don't have any contractual obligations in terms of people that I'm working on with sponsorship. So if I oversleep tomorrow, it is what it is. Now, also tomorrow, I have to leave the show at 9:30. So if we begin at 7:30, it's going to be a tight show. 2 hours, I got to go. I got a dentist appointment tomorrow. I got to take care of these teeth. I'm going to be doing video. I need my teeth to be as healthy as possible. I need that movie star smile. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you don't know what I'm saying. All right, 513-873-7134. I'm going to take a look at the latest numbers here in a second. Let me close this down because we don't need this anymore. I'm going to take a look at the latest numbers and give you a snapshot as to where we are. Would you like to play again? We got you. Would you like to play again, family? Y'all down? You like the game? I think it's a pretty dope game. It's pretty straightforward, a little cultural stuff. I got some different variations on the trivia. It doesn't have to be just like that if you're down. But if you want to play this form of trivia again, we can do it again. Cass writes, if we don't win tonight, it's rigged. Fame writes, I wouldn't give Danita a thing. She's insolent. I'm not giving her anything. She won. No, I mean, she won it. So it is what it is. Let me see. Angie Martinez. Fame writes Dana Owens. Ray writes thumbs up to Danita. Absolutely. Let me see. John writes the real choppers. 72% in Hamilton County. Hey, what's up, Dominique, a.k.a. The Menace? He writes, what's up, Nate? He's on YouTube, so I guess YouTube is still up and running. That's cool. That's cool. All right, let me go back to what's happening in terms of the election night. I've also got a feed right now. Okay, let me pull this into you. This is from C-SPAN. I feel comfortable rocking with C-SPAN because that's really like the public domain. I'm not trying to get hit with any copyright-ish. I just can't afford that for various reasons. So let me pull in C-SPAN and maybe we can get some commentary from C-SPAN as well. And hopefully that we can actually hear.
Police force, the militarization of the police in general, qualified immunity, that's a big one, certainly within Aurora, especially after Elijah McClain's name was brought to prominence in light of
I ain't with that. I thought they would have election returns or something like that, but I don't want to do that. Let me see here. Let me go back. 70. Somebody said 70% in was in Hamilton County. Let's check it out. Oh, it is. Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Here we go. Here we go. Y'all ready for this? Let's do it now. We together on this. We together. Let's do it. 34 patrons. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Again, we are 16 away from what I was trying to be. Maybe if we go to 4 a.m., we can do it. If we go to 4 a.m., you got to become a patron then, because that means that I am the Iron Man of talk radio, period. Who else in the Cincinnati market is doing we've been on for what, 6 hours? Soon to be 7 hours? Nobody else is doing that but your boy Nate Ivey. Nobody else is doing that. They all sleep, slumbering. We out here grinding, connecting with the people. You know what I'm saying? This is what the internet was made for. All right, quick to stall, Nate. Let's get to the numbers. 71.94%. We'll call it 72% of the precincts reporting. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, 59%. Donald Trump, Mike Pence, 39%. That's your president and vice president. First District with 66% reporting. Kate Schroeder, 54%. Steve Shabbat, 41%. I mean, damn, baby girl holding tight. My son is 5 years old, right? And his big sister is 10 years older than him. One of the funniest things in the world, he came on one day and started calling her baby girl. So they be talking about something. He be like, hey, baby girl, baby girl, baby girl. We like, what? It's the most hilarious thing. It's like an inside joke. That's where I get it from. I hope that Kay Schroeder wins. And I say that because I think it would be better for the people in the 1st District. She will represent you better in the 1st District than Steve Chabot could even dream to. And you know this, if she wins, Steve Chabot will be back in 2 years. We already know that. James, Steve Chabot is like herpes. He just keeps coming back and back and back. 2nd Congressional District, Jamie Castle is up 54% over Brad Winstrup, 45%. Tom Brinkman is up 52% to 47% in the 27th District over Sarah Bitter. Jessica Miranda is up 52% over 47% to Chris Monzel with 90% reporting in the 28th District. I hope this Jessica Miranda wins. If Chris Monzel loses, he'll be 0 for 2 in his last 2 outings. Of course, he lost to Stephanie Summerall Dumas. And then now, if he loses to Jessica Miranda, he'll be 0 for 2. On a personal tip, I think Chris Monzel seems like a cool guy. I don't know him personally, but he's got balls enough to at least do interviews and talk to people face to face and go to the NAACP forum and things like that. Okay, it's all good. But his politics, not so much. 67% in the 33rd District. I think you could probably go ahead and call this for Cedric Denson over Mary Hill. 71% Hamilton County Commissioner Alicia Reese, 52%. Andy Black, 43%. Herman Najoli, 4.4% with 15,640 votes. 71% in County Commissioner full term, commencing on 1/3/2021. That's Denise Driehaus. She's up 60% over Paul O'Neill, and I don't know the numbers with that, but I'd have to I can only come to the conclusion that it might be close to statistically being out of touch for or out of reach for Paul O'Neill. Okay, so here's the big one right here, and this ain't good news for people that believe that we need a better prosecutor. 71% of the precincts reporting. Joe Dieters, 50.78% over Fanon Rucker at 49.22%. If Fanon Rucker loses, I ain't got no respect for Frosty Rucker. I got no respect for Pac-Man Jones. And I'm going to do everything I can to get them on the show so I can tell them about themselves. Because somebody got to run these brothers down and let them know what's up. And if it ain't going to be me, it ain't going to be nobody else. I promise you, if it goes that way, I'll do everything I can to get them on the show and baptize their ass, you know what I'm saying, in front of everybody and run these brothers down. I pledge that to you right now. That's what I'm built for that. I don't care about no consequences. You know what I'm saying? Here we go again with these black men caping for Joe Dieters who don't give a damn about us at all. Cue to Michael Jackson. They don't really give a damn about us. They don't really care about us. They don't really care about us at all. Aftab Pourval looks like he's up big. Oh, man, he's up almost by 20 percentage points. That makes a lot of sense. I can't believe that 143,000 people voted for Alice Glendorf. That's 143,000 goddamn fools. That man don't know what the fuck he's doing or talking about. I wouldn't vote for Alice Glendorf to clean up after my dog, and I don't even have a dog. The fuck is wrong with these people? Listen, it's late night tip. You know, people think I don't curse because of the way I conduct my show in the morning. That ain't true. I say what I want to say when I want to say it. I just choose to be that way because I think it's best for the show. 71%, we'll call it 72% reporting Hamilton County Sheriff. Charmaine McGuffey, 54% over Bruce Hoffbauer, 45%. That's 160,000 people that voted for Bruce Hoffbauer. That's 160,000 people that don't care about Black lives. I wouldn't vote for Bruce Hoffbauer to do anything, especially not be the Hamilton County Sheriff. It can never happen. He's not a man. He is a coward. And now we know why he killed Willie Brown many years ago, because he's a coward. The man was too afraid to come on the show and have a conversation with me. And he ran this black dude, Earl Price, onto the show to do his bidding. And Earl Price, like a buffoon and a clown, did it. Earl, you might be watching, you might love the flows, man, but you know I'm keeping it real with you. It ain't personal, bro. It ain't personal. That's the way you came across to me. And I said as much to you. I didn't call you a clown, so maybe I'm wrong in saying that now. I'm a big believer in, like, if I can't say it to you when you're on the phone in your face, not really saying. So I take the clown part back. You know, I'll show some dignity, you know what I'm saying, because I'm just talking and he's not here to defend himself. But like I said to him, I don't really think highly of Bruce Hoffbauer. I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm sure he's a great father and all those kind of things. But as a citizen, there's no way in hell that I can vote for him, for Hamilton County Sheriff. It'd have to be something else. I'm not even sure what that is. Jill Schiller is 87% in. County Treasurer Jill Schiller up 51% over Charlie Winburn, 48%. Let me see. Melba Marsh with 87% in. Check this out. Melba Marsh is now winning 51.2% over Heidi Rosales at 48%. Chris Jenkins is up over Dinkelacker 51% to 48% with 87.2% actually reporting. So let me jump around here to some national profiles to see what I can bring to you in terms of, you know, usable information. Okay. Let me jump around here. So where we want to go here. I want to get that national perspective and see what's happening on the national level with the okay. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Ashley. You know, I already know I appreciate you. You already know. Hey, listen, if you want to get in, he said 10 toes. If you want to get in, what's up, Keith? Thank you for joining, man. He said down since wave, 10 toes. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Okay, see, Donnie B says she's back. Okay, great. Let me bring Donnie in. Hey, what's up, Donnie?
Yo, what's happening? Donnie B in the building. Danita, do not count out Ohio. We still got 20% of the vote to go.
Yeah. Have you seen the latest with the Hamilton County prosecutor's race?
Yeah, I'm like, yo, it's too close to call it, though. It's 1.56%. Let's go. Come on, man. We still got a shot.
Absolutely. So I just kind of ran down the latest numbers. We'll have to see nationally in terms of electoral votes, electoral college votes. Looks like Joe Biden's ahead. So
yeah,
folks looking for that. That's a good news. That's good
news.
He's
nickel and diming it. Like, I feel like everybody's looking for Pennsylvania and for the Florida, and I'm like, yo, he's like, I'm gonna win this little by little with the small votes. So I ain't mad at him. I'm like, keep killing it. I'm like, come on, Ohio, let's do our thing. Come on, let's do our thing.
You know what I think?
Has ever won without our state.
Exactly. You know what I think Trump deserves? Trump deserves to do this. He deserves to win the popular vote and then to lose the electoral college vote.
Facts. You know what? Show him what it look like out here. Yep. Show him how it feels. Keep that same energy. Look, that's dope.
You know, if that happens, he'll be whining like a baby.
He gonna file 10,000 lawsuits. So I'm like, you know what? Whatever.
I did some trivia, gave away some merch. Let me test you real quick. We've already done this, but real quick, I'm gonna flash this on the screen and tell me if you know. So when I flash this, it's a scene from a movie. Just tell me what the name of the movie is. Like, we've already done this, so we already know. But this all right. So boom. What's the name of this movie?
Come on, baby boy. I'm black. Don't do me.
There it is. All right, here's the second one. What's the name of this movie?
Come on, dude. Oh my God. This is my favorite movie. Me and my best friend, we rehearse this all the time. It's like, when did you fall in love with hip hop? Oh my God. It's shoot, the title escapes me. I know the movie. Tay Diggs, her, your boy from Tribe Called Quest, Q-Tip. Shoot, the name escapes me. Oh my God. It's not Best Man. It's called, oh my God. I can't believe I'm having a brain fart. That's my movie though. And literally, she's in the studio, and he comes in like, "When'd you fall in love with hip hop? Come on, help me, Nate."
Brown sugar.
Thank you. Love
that movie was so dope, man. I love that movie when it came out. That was my shit.
Oh my goodness.
That was my shit, boy. It had everything. It had everything. And I just loved it. I love because, you know, that movie came out like it was different. It wasn't about crack. It wasn't about surviving the hood. It was like young urban professionals that was just in love with being black and their culture, falling in love. That shit was super dope.
Super dope. Can we talk about it? Oops, hold on, let me move my camera and make an adjustment. Super dope.
I loved it.
My show. Man, I'm mad I missed the trivia. Look, I was over in the NAACP forum struggling, man. We had technical issues. I'm like, yo, where's Nate? I clued in, though. I got to see Glenn and Drop go at it for a little bit. That was fun.
Yeah. It's like herding cats, man. Especially over the phone. It's only so much you can do, but I don't know.
I don't feel bad, though. Remember when I tried to moderate with...
I remember. I'm going to do more trivia. We got maybe a couple more giveaways, and I'm kicking off a text messaging campaign, just connecting with people on a different level. So just a whole bunch of things going on tonight. As I told you before, I wanted to accomplish multiple goals with this stream tonight. And so far, so good.
What's up with the text message campaign? What's that going to be?
I'm sorry?
What's up with the text message campaign? What's that going to be about?
I mean, it's just a new way of connecting with people. I think it's more personal with text messaging. You know, I love being right here on the phone. Everybody receives text, and it's just another way of connecting, you know, with the listeners and the people that enjoy. Hey, what's up, B and Lisa and Keith? Appreciate you for joining the text messaging club. Appreciate it. Just another way of connecting with the listeners. I think in a more intimate way. So, and that's the way that people are actually registering their correct answers. So rather than putting it over here, they text it to me. Boom. Now we have you in our text messaging, you know, campaign, and I can directly, you know, connect with them moving forward. Hey, what's up, David? Good to see you.
I know. What's up, Chop Shop? Look, let's talk about it. Where y'all at? How y'all feeling? What you think about McGuffey?
So far, I think I just read it. She's up.
Right.
And I know you have your issues with her, but between the two of them, I would take over Bruce Hoffbauer all day, any day.
Right. He's the guy that you've been talking about that was involved in the murder of the black dude like 20 years ago, right?
Well, again, you know this already counts. It's not really a murder. It was a shooting, like a homicide, I guess. I guess murder is like a legal definition. He was never charged with the murder, but he did kill an unarmed black man back in the day because he said the guy had superhuman strength or some other dumb shit. And I just, you know, just hearing him at the NAACP forum and just kind of paying attention to it, it's some of that old vortex mentality. And I ain't with it. You know, it's bigger than just the fact he killed an unarmed black man and blamed it on death by suicide by cop, which I can't tolerate it. You know, but it's the other things that I've seen throughout that. I'm like, man, that's a step in the wrong direction, in my humble opinion. Everybody has their opinion. That's just mine.
Right. You see O'Donnell, the other guy that let the police off from killing the unarmed black couple in Cleveland. He's way up over Ohio Supreme Court Justice Kennedy. She's about to get unseated, I think.
Yeah. Now, he's a Democrat, right? I heard you talk about that on your show, right?
Yeah, he's surprisingly, I think the Dems did us a disservice by putting him up as the nominee. So he was on the Ohio Supreme Court, and then he went back down to Common Pleas Court in Cleveland. And in 2012, it's my understanding, the couple, their car backfired. The police, they went on a high-speed chase, and they shot this unarmed black couple 137 times. That is not a typo. Mm-hmm. And then one of the officers, after everybody stopped shooting, hops up on a dash, like on some Rambo shit, and shoots through the glass at this couple. So he was the only officer of the 20 that were charged, and Judge O'Donnell let him off. It was a bench trial. He tried it to the bench instead of the jury. He shot a shot with the judge and got acquitted. So I'm like, how is that the Democratic choice? He's winning. But good news, Dinkelacker, who put Tracy Hunter in jail, karma is he's losing to Christian Jenkins. I'm like, who knew? Losing badly. Yo. And
yeah, I'm looking at it right now, 51% Chris Jenkins, Pat Dinkelacker, 48%, with 87% of the precinct reporting. So
right. I'm like, yeah. If Dinkelacker can go, that'll be great. What do you think about the Charles Kubicki versus Allison Hathaway? It'll be a black female, unseating, long-standing, 15 years plus. Kubicki came on board in 2002. So 18 years he's been on the bench. He's considered the premier white male Republican judge for the county. Might get unseated by a black woman. What do you think? What's up with that? What's the reason for that, Nate?
Well, again, I don't know. You might have better insight than I do. What do you think about Hathaway? What is she all about?
I think she's cool people. She's black. You know, I like what she had to say, but she was an unknown. So I honestly didn't think that she could win the county race because she's not really prominent in the Black community. So I'm like, how do you think it is that an unknown Black woman can unseat a long-standing white male Republican judge that's been on the bench for 18 years? Is that a sign that we sick and tired of being sick and tired? Is it just me?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. There's going to be some deep implications to having Trump at the top of the ticket, and also just the failure of the Republican leadership. Like, I mean, they just got in line behind Trump, and I hope they suffer the consequences because of it and lose a lot of their seating.
Period. Like, if we can get rid of Dinkelacker and Kubicki, and then look, Wendy Cross. So shout out to her. She deserves a special applause. I didn't think she could unseat Ethna Cooper. Ethna Cooper is not a horrible judge, but she's just not, all the way to where I need her to be in the African-American community. But again, household name in a white Republican space, a longtime judge, 10 years plus, and Wendy Cross is coming out the box, killing her. Like, you see the numbers
right now. Yeah, 87% reporting, and she's up 56% to 43%. So,
right.
I mean, Wendy Cross is up. So that's quite interesting.
We might take back the court.
Is up over Pavan Parikh. 87%. He's up 52% to 47% in that race.
Oh, it's close. Come on, Pavan. It's close.
I see Kerry Bloom is up against John Williams. That's good.
Killing it.
That's good. So, and Alex Triggs is, speaking of killing it Stacey Graffin-Reed with 87% in. They'll be calling that soon. What else is here? Melba Marsh. She was down a bit, but now she's up by 3 percentage points over Heidi Rosales.
Yeah, I figured as much.
You have some, I wouldn't call it gotcha moment. I didn't think it was no gotcha questions. It was just real questions, and it was just some OMG moments.
Look, Judge Barsh was like, you want me or you want the intern? Remember that?
Yeah. That was hilarious.
Let's talk about it. What do you think about Schroeder over Steve Shabbat? Because he was killing her in the commercials.
He was. Man, to me, the first district would be better served with somebody other than Steve Shabbat.
You better breathe.
Every 2 years, he come up with this, I'm going to start working now. I'm like, what the fuck you been doing for 20 years?
Facts. Look, I was in high school. I'm still waiting for you to come up with the come up.
Yeah. It's just a game. And if he loses, he'll be back in 2 years, though. You already know that. Absolutely. He'll be back in 2 years.
He's got to be 80, Nate. He's got to be 80. Come on, dude. He's got to be 80.
If he's alive, that's his job. His job is the representative in the first district. He'll be back.
You're going to make me Google it. Like, how old is Steve Shabbat? Look, how old is Steve Shabbat? Like, seriously, there has to be an age out. Oh, he's only 67. I could have sworn he was 80. Still, though. Yeah. I mean,
I could have sworn he was 80.
I did. Look. No lies detected. I thought that dude was like 80 years old. Like, can we talk about it? Oh my goodness. David says Schroeder is beating Shabbat by 53 to 43%. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm loving that. I'm just not happy about this Hamilton County prosecutor, man, because that's so big for us. That is so big for us in Hamilton County. And now Dieters has a 3 percentage point lead. So we'll see, man. I think some of the things you said earlier might be in play here in terms of those negative campaigns actually hitting their target.
Yeah, I feel like we can't match the money.
Right. But we knew this from the beginning, though. He had several $1 million head start from the very beginning.
Yes. I mean, this dude, when they found out that Fanon was running against him, they were dropping $50,000 a night in fundraisers last year, like early. And then to drop $500,000 on an ad campaign, package in the last 2 weeks is unheard of. Like, it just, man, how did Lindsey Graham keep a seat? I know. I thought Jamie was going to get it. What do you think about that? What happened down there?
Oh, man. I think it's the same thing with McConnell, just juiced in. I thought Jamie Harrison, man, I watched several of the debates. I thought he was spot on, making excellent points. He's talking about the New South. And he's just dealing with a guy that's juiced in with a lot of connections. And has that been called? Is that South Carolina? Has that been called?
Yeah, he's got it. Jamie Harrison is out.
That's amazing because here's a man who basically said one thing and did the exact opposite and gets reelected. That's amazing to me. I can't do it.
I can't do it. Here's what I want to know. And this is going to piss me off with South Carolina. How is Trump winning South Carolina when South Carolina is the only reason why Biden is the Democratic choice? Make it make sense. Like, how do we lose South Carolina when that's the only reason why we're here? Like,
well,
I guess it was a primary, so it was a Democratic primary. But I feel like black folks owe us an apology. Like, come on, y'all should have carried the state. Like, we're literally only here with Biden-Harris ticket because of South Carolina, and y'all couldn't carry your own state.
Yeah, it looks like Trump is carrying the South, man.
Yeah.
Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas. Trump is Oklahoma, Arkansas. He's got all those states.
He got all the South states. What's up with Florida? Where we at?
Let me see here. I'm looking at. Looks like Donald Trump has not been declared the winner. They got 97% of the estimated votes counted. He's up 51% to 47% over Joe Biden. So
yeah, it's a wrap.
Yeah, it looks like it might be. Damn. We'll see what happens, though. It's really about those electoral votes. Right now, Joe Biden has 135. The magic number, of course, is 270. Trump's at 108. And you still got California. Ohio still up in play, although it looks like it's going to be Donald Trump. Looks like
You think so? How close are we? Where we at?
Well, 90% of the estimated votes have been counted. Trump is up 53% to Joe Biden's 45%.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's talk. I don't want to call it because Biden still is in it to win it. But if he loses, let's talk about what do you think is going to be the reason that Biden loses the election?
It's hard to say, Donnie. It really is without any more information. Because I need to know the turnout per demographic. I want to look at the black vote. I want to look at that young vote, the people that turned 18 within the last 4 years and where they voted at. It's really hard to say. I mean, we'll be picking the bones of this until what, over the weekend? And then, then we'll have a better sense of who did what and who actually turned out and who we need to blame, quite honestly.
Zanita and Glenn gonna be mad, but I feel like if Biden doesn't win, I got 3 big reasons why he doesn't win. 1994 crime bill. I'm like, you had one job. You should apologize early. You shouldn't have waited till October to give us the apology that we've been looking for. And in your Lift Every Voice plan and in every plan you had, you should have had a first 100 days revised crime bill for us package. So to me, the crime bill is one, not only because you didn't apologize, but because you didn't have a new one to give us an alternative. And there were people that I feel like the anybody but Trump movement, they felt like that was enough. But there's a whole segment of the population where it wasn't enough. They wanted more. And rather than argue with them and go on Charlemagne the God show, the Breakfast Club, and talk about how you're not black if you don't vote, what he should have did is just give them what they want. It was too easy. Come up with a package for the undecideds, for the Bernie Bays and Bros that were more liberal, and just give them something they can hang their hat on. But you come out with a first 100 days package, and it was for the LGBTQ community and for Native Americans, and blacks got left out. So that's number 2 reason why I feel like you will lose. Because there were a lot of blacks that felt like after we get rid of Trump, there's no clear path forward for African Americans and what you're going to do. So I feel like that would be second reason. So crime bill is first. No real concrete plan for Black America within the first 100 days, but you had a package for LGBTQ and you had a package for Native Americans. And then the third reason I think would be
Ice Cube.
There you go.
Lil Wayne.
Did Ice Cube cost Biden the election?
Kodak Black. I mean, I can see all that. I think that's some sharp insight. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, for me, I need to see a little bit more information. And we could circle back around and you could be 100% on all of that. I'm hoping it don't go that way and we'll be analyzing it from a different lens.
Right.
But we'll see. We'll definitely see, man.
What if Trump loses? What do you think will be the reason Trump lost?
COVID.
Period.
COVID.
Period. Did you see New York giving a big FU with their vote?
I didn't know.
Biden's got New York, and it was a landslide. And I think that was New York's way of saying, you know what? 90% of the 200,000 people that died in our state. Screw you, Trump. We good.
Yeah, I think COVID, I think if Trump loses, that's what lost it for him, COVID. I seen some exit polls saying that COVID was like a big deal to a lot of voters. Like a lot of people had somebody in their life that was either impacted by it or themselves they were impacted. So they took that into the polls and shaped their decision. You know, a crisis is an opportunity for a leader. And you can stand up or you show us you ain't ready for it. And Trump showed us he's not ready for COVID. I don't give a fuck what he's saying. He showed us he's not ready for it. So,
I mean, the dude is still talking about it's going to go. You hear that? It's going to go away. It's going to go away.
Yeah.
And to be honest, people might not like it, but before COVID, my issue was Trump was a problem, but there really was no effect with Trump on my everyday life until COVID came. Then it got real for me. Before then, Trump was a disaster, but it really didn't affect me. It was below me. But once COVID-19 came out, I was like, yo, all right, I gotta let you go. I gotta put you on ice, dude. It's too much. It's too much.
I got a call on the line. Let's see what's up. Hey, good evening.
Hey, it's Donita. Please tell me Donnie didn't leave, because you know we gotta talk about it.
No, she's still here. You hear her?
Hey, Donita. You know I can hear you, boo. I called you out on purpose. Like, where's Donita? She gonna kill me on the 1994 crime bill. Let's go.
Okay, boo. Biden loses. This is why.
What?
I will agree with you on the 94 crime bill part, but my thing is he lost on the 94 crime bill because there were people who just kept repeating that. And you have people who don't even really understand what happened with the 94 crime bill. You have people who really, really, truly believe that Joe Biden locked up black people forever. And that's not what happened. This is why we have to dissect the 94 crime bill. Another reason why Biden and Harris are going to lose is because of this false narrative that Kamala Harris locked up black people in a massive amount of just like that's what she was after. People don't take into account she was a prosecutor. That was her job. If you break the law, you go to jail. Why people seem to forget this, I'm not really quite sure.
Okay. Nate, before I speak.
No, go ahead. Y'all can get it in.
So my counter to that is a couple of things. So yes, you're a prosecutor. Oh, you can't hear me?
Can you
no.
You said you cannot hear her?
No, I cannot hear her.
You know what? I might have to call in and then put myself on mute. Every time we do this, when somebody calls in, they can never hear me.
Yeah. Something on the
I can hear a little. I heard her just say when somebody calls in, they can't hear me. I heard her say that.
Let me see if I can turn on my volume if there's anything I'm doing wrong. Hold on, bear with me, Denise.
It sounds like she's on a speakerphone, like she's far away.
All right. Is this better? If I lean in, can you hear me better?
I can hear you, but it sounds like you're like in an echo chamber.
Yeah, I am. I'm in my office. There's no furniture in here except my desk, my chair, and my files. Is that better, love?
I can hear you talking, but I can't make it out.
Oh, yeah.
Really hear. Damn. I don't
know how you can hear it. Maybe, you know what, Nate? I'm gonna call. What do? I'm gonna try to call into the show.
We need to have a conversation about the crime bill.
I hear you.
And why people don't seem to understand.
Okay, here's what we can do, Donnie. I can call you and merge the call.
All right, and then I'm gonna put the live stream on here.
Okay.
So you got my number off the text, right?
Yeah. Just stay on the line, Danita. I'm just gonna call Donnie, and then and then merge the call. That should work. We did it earlier, so it should work.
Hey.
Okay, I just merged you.
All right. Is that good?
That is better.
Am I echoing, Nate, or can everybody hear me okay?
You are echoing.
I
You
can
are
hear you
echoing,
fine.
but
she's echoing, but I can hear her.
Let me see. I don't know how to mute this. I know why I'm echoing, because you can hear me on the stream.
Okay.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get out the live stream just for the purpose of this call, and then I'll come back to the live stream when this call is over.
I just muted you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. So, Danita, here's my issue with Kamala Harris and the fact that you're saying she's a prosecutor and her job is to put people in jail. But my issue is your job as a prosecutor is to facilitate justice. So when you're a prosecutor and you realize that your office, through DNA evidence, has wrongfully convicted African American males, and they try to get out of jail based on that DNA evidence, when you stop them, she's no longer doing her job. Now she's trying to protect her record as opposed to facilitating justice. So I think that's the problem with Kamala Harris. She's got 3 issues. There were black men and Hispanic men that were supposed to be acquitted. Right.
But Donnie, Donnie, we got to stop right. But we got to stop right there, because when that information came out, she was no longer a prosecutor; she was the attorney general.
No, that's not true. There were 3 cases where she was prosecutor. But let's deal with the AG record. But when she was AG, what she also did was, one of the black men that her office wrongfully prosecuted, when it came up and she could have let him out, she tried to stop him on a technicality and say that he missed the appeal deadline. So we know this black man is innocent and wrongfully convicted. But you try to stop him from getting out of jail.
I remember reading.
Yeah, I'll post the fact.
That's not what I remember reading at all.
That's what she did.
And again, like I said, it seemed what I remember reading was that when a lot of these issues came up, she was no longer in the prosecutor's office.
No, she was still there.
I remember reading.
She was still there, and she tried to claim that she didn't know about it.
And she may not have. Even as the attorney,
you're the captain of the ship.
I'm saying when she was the DA. Let me back that up. So when she was apparently some of these happened when she was the DA over the entire prosecutors, right? So it seems like people really think that like you watch Law and Order and you really think that a DA is aware of every single case that's going on in that county. San Francisco is one of the largest counties in California. She may not have known. Now,
no, when it makes the news and it makes the paper, it's your job to know. So you run the office.
But that was after she. That's what I'm saying. She was gone when all of this came out. She had moved on to the Attorney General.
She was not gone. She was not gone. I'll go back and get you the ACLU facts. She was not gone. But what's your response to? Let's talk body cams. What's your response to Kamala Harris when she was a California Attorney General? They asked her to make body cams a statewide requirement for all cops. And you know what she said? No, I think each individual police station, she said no, needs to make their own decision. But now she's running on the nationwide body cam ticket.
That's not what she said. You're incorrect. She said yes. She said yes. I believe that all police officers should have body cams, but I do not believe that the state should dictate how they pay for them. You and I had this conversation once before. That is the same thing. Each jurisdiction has different money. So you cannot, unless you're going to allocate that money to them, you can't tell them what they have to spend because everybody doesn't have the same amount of money. City of Cincinnati has more money than Norwood. City of Cincinnati.
She did not say it was a money issue. Budget. She said she felt that each individual police station should be able to decide if they want to be, what level of transparency they want.
No.
That's what she said.
Incorrect. You go back and look that up. You're incorrect.
So what's your issue with her and the investigation of the police shootings? So there were 3 police shootings when she was AG. They asked her to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate, and she said no. What's your response to that?
I can look at that because I don't know anything about that one. So I can't. I'm not going to ever try to speak on something I don't know. But I can guarantee you I'll look it up tomorrow.
Right. We're gonna talk about
what?
Crime bill. Look, I like same thing. So then, let's talk crime bill.
But let's say with Kamala Harris for a second.
All right.
Because another thing people always wanted to say, like young kids who would read this off Facebook because that's where they get their information, which is why I kept telling you have to be careful with that. Everybody, she locked people up for having their kids touring from school. Did not happen. Nobody was locked up because their kids didn't go to school. What happened was
let's talk about the people that are arrested though. And my thing is I don't get my information off of Facebook. So tomorrow I'm gonna post the cases, not the news articles, but I'm gonna post the cases because some of the stuff that you're saying is not factually correct. She was still the DA and she had a chance to acquit those black men. She was not the AG and she refused. When she was AG for California,
so
it wasn't a money issue.
We both research on that. We're not going to settle that right now. We both are going to do our research on that.
But that'll be why she moved
on. No, but this is what I'm saying. When you circulate misinformation, which we all know has been done, this is what happens. Because people don't do their own research. People believe what they hear. Just like people believe that she locked people up because their kids were truant. That did not happen.
I agree that she made one arrest. Remember the girl?
She just went around locking up black people, and it was not true. But they don't look at the things that she established while she was in California. The drug courses she established. They don't look at that. They don't look at the recidivism rates that went down when she was there. They don't look at that.
I think her track record is problematic. She's a mixed bag. I think the other thing they look at is her stance on death penalty. So the problem with Kamala and why I call her a chameleon and why I think she's problematic is because Kamala talks out of both sides of her mouth. So remember, she said, I am against the death penalty. I don't support it. So then there was a law in California for the death penalty. It goes up to the Supreme Court, and Kamala goes to the California Supreme Court to try to keep the death penalty in California. And then when they asked her why she flip-flopped, she's like, I don't believe in it, but I'm going to give the voters what they want. She's inconsistent. You don't know when you vote for her what you're going to get. She ebbs and flows like the wind.
Wait. Okay, so wait. So let me get this straight. Her personal opinion is she's against the death penalty. But then she turns around and says, but I'm going to give the voters who she works for what they want. And that's an issue?
No, the issue is when I vote for you.
Now I'm going to use your line. Now I'm going to use your line. Is it just me? Because to me, that makes sense.
No, it's just you.
Personal opinion should not make a difference. You are supposed to give me the voter.
Well, no, what you run on should make a difference. So if you tell everybody when they vote for you, before they vote for you, that you're going to enforce the death penalty, then they know what they're getting. But what you can't do is tell everybody before they vote for you that you're against the death penalty and that that's what you're going to do when you get in office, and then get in office and do the opposite. So yes, it's just you.
But it sounds like what you're saying is the majority of the voters wanted the death penalty.
The majority of the voters on a particular note. Here's what happened. There was a particular case involving the shooting of a cop, and certain white voters wanted the death penalty for that cop. So Kamala flip-flopped. But the people that voted for her to put her in a seat, they voted for her because she said she was against the death penalty, and she betrayed them and went to the Supreme Court to try to keep the death penalty in California. And my issue is you can't give the voters a hoodwink. If they vote for you on a platform that you run on that says you're against the death penalty, then when you get in office, you actually have to be against the death penalty. You can't be selective with it. Exactly. Talk to your girl. It makes no sense.
No. This is what I'm saying. It makes no sense. If more people wanted the death penalty, they wouldn't have voted for Kamala Harris, who said she was against it. So that makes no sense to me.
No, what happens is a lot of people were against the death penalty, and they voted for Kamala Harris because that was her platform, that if you voted for her, she was against the death penalty. After she got in office, a black man shot a cop, and they wanted the death penalty for that cop.
What year was this? Because I need to look this up.
Check the group.
Because I'm an informed person. So not that I don't trust you, but I need to see that for myself because it just doesn't.
I'll repost the article.
But like Kamala the chameleon. Like I said, what I do know is that there was a lot of misinformation out there.
I can agree with that.
And that people
I think she was a mixed bag.
Look at what I don't believe that. I just don't. Again,
well, she definitely was a mixed bag, but I will agree with you that a lot of people didn't do their research on her either way. I think there were some people that were more impressed with the fact that she went to Howard, she was an AKA, and she put hot sauce on her greens. But to me, that shouldn't be a reason to win the vote. And then there were other people that were bandwagon that were like, she's totally trash. I feel like Kamala Harris was a mixed bag. There were things about her that were great. There were things about her that were problematic. And I think one of the reasons
that's going to be with any candidate that you're voting for.
Yeah, but when you're black, man, you got to be on our side 90% of the time. I feel like when white people can waver, black people got to be 100.
No.
Hey, ladies, let me jump in here. So two things,
Johnny,
Johnny, you're not on cam. Can you move to your? I think that's your right a little bit. There it is. And this has been a spirited debate, but I want to jump in here and bring some other thoughts in. Danita, I appreciate the call.
All righty.
Yep. Appreciate it.
So I think I gotta
she
hang
won
up.
tonight, as a matter of fact. Yeah, you got to hang up too, and then I'll unmute you. You back?
Yeah, I love Danita. That's my favorite.
Oh, most deaf. I love the conversation. I love y'all going back and forth about Kamala. It's hilarious. I can't wait to see what's in the group tomorrow. The conversation is going to continue.
I know. So what's your thoughts? Jump in.
Oh, what's my thoughts about Kamala?
Or you said you wanted to bring a different perspective.
Well, my thoughts about Kamala is, well, when I said perspective, I didn't mean just particular on that. I mean, I wanted to bring you some different perspectives from the audience with their text message. Yeah, I mean, I'll let you guys have that conversation. Let me see. Angela writes, hey, good to see you, Angela. She writes, racism, white supremacy for the win. John writes, Jamie was almost too good. That's a damn shame. Talking about the dude down in South Carolina. Right. Yeah, I thought he was tight. He was tight. To me, it's a shame. But you're going up against a juggernaut, right? This guy's juiced in with a lot of special interests. They made it happen.
Do you think Jamie was gay, though? Can we talk about it? Do you think Jamie was gay? This is the South. He looked gay to me. He gave me gay vibes. And do you think that was a problem down there?
I could see that. He didn't have any facial hair. I could see that. It's funny because I can see that, but I never thought about it. I never even thought about it. But if people perceive him that way, I could see them holding that against him. I could see that. That's funny you say. I never thought about it. Never even crossed my mind to look at it that way. So
I mean, I could be off, but to me, he came across as homosexual, and I'm like, it's the South, and they just don't do that down there. Like, we got faith Christian values in the South.
Danita writes, the black turnout was down in the South. It's going to be interesting to look at all of those issues and see who really turned out, who didn't.
Why do you think that is, Nate?
In the South, I have no idea, man. I mean, I would say it could be a mixed bag of a bunch of things. So the legal voter suppression, the Republican Party likes to keep them black folks in antebellum, you know what I'm saying, in legal ways. I would say that perhaps the Biden campaign didn't do enough to really make people want to turn out.
Wait, did you just say antebellum in legal ways?
Yeah.
I had to take a minute. Like, wait a minute.
Right. You got these brothers and sisters living in slavery, but they doing it in legal ways. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I can just say California.
Yeah, some of these states don't have the same federal pre-clearance that they did before. So now they can go back to the old tricks and trying to suppress the black vote, just like they did with Trump in 2016. So we'll see what happens down there. I can't wait to pick the bones of all the numbers and see what actually happened. What is this now?
Looks like Biden took California.
Yeah, that's to be expected, though.
What do you think about Pennsylvania, man? I feel like if Biden loses Pennsylvania, it's over the fracking. Trump made a real big deal about that. Apparently, fracking is a big deal in Pennsylvania. They would lose a lot of jobs. And I mean, there's really no answer to that. Biden tried to come back and say, I'm not going to, end fracking completely. I'm just going to ban certain additional licenses. But when you're looking at your livelihood and this dude is talking about, stunting your economic growth in that area, even if it's good for the environment, I don't know if he can overcome that. What do you think? I
think you're right about that. And that's the reason why during the camp, that's why, we look at Trump as being like, a buffoon, but he was focusing in with a laser-like focus during those debates to try to hammer on those points because he was thinking about Pennsylvania. That's why he kept talking about fracking. He kept making these points because he knew what it was going to come down to.
Period. Right. I think Florida is a wrap. If we lose, I need 2 conversations. 3. I need to talk to blacks for Trump. I need to talk to Hispanics for Trump. And I need to talk to white women. Period. They're going to be the reason. They're going to be the reason.
So right now, Trump has the popular vote, but he only has 118 electoral college votes. Joe Biden has 209 electoral college votes, and of course, the magic number is 270. So we'll have to wait and see. Texas is still in play, but looks like Donald Trump's going to win Texas. That's 38 electoral votes. If he wins Pennsylvania, that's 20. I'm sorry, that's 18. I'm sorry, that's 20 in Pennsylvania. I was looking at Ohio, which is 18. So just with those 3 states, we're talking about what, 40, 60, 56 votes, 56 electoral votes between those 3 states.
Payback. Uh-oh, Nate, you might have called it. What if Trump wins the popular vote but loses the electoral college?
Yeah, that's what he deserves.
Period.
He's gonna whine like a grown man, baby, if it happens like that. Oh, it's not fair. It's not fair. You know, he don't give a damn about hypocrisy.
Nope.
It'll mean nothing to him whatsoever. So
if he loses, do you think he's going to jail?
No, I don't think he's going to jail. I don't think he's going, not, straight out. No, I think he's going to have to deal with a lot of legal battles, and we'll have to see. But Trump is a creature of litigation, though. You know what I'm saying? This ain't nothing for him. He's had thousands of legal battles, so he'll put his lawyers to work and fight it to the end of the earth.
You think?
No doubt.
Interesting.
No doubt.
I'm like, yo, do you think Biden will get a second term, or do you think after 4 years he gonna pass out and Kamala's gonna take the reins?
I think that's a good thought. I think that's a good shot.
Stay what? Stay one? Like
I'm getting a message here from Kevin Aldridge. He might call from the Cincinnati Inquirer. He might call in and give us some updates as to what's going on. He's been providing some insights as well tonight, so I appreciate the brother. So he might call back in again here in a little bit.
What's up with Fanon? Where we at?
Let me see here. Last time I looked, it wasn't looking good. I hate even scrolling down to that damn page. Let me see here. 99%. Kate Schroeder, she got that. Kate Schroeder won. Yeah, 99%. She's up 51% to 45%. She beat Steve Shabbat.
Wow. Nice. Steve
99.6%. Yeah, she got that. Damn, that's cool. That's cool right there. Looks like the same for the 2nd Congressional District. Jamie Castle beating Brad Winstrup. That's dope. I like that. Jessica Miranda looks like she's going to beat Chris Monzel. She beat Chris Monzel. 28th district here. Let me see. Cedric Denson, that's a wipe right there. I don't even know who Mary Hill is. Alicia Reese has won, it looks like. 99%, 50% of the vote she has. Andy Black, 45%. Herman Najoli, 4.4% with 17,000 votes. And unfortunately, it looks like Joe Dieter's won as well. So
come on, I don't want to hear it, Nate. No.
Yeah. I got Kevin calling back in. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, what's going on, Nathan?
How you doing, brother?
Hey, hanging in there, man. Hanging in there. Still got a ways to go, a little bit of ways to go, but looks like just about everything's in for Hamilton County.
Yeah, I was just reading it. I got Donnie B with me. Donietta Bailey's with me as well.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Donnie?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Donnie did a forum that we had a couple months back with the Ohio Kings. She represented. She was actually the highlight of the forum. There was more people talking about her commentary than just about anybody else.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
So what's going on, Kevin? What's the updates? I just kind of went over everything, and you're right. Looks like let's talk about Hamilton County Prosecutor Joe Dieters. Looks like he beat Fanon Rucker. Do you think it comes down to those negative campaign ads? Looks like they hit their target.
I definitely think those ads did the ads did a number on Fanon. I think Dieters has so much money to spend, and it's very hard to compete, especially in the latter days of an election, when a candidate has that kind of money to spend and you can get that kind of airtime that I just don't think Fanon could really compete with. And I did a one-on-one with Fanon that we live streamed on Cincinnati.com because we were going to try to do a debate, but Dieters pulled out at the last minute. Fanon actually had an opportunity there to explain some of the things that were being said about him in the ads, and it's when you get the full accounting of some of the things that they were saying about him in terms of letting a domestic violence perpetrator back in the victim's house and all of that. When you hear Fanon explain and put the context around it, you can see that it wasn't what was being billed in the political ads, but how many people actually really got to hear Fanon give that explanation, at length that needed to get it. I mean, when you look at the vote totals, he was in there for a while, and I think that maybe if he had a little bit more money to spend and could have combated some of that negative press a little bit better, who knows, the results might have been different. But you knew it was going to be a tough race because Deters was vulnerable. He could have been beaten, but you still got a lot of his kind of support in Hamilton County, and I just don't think Fanon was able to chip away at enough of his support and get enough support from the overflow of support that he would need from the city to overcome that, and that's too bad for him.
Well, my only thing is, if not Fanon, then who? Like, I feel like he had the best chance. So is it just not possible to unseat Deters in Hamilton County?
I could hardly hear what Donnie said.
Okay, so basically your question is it impossible to unseat Joe Deters, in your opinion, in Hamilton County? Is he unbeatable?
No, I don't think it. I think he was beatable this time.
I do too.
I think that I mean, and Fanon can probably say this better than I can in terms of, I mean, looking. I mean, you can always look back over your campaign when you've lost and say, what you could have and might have done better. I mean, I think we knew that Fanon had, pretty much the black vote was going to be on lock for him, that he was going to get the majority of that vote. I think what you have to be able to do is appeal to some of those, moderate white Democratic voters, and I still say that that hard charging law and order message still plays, I think, very well, in the conservative areas of Cincinnati, and I mean, let's just face it. When you play that soft on crime, if you elect this guy, you're going to look like Chicago or these other cities. That works. I mean, there's a reason why they say it, and the reason why they pull those tactics is because it works. And I think with some people, those are things that stick with them when they go into the voting booth. And I think, Joe Deters did enough of that. I think he was wise to probably limit his debate performances. I mean, we could all be critical of that, especially those of us on the media side who feel like that's an important thing for voters to see. But tactically, for him, it was probably a good thing that he didn't stand up there with Fanon in a lot of these debates and do that, because the one performance that I saw that he did do, I think it was like with Channel 12 or one of those other channels, it wasn't a great look for him. And I think the campaign probably made a calculation after that debate that they weren't going to put him out there. It would do more damage to put him out there like that. And so I think that was a political calculation that they made. But, perhaps if Fanon could have got him into a few more one-on-one debates and challenged him, been able to challenge him a bit more, that might have helped.
I think Fanon with money, let's say he has nearly the amount of a war chest as Joe Deters, then he can compete in terms of the airtime and putting his own narrative out there. What do you think?
Oh, no doubt about that. But that's always the challenge. I mean, I think that's the challenge with Democrat Democratic candidates, and I think that's the challenge with Black candidates, is that, you know, there's never the kind of money or capital that's put into these races that, you know, some of these Republican candidates are able to generate and come in with these war chests. So, I mean, look, you know, money is a big deal in politics. You know, when you can get advertising, when you can get the TV commercials, that reaches a lot of people. You know, I mean, we always say about radio, you know, how many people get hit with radio and get hit with TV on a regular basis. And so when you don't have that, you're definitely at a disadvantage. And I think that's something that, you know, Democrats, and I think the Black candidates are going to have to figure out a way. How do you generate, you know, more money, or at least, you know, maybe you never get enough to match what they're doing, but how do you at least raise enough money to be able to compete, you know, in some of these races where, you know, a guy can come out and spend, you know, the kind of money that he spent in these waning days to advertise. So yeah, I definitely think that's a big issue. Kind of figure out how do you overcome that.
Are you surprised by the first congressional district, second congressional district? Looks like Kate Schroeder's going to beat Steve Chabot and Jamie Castle's going to beat Brad Winstrup.
So here's what you've got to remember about those races, because I thought I heard you mention that, is that what you're seeing there are just the Hamilton County results. If you're looking at the Hamilton County Board of Elections, what you've got to remember is that there are other parts of the area. So if you look at, so Chabot is actually has a lead over Kate Schroeder, mainly because of his performance in Warren County. If you look at Hamilton County, I think Kate might have beat him by 16,000 votes or something like that. If you go check the Warren County tabulation, Steve Chabot beat her by almost 30,000 votes in Warren County, and that's what makes Chabot so very difficult to beat, is the way that district is drawn. When they added Warren County to his district, it basically makes him very, very hard to beat. And I knew that was going to be a tough challenge for any candidate to overcome. You know, I thought last time around, Aftab Pureval was about as good a candidate as you could get to run against Steve Chabot. I mean, he checked off a lot of really, really strong boxes. But his biggest challenge, you know, aside from some of the self-inflicted wounds that he might have given himself in that last race, was just overcoming that very conservative area of Warren County that is very difficult for a Democrat to win in out there. And the only thing that you can hope for is that you can, you know, chip away at his margins enough out there and then drive up the vote total so much in Cincinnati and Hamilton County that you can offset those votes out there in Warren County. And as you can see, you know, she probably is going to come up, you know, maybe 8,000 to 10,000 votes short, something like. Don't hold me to that, but it's just tough when you've got that extra layer to contend with. And the same thing with Jamie Castle in the Brad Winstrup race. I mean, if you look at Claremont County and some of the other counties that comprise that district, you know, he almost doubled her vote totals, I think, in Claremont County or close to it. And so, you know, when you look at how some of these districts are drawn, it's very difficult to beat those candidates, just with the way that those districts are drawn and the counties that you have to overcome in order to get them.
What do you think happened with Charlie Winburn and Jill Schiller? I'm shocked. I thought Charlie Winburn had that in the bag.
Yeah, I think Charlie thought he had that in the bag. What did he wind up losing by? A couple thousand votes?
It's close. It might even be one of those too close to call. We might have to go to provisional ballot.
Nathan, I kind of only caught a little bit of it. She said it.
Yeah, she was saying that it's close and that it may go to provisional ballots.
Yeah, it very well could. I tell you what, I one thing I can tell you is I don't think Charlie thought it would be this close. I think he thought that he would probably perform a little bit better, but I think that speaks to just how strong I think perhaps the anti-Trump sentiment was in Hamilton County. I mean, I think Joe Biden won by a pretty good margin in Hamilton County, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Beat Donald Trump. Yeah, so I think Jill Schiller probably rolled that wave a little bit. Clearly, she must have gotten a pretty good portion of the black vote in the city and Hamilton County as well, which I think Charlie might have been banking on, in addition to the Republican votes that he got. But that is a bit of a surprise. But Schiller gave Brad Winstrup a good a run for his money a couple of years ago when she ran against him, and she's not new to the scene. So I'm not surprised that it was a close race. I think it'll be interesting to see if she can hang on and win it. But if she does win that race, I think that you might look at that as maybe a mild upset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking at the presidential landscape, what are you seeing there?
I think that right now, if you're looking at the numbers right now, and you're a Democrat, you're probably a little bit nervous looking at how things are in Michigan, Wisconsin, and the sort of that Midwest firewall, Pennsylvania. But I think the important thing to remember about those states is they count things a little bit different, and a lot of the early vote, where here in Ohio, those were some of the first votes to be counted. That's not the way that they're counting votes in all of those other states. So as I started out the evening saying, it's, we probably aren't going to know who won at least until tomorrow, maybe even into the week, because I think, it might have been Pennsylvania. I can't remember if it was Pennsylvania or one of the states said, one of those three states said they in likelihood wouldn't have their votes until Friday. So I don't think it's time to push the panic button yet, but certainly, I think if you're a Biden supporter, you're not going to rest comfortably tonight. I mean, I think I think you're not going to sleep well until you see how these things pan out, probably tomorrow afternoon or by the end of the week. I think this sets up for what people who were concerned about this getting into some of the legal wranglings, or Trump trying to stop the counting of certain ballots, the mail-in ballots. I think where we're at right now kind of sets you up potentially for that nightmare scenario that you don't want to see, because right now he's got a lead in those states. And I mean, I think if we know anything from the way he's conducted himself over the last 4 years, to expect him to play fair, or not try to press this to his advantage, I think I think we would be surprised if he didn't do that. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens over the course of the next 24 hours in terms of these three states that they're looking at.
Well, Kevin, how late you staying up, man? You still up until what, 1, 2? We almost at 12 here. What's the game plan?
Yeah, man. Well, like I said, you know me, man. I'm gonna be up trying to see how things shake out here on this presidential race, because I think now that's most of the local races, it would seem, are either decided or we pretty much know how those things are going to shake out. I think this is the big question is, how's the presidential thing going to shake out? And I think I'll probably, I say I'll be up until at least 3.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. All right. I mean, I can kind of feel it. I might be hitting that wall a little bit soon, man. But listen, if you still up and I'm still up, man, I'll hit you up. See if we can talk about it.
Absolutely. I really was into, and I'll keep listening, but I was really into y'all's conversation about if Biden loses, why that would be the case. And I just thought it was interesting hearing y'all break that down about, because I've been sitting here thinking about that same thing myself is, if he loses, what does that say sort of about where we are as a country?
Mm-hmm.
I think for many Black people, I think we'll sort of jump to looking at this through sort of a racial lens. But I think and I definitely think that that's an element to it, no doubt. But I heard a Trump supporter say something very interesting last week that I think is true in terms of a lot of the dialogue that I hear going back and forth, and a lot of the letters and things that I see come into the paper and just general conversation, is that I think the conversation in America these days is more left and right than white and black.
Okay.
And if you listen to the way a lot of the political dialogue is disposed of these days, it's talked about in those terms. What is the left doing? What is the right doing? And I think one of the things that Trump has been very effective about is this whole idea of pushing this whole idea of socialism and government taking control, socialism, big government taking control of your life. And if you think about a lot of the things that we've been arguing over in this country over the last few months, especially with the COVID pandemic, is this whole notion of, the government overreaching, making you wear masks, shutting down businesses, all of these things. And I think that plays into fears that many people have in this country about the government trying to take over and control their lives. And certainly it's played into this notion where Hispanic voters, especially, some of those Cuban American voters and others who have, lived in countries where there have been dictatorships and things of that nature in place, that plays well with them, which is why you see him kind of, in places like Florida, running up, votes with those constituencies. So I think that, as one could say, him playing to the white supremacists and all of that is a piece of it. But I think to just simply look at that and say, that race is a primary motivating factor, I don't think accurately captures everything that we see happening. It may be a piece of it, but I think there's also this dynamic of the left and right that really is starting to dominate a lot of the conversation, and Trump is using that, effectively. I think people were, not just afraid that Joe Biden's going to raise their taxes, but he's going to, socialize medicine, and he's going to do all of these other different things that is a real fear that a lot of people have in this country.
Let's talk about that for a second, though. So that's a fear that they have, but they don't have any fears with Trump remaining in office. You think, Trump doesn't keep people up at night?
Yes, I forgot. He can't hear you, or she can't. You can't hear her. She was saying, do you think that people have fears about Trump? It's like I hear you on the socialism tip, and I think that's a very astute observation. But are people not afraid of what he is and what he represents while he's in office?
No, not enough. They're not more afraid of him than they are these other things. And I think we're seeing that. Well, I think we're seeing that play out. And I think Donnie also said previously, I think it works vice versa for Black people to some degree, is that it's not enough to say to some Black people, vote for Joe Biden simply because you don't like Donald Trump. I think this notion of the fear of Donald Trump may somewhat be overplayed, because I think, clearly the people who support him have made a clear decision that they like what he does or what he represents more than they dislike what he may say, or any kind of particular fear about where he might be leading the country. I think we have to acknowledge and accept that at this point, especially if he wins 4 more years. I mean, I think, that is a clear statement that there's something about his message that is resonating, with enough people that no matter what he says, no matter how distasteful or whatever, what the results that they feel like he's producing outstrips that. And I can't see it, but because I do have some very serious concerns about the potentially irreparable damage that 4 more years of Donald Trump doing what he does, and without now the constraints of having to worry about re-election. I think the next thing you got to be worried about with him is him not leaving after another 4 years and figuring out a way to hang around.
Right.
And I don't believe for 1 minute that he's not thinking about that. But, I mean, he's already successfully dismantled a lot of our, core institutions. He's, people aren't even checking for facts anymore. He's created that. He's eroded trust in the news media, traditional media. So, who knows where we'll be 4 years from now, if he wins re-election. And, it's a scary thought.
Well, Kevin, listen, I appreciate
and that's why I said I think a lot of Democrats won't sleep well tonight.
Well, having heard you, you're right about that for sure.
Yeah, I was planning on giving up good. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate it.
But yeah, thanks, man. I'll if we're still up around 3:00, we'll check back in.
All right, take it easy. Yeah, I said 4 to 4, but I'm starting to hit that wall. I need to take a quick break, Donnie. You holding tight with me?
Yep, I'm gonna hang tight with you. I'm gonna take a break too and use the restroom.
Okay. So we're gonna take a little bit of a break. I'm gonna play a little bit of music. We'll come back. Before we close out here, the way I'm feeling right now, I'm thinking maybe 12:30-ish or so, because we're not going to get any real break in anything else other than a presidential election. I don't think it's going to happen tonight, but I want to make sure I reiterate and kind of go over some things, kind of let you know what we're doing at CDM, how you can be a part of it.
Is now Arizona as
music. Okay. There it is. I muted her. Okay. So then we'll come back and take a quick break, maybe about 3-4 minutes or so. I need to get up and walk around. I've been sitting for way too long. That is not normal for me. And I haven't got my workout in today. So my body's like, what are you doing? Get hydrated, come back. We may play some more trivia, give away another CDM sweatshirt, and then talk about the text messaging campaign. And still looking to get at least 50 patrons tonight. And I want to double check those numbers to see. And then we'll come back and give you an update as well, okay? So thanks for being here. We really appreciate you. Hold tight, everybody. We'll take a quick break. We'll come right back. I know you guys have been rolling for a while. I appreciate it. Stay tight. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah. Dose. Yeah.
Started from the mud, now you see us going up. Numbers never lie, now you see us blowing up. People used to front, now you see them showing up. Show us up, I've been down and out with luck. Keep it a buck, I don't fuck with these niggas. Always been one up on all of these niggas. They be trying to front for all of these bitches. I ain't got time cause they all in they feelings. Ice of the gang and we making a killing. It's 2020 and they notice a vision. You be the hero, I'm playing the villain. The underdogs, and we walking the villain. We getting money, yeah, they think that we feeling. They talking hot, yeah, fuck their opponents. And we won't stop till we all touch a million. Don't ever forgive, but we probably forgiving my nigga. I'm living, taking the course that was given my blessing.
You love it when I get so high and drop that thing so low. Make you sit right here. Now you can't go back home. You love it when I get so high and drop that thing so low. Make you sit right here. Now you can't go back home. You love it when I get so high and drop that thing so low. Make you sit right here. Now you can't go back home. You love it when I get so high and drop that thing so low. Make you sit right here. Now you can't go back home.
I'm jacked up and I'm backed up and I'm shade. You bend it down and you poke it up and you elevate it. I'm jacked up and I'm banked up and I'm shade. You bend it down and you poke it up and you elevate it.
I came over, I ain't sober, I'm still drunk, that's hangover. Might run it back when this page over. You the best thing, I done slaved over. Gon' arch you back and been way over. It's overdue for that understressing. Over him, now you underdressing. Call me up and I come finessing. Like, ooh, we shot it, what it do, what it don't. Baby, you a queen, you can move how you want. You was rocking with me when I couldn't stay afloat. They ain't never saying nothing wavy to a boat. Like, eyes up, look at me, now I'm the captain. Brought the camera, time for action. Split the legs just like a fraction. Tuck the napkin, time for snacking. You a mother meal. Tell me that it's mine, baby, tell me that it's real. Hit it to the max, well, tell me how it feel. It's gonna be a minute cause I'm in it for the thrill. Make her feel like heaven, she gon' put me in the wheel. And willingly I wanna do anything she wanna do. I ain't even wanna boo, but this is what the karma do. It's hard to be apart from you cause ooh, I
love it when I get so high and drop that thing so low. Make you sit right here. Now you can't go back home. You love it when I get so high and drop that thing so low. Make you sit right here. Now you can't go back home.
I'm jacked up and I'm banked up and I'm shade. You bend it down and you poke it up and you elevate it. I'm jacked up and I'm banked up and I'm shade. You bend it down and you poke it up and you elevate it. You elevate it.
I ran away from heartbreak. Got nothing in return for my pain. I never thought I'd be so empty, so alone and afraid. Wasn't looking for a lover. Nobody understood where I've been. I guess I thought I needed more time to protect my love from potential offense. So I held it in you and you, but I shut it down. So you took it and I'm not surprised by what I found. 'Cause I know I needed something different and it had to be you. Out the blue, somebody who would listen and it had to be you. Out of all the people to revive my love, couldn't be just anyone. But baby, it had to be you. I didn't seem to notice that you were checking for me. We were just friends. But we started building trust and my fragile heart started to bend. Yeah. I should have paid attention. You would have been the obvious choice. But I needed time to see clearly, dig deep and cut through the noise. So I, then you came around and you, but I, so you took your time and not surprised by what I found. 'Cause I know I needed something different and it had to be you out the blue. Somebody who would listen and it had to be you out of all the people to revive my love. Couldn't be just anyone, baby.
Something to buy the button, yeah. Set the potato, boy, sunlight that always stays in by the waterway. It's that sweet life. Raise your cross. Made some dude crack a smile. He asked if I could stay a while. I'm living that high life. Time to catch a flight, but you can make me go. Unlocking all the memories I'm not alone. Ventilated echoes playing to and fro. Back and forth, yeah. Caught some kids dancing in the alleyway. Crazy how the melodies began to play, yeah. Tell me how you feeling when you hear the lyric, yeah. My heart's in Stockholm. Now I never wanna go home. I left my heart in Stockholm. Now I never wanna go home. Shutting the girl. I brought a girl on my best
The Nathan Ivey Show is supported by listeners. Go to www.patreon.com/Nathan Ivey Show and help Nathan keep the show independent.
We have been doing this for a minute. Glad that you're still rocking with me. Nathan Ivey with you, a special Election Day show brought to you by CinDigital Media. We started at 4 p.m. and we still going. I told you I had it in me. Listen, we're going to give away another sweatshirt, exclusive CDM branded sweatshirt. Let me put it up on the screen for you so people know what they get a chance to potentially win. Here it is. Black Voices Matter, super dope. Actually, the lettering is going to be a lot larger than that. This is just sort of like a representation of it, sort of a mock-up. It'll be larger than that. Got the branded CDM logo at the very top on the left. And it'll be pretty dope. If you believe in Black Voices Matter, I think you'll be proud to rock it. And it's really simple. We played the game already. It goes really, really simple. It was the first game. It's a trivia question. It's real simple. All you got to do is I'm going to put an image up just like this. You tell me what's the name of the movie that this scene is from. Of course, this is Baby Boy. That was the first we did already. We got a winner. Here was the second. Real simple. This, of course, was Brown Sugar. And, of course, this will be a black movie. We're going to keep it all the way black with it. Now, if you want to, and again, anyone could participate who hasn't won. So if you're a winner, you can't participate. if you participated but you didn't win, you can participate. Let me put my text number up here, and you can join our text messaging fan club. It's real simple. This is my number. This will text me. You can call me on this number. It's my cell phone, 513-953-4224. Again, 513-953-4224. All I need you to do. Hey, what's up, Brooke? What's up, Lisa? Brooke writes, did Rucker beat Dieters? No. He's texting me right now. No. Rutgers did not. Dieters beat Rucker. Okay, so if you want to participate, if you want to play, 513-953-4224. Now, when you call that number for the first time, it's going to have some prompts. So I want to give you a couple of minutes so that you can go through all of that. And that way, when I actually show the image, you're not fumbling around and you're not like 5 or whatever minutes behind, because some folks are already is a part of the campaign already. So they got to have kind of a leg up on you. So we took the first right answer. The first one was number 3. The third person to give the correct answer. The second time we did it was the 4th person to give the correct answer. So this time we do it, it'll be the 5th person to give the correct answer. So the 5th person to text 513-953-4224 with the correct answer, which will be the title, the name of the movie I'm going to show you a scene of in just a second. Then we're going to send you one of these sweatshirts right here. We'll take care of it. I'll be in contact within the next, give me 24 to 36 hours, because after this, I'm going to go to get some sleep. And then tomorrow, I'm going to end the show at 9:30. I have a dentist appointment at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So these next 36 hours are going to be crazy for me. So give me some time to maybe get back up to speed, and I'll be in contact via text. And we'll get your address, and I'll get your mailing address, and you could have a P.O. box, and also the size that you're looking for. Maybe you're going to win and give it to somebody in your family. It doesn't really make a difference to me. I just want to make sure that I reward you and say thank you so much for being a part of this stream and rocking with the Nathan Ivey Show and CDM and what we're trying to do here. I really appreciate it. I see we get a call from Drop from California. This should be interesting, which actually works, because I want to give you some time to use that number, go through the prompts. It may take you a minute or so. You're going to get a couple of automated responses, but don't worry. That is me. If you send me a direct text message tonight, I will text you tonight in real time, just so you know it's me and you're in the right spot. But let's go to Drop. Hey, what's up, Drop?
Hey, Mr. Ivey, sir. Florida, Ohio, Michigan, clean sweep in the South. The only thing Sleepy Joe pulled off was Arizona. Mr. Ivey, I know technically it ain't over, but when they say, and I see you, Donnie B, looking good. Go ahead, I see you. When you have Donald Trump win Ohio and Florida, Mr. Ivey, come on, say it. Say it. Say it. Say it. Come on, Mr. Ivey. The black divide is real in 2020. I've been telling y'all. This is all because of the black vote. Either the Democrats are going to blame it on the black female vote or the young black male vote. And the only reason I'm calling in right now is because Donnie B is still on. And she knows that the Bernie Sanders thing was the problem here for the Democrats. And Sleepy Joe, by coming out at the end thinking Barack Obama, the Magic Negro, was going to save him when Magic Negro 2, Kamala I'm Black Y'all Harris, couldn't get the job done. Mr. Ivey, Kamala Harris was a slap in the face to black women, and that's why they didn't show up. Kamala Harris was the reason why it looks like Joe Biden and the Democrats are going to lose this to the scary orange man, also known as the first gangster president. I ain't even going to mention Lenny.
Wow.
I'm going to call him by his alias. Mr. Cleophas, if you still awake with that drink in your hand sitting on your pot belly after you've been eating Popeye chicken all night, I'm going to hear from you in the morning. I'm going to see you, my brother. I'm going to see you. because it's 9. I'm not. I know you done had a long day, sir. And I'm giving you a straight shout out because what you've done today, sir, a lot of people are going to take notice. Kevin Aldridge already kicked it off. Donnie B kicked it off. And Glenn from Mason, Minister of Defense, Kev on the cell, Brother Lawrence, Brother Mazzone, Tracy from Cincy. Where y'all at? Top Squad 52. I'm out. I'll see y'all in the morning. Peace out.
Appreciate the call.
Bye, drop. Nate, it looks like you might have lost the Facebook live feed. I got some text messages and stuff.
Did we?
Yeah, somebody's saying we gone.
All right, let me double check it here. That's unfortunate. On my side, it looks good.
Couple of comments.
That ain't good. Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Yeah, it certainly does. It says was live. So that means we are not live now, which is strange. This ish, man.
I know. It's all night.
You know, that might be Facebook saying, you know, Nut Negro, you've done enough. So I might call it right there, actually, which is a shame because I want to make sure I can do it in the morning. I can always give it away in the morning, so that's no problem. But if we're not on, let me double check and make sure we're on YouTube because of course the audience is going to be on Facebook there. Damn it. Yeah, I'll do the trivia in the morning. We'll do it. Yeah, it says was live. That's not good.
Yeah.
That ain't good at all.
Re-put it up.
That is not good. So you saying you want to re-put it up, huh? You know what? Let's do that actually.
I saw you did already, I thought.
I want to end correctly.
Right. Like I was like, I know how you are. Like, you don't want to leave it like that. You had such a great run in the game for how many hours? From 4 to 8 hours and counting, Nate.
So I'm gonna close this down and then put it back up, Johnny. So just sit tight.
Okay.